Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2551, Obligatory Mission. A Dwarven Star Sector. VS almost couldn't believe it at first. How the hell did these repressed variants of humans succeed in toppling many third and second class states in the span of just a couple decades? It was too fast and too unreal. The story made more sense when VS thought about who actually benefited from this abnormal development. If VS ignored the dwarves, then it became clear that the Big Two and more specifically the MTA definitely benefited. This implied that the Smiling Samuel Star Sector was under greater observation. That was bad news to VS, as he would be stepping into the territory of someone else's experimental grounds. Scientists hated it when external factors affected their experiments. VS should know, as he was one of them. Though he wasn't sure how much he could do in Smiling Samuel, he doubted that the MTA or at least someone in the organization would be pleased if he disrupted the normal order of the Vulcan Empire. This meant that VS had to maintain a low profile if he wanted to enter this Dwarven Star Sector. Perhaps he might have to leave his entire fleet behind in order to enter Smiling Samuel as a guest. All of these restrictions made him feel more ambivalent about his goal of taking out the Templa steel he buried in the Star Sector. Though VS liked to take a gamble every now and then, he did not relish the prospect of entering a region filled with hostile supremacist dwarves. What's even worse is that they're dwarves of my own making. VS never expected Smiling Samuel to spiral out of control to this extent. He fully realized the horror of being able to change the past. After he finished his discussion with Major Verl, he returned to the Scarlet Rose and began to read up on Smiling Samuel, the Vulcan Empire, and the Vulcan Faith. According to the Galactic Net, there were no functional differences between the three. The Star Sector was dominated by a single second-rate state. The state was highly intertwined with its main religion. The Vulcan faith originated out of the former mining slaves of Desala X. It seemed that after VS had helped the rebels escape, the MTA took in their complaints and heavily sanctioned House Cantus. The noble house actually had to hand over its assets to the dwarves. This gave the freed mining slaves a territory of their own which couldn't be taken back. It was there where the Desala resistance movement transformed into the Dwarven Justice movement, which aimed to liberate dwarves beyond the Desala system. It was also at this period in history where the original rebels began to propagate their belief in Vulcan. These dwarves are too gullible. Belief in Vulcan spread rapidly. The former mining slaves didn't know anything and easily got hoodwinked into worshipping a non-existent god. Much of the foundation of the modern Vulcan Empire originated from this period. By attracting a lot of outside help, the freed slaves developed vigorously. The more VS read about the Vulcanites, as the dwarven citizens of the Empire called themselves, the more he became abhorred at the monster he created. Phrases such as "death to the tall folk" and "the galaxy belongs to Dwarvenkind" were uttered with distressing regularity. Any notion of peaceful coexistence with humans instantly drew widespread condemnation from the dwarven supremacists. Every dwarf hated normal humans. The only difference was to what extent they wished death and ruin to the tall folk. Some wanted to turn the tables against the humans and enslave them. Others wanted to wipe them out wholesale. Fortunately, despite their big talk, the dwarves never spread beyond Smiling Samuel. The surrounding states and star sectors were highly on guard against the heavy-gravity variant humans. Each of them signed a treaty that called for forming a blockade that kept the dwarves bottled up in their own star sector. This was the current status quo. The Vulcan Empire had the power of life and death in Smiling Samuel, but the Vulcanites instantly lost all of their deterrence power once they stepped outside. The lack of mutual respect and understanding between humans and dwarves caused the two groups to intensify their hatreds towards each other. If VS rashly entered the Smiling Samuel star sector, he would likely attract a lot of dwarven hostility. This is impossible! Sneaking in was possible, but difficult. The Vulcanites intensely patrolled their own space and ruthlessly rallied as many nearby elements as possible in order to crush any intruders. Obtaining an exemption was difficult. Even if he had one, there were plenty of radicalists who were willing to disregard the consequences in order to kill a human encroaching on their space. There is another alternative. The mere thought of transforming his body into that of dwarf repulsed him. He did not want to change his body. It would be one thing if he was born a dwarf, but he was not. He grew up into a human with normal proportions. His current body was a part of his identity, and he was largely happy with it. He would be betraying himself if he changed into a different form. That's not all. I haven't even considered Gloriana's reaction yet, he muttered. There was no way his wife wanted her perfect husband to turn into a dwarf. She would kill him if he walked up to their bed with a shorter and stockier form. While VS had heard the body morphing procedure was reversible, it was not a trivial matter. Otherwise, a lot of dwarves would have been able to turn themselves into tall folk. No matter how VS looked at it, the difficulty of entering Smiling Samuel, retrieving the hidden batch of Timpala steel and making it out alive was immense. The threat posed by the Vulcanites surpassed that of the Nixian pirates. While the Alidus alliance had grown to the point of being able to field warships, its lack of legitimacy, its limited resources, and its barren population base meant that its actual strength was quite manageable. The pirates only managed to fend off the big two by taking advantage of the tricky environment and by borrowing the strength of the dark gods. As for the Vulcanites, they weren't a bunch of scummy pirates. They formed a proper state that ruled over thousands of star systems and trillions of dwarves. The Vulcan Empire was at least equal to the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony, if not greater. Well, at least I have time to come up with a plan. I don't have to solve this problem right away. His fleet first had to leave the Jaina star cluster, pass through the Bardo star cluster, enter the Fermi star cluster before coming within reach of Smiling Samuel. Depending on how many stops he made, it would probably take around 2 years to reach the Dwarven star sector. He should address more immediate priorities first while calmly plotting how he wanted to retrieve his great prize. To be honest, if VS had a choice, he would rather skip this goal. The Vulcan Empire was way too dangerous for him to mess around. Retrieving his precious stash was bound to be tough. This shouldn't be the only source of Timpala steel. Perhaps he might be able to stumble upon another sample in the Red Ocean. Even if the dwarf galaxy lacked this ultra-rare exotic, as long as he grew powerful enough, there were other ways of obtaining what he wanted. Yet, VS feared the system might not take kindly to this course of action. He might be patient enough to wait, but the system might not. It was impossible to tell how urgently the system needed the materials stipulated by the supply missions, but they had to be at least somewhat vital. What would the system do if its current user ignored an opportunity to replenish some of its lost strength? If VS was in its place, he might decide to change to another user. He was unsure whether the system was willing to do so. The more VS learned about the system and the 5 Scrolls Compact, the more he understood his own value. Mech designers like him were hard to come by. The system also shared an unknown relationship with his mother. That said, the uncertainty surrounding the system's motives left VS in the dark. He did not dare to act too presumptuously. The risk of provoking a backlash from the system loomed over his head like the sword of Damocles. Though VS was very proud of himself, he knew he wouldn't have been able to make it this far without its help. The system helped him rise to prominence. It could easily tear him down. Ugh! Let's get to Smiling Samuel first. For now, I should get back to designing my mechs. While the Larkinson clan became preoccupied with integrating the incoming shipments of mechs and starships, the design department finally completed its initial preparations. Ves, Gloriana, and Juliet stood in front of the design lab. The three journeymen faced the braves and erudites. Due to the bad blood between Gloriana and Juliet, the two women stood far apart from each other. The two didn't even speak together, let alone collaborate at the same time. Their problematic relationship continued to give Ves a lot of headaches. While it wasn't impossible for the two of them to collaborate on a mech design, they had to work sequentially instead of concurrently. This did not facilitate cooperation and would definitely affect the quality of the end product. He had no choice. Ves should be happy that the two women were willing to compromise to this extent. It would have been a lot worse if the two refused to work on a mech design that their adversary had touched. In the past several weeks, we have fleshed our 6 projects. Ves addressed the crowd. With the data gathered by the design, marketing, and product research departments, we know where we stand on our proposed mech designs. Each of them are viable according to the data, and that is enough to go on. Today, we shall officially commence all 6 design projects. Every mech designer who listened to him immediately became hopeful. While second-class mech designs were far more complicated to design, they also represented the future of the Larkinson clan. It was essential for every assistant mech designer to become proficient in working with them if they wanted to keep up with the lead designers. Gloriana took over from Ves. Different from before, we shall assign 2 design teams to every design project. Your workload is higher, but the overall impact you can make is smaller. Don't be disappointed by that. The work you will engage in will push you until you become more accustomed to working with second-class mechs. As long as you prove you are able to handle this level of work, you will be entrusted with more important work. Becoming a second-class mech designer on par with us is just around the corner if you reach this point. We have 6 months of time to complete our projects. Ves crossed his arms. Regardless of the state of the mech design in question, we will finalize it once the deadline looms closer. Your help is crucial. You will receive additional Larkinson merits if we meet our goal. Everyone's eyes lit up. The prospect of being able to work on second-class design projects was not as attractive as earning more merits. The Braves had already been bragging about how many merits they received from participating in the Nixian Gap campaign. Ves quickly explained some other matters of importance. Tackling 6 second-class mech designs was very strenuous for the design department, but it was fine as long as everyone did their jobs. The only problem for Ves was that the erudites were better equipped for the challenge than the Braves. The former may have missed out on experiencing battles up close in the Nixian Gap, but they didn't waste their time in Hisneck. The erudites were definitely further ahead when it came to absorbing knowledge. Chapter 2552 Carnivores of the Battlefield. The ripples from the wedding between Ves and Gloriana faded. As much as this glamorous event captured the imagination of the public, people's memories were short. To many ordinary citizens, the affairs of the rich and powerful were too far away. Life went on, and neither the miracle couple nor the LMC exerted any direct influence on their ordinary civilian lives. That did not apply to everyone. The products of the LMC became increasingly more popular throughout the region. The Komodo Star sector was its home market. Yet the availability of LMC mechs was not uniform. One half of the Star sector was devoid of these distinct machines. The Friday Coalition completely banned the use of LMC mechs. This was not an unusual rule in itself. The Coalition already banned the use of mechs designed by hexers or anyone aligned to them. However, a lot of avid customers were forced to relinquish their precious mechs. The Desolate Soldier and its variants, which played a major role in the Sand War, no longer showed up in the Bright Republic and the Ilvain Protectorate. A lot of states that relied heavily on Ves and Gloriana's work became closed to the LMC. That did not apply to the other half of the star sector. The lesser states that fell within the Hexer sphere of influence did not receive any prohibitions against using LMC mechs. Their local governments were free to decide whether they wished to allow the LMC to expand their business operations in their mech markets. Most of them did. The LMC may not be a part of their domestic mech industry, but the comprehensive value of its products was undeniable. At this time, the LMC's product catalog consisted of a handful of third-class mechs. Despite the lack of choice, a lot of the offerings were very compelling to many customers. The Desolate Soldier model was the original best-seller of the LMC. It sold over 1 million copies during the Sand War and continued to sell millions more as the mech company expanded its reach across other star sectors. From a performance standpoint, the Desolate Soldier and its variants was not that stellar. The last-gen model was dated and did not take advantage of the innovations of the latest generation. Its design was optimized for use against the Sandmen and did not fare as well as other competing models when fighting against mechs. What was even worse for the LMC was that its product margin was abysmally low. The large number of intermediaries involved in the production, distribution, and sale of the mech model all took a cut of the earnings. By the time the remaining profits trickled into the coffers of the LMC, perhaps only 50,000 hex credits remained out of the 600,000 hex credits the customer had paid. Despite all of these shortcomings, plenty of customers in the surrounding regions continued to purchase the Desolate Soldier in greater numbers. Not only that, but the cheaper and less robust Prideful Soldier sold in great quantities as well. Their glows were just too good. The duty-based glow of the Desolate Soldier was useful for law enforcement, militaries, mercenary corps, security companies, and more customers. Everyone except pirates derived a lot of value from leveraging this morale-sustaining glow. If not for the low profits per sale, the sales of the Desolate Soldier could have financed all of the Larkinson clan's capital ship expenditures for the next decade. The Aurora Titan failed to match the grandeur of the Desolate Soldier. Its extreme specs and its incredibly unwieldy handling turned it into a very niche product. The rise of Venerable Janzi Larkinson hardly boosted sales of this defensive space knight. Not even the growing reputation of VS or the expanding reach of the LMC boosted sales that much. Many Larkinsons within the LMC considered the Aurora Titan to be a flop. It wasn't even worth it to include the mech model in the company's product catalog anymore. The Doom Guard was the second best seller of the LMC. The Striker mech possessed almost as many shortcomings as the Aurora Titan, but its glow was much more useful in combat. It was a pity the Doom Guard underwent some changes. Its glow had changed characteristics, causing it to form a disorienting glow that disabled anyone who entered its range. This was a bit more difficult to take advantage of than scaring enemies away. Sales of the Doom Guard were trending downwards for this reason. The release of a new mech model accelerated the Striker mech's decline. Compared to the Doom Guard, the Ferocious Piranha presented an all-around improvement. While it was a very different mech type, the Ferocious Piranha nonetheless captured the hearts of many mech buyers. In the middle of an asteroid belt in Vicious Mountain, a squad of 12 Ferocious Piranha swooped forth. A mercenary corps called the Thermal Ants accepted a mission to take down a pirate gang that was nestled within an empty star system. While the pirates had hidden themselves well, somehow they exposed their whereabouts. Damn it! Who betrayed us? Who sold us out? It's bad, boss. We need to run straight away. There's no running from those light mechs. Our only choice is to fight. The pirates deploy a ragged swarm of 37 mechs. This was actually quite a respectable number for a simple pirate gang. The Ferocious Piranhas clearly captured the emissions from the pirate mechs. Under ordinary circumstances, it was impossible for 12 light mechs to defeat twice their number. While the quality and condition of the pirate mechs were horrible, their numerical superiority couldn't be overcome so easily. The ranged pirate mechs began to fire at the light skirmishers. Unfortunately for them, the battlefield was not conducive to ranged combat. The light skirmishers skillfully weaved through the attacks. They also made sure to take cover behind as many asteroids as possible. With the abysmal marksmanship of the pirates, there was no hope of landing more than a few coincidental strikes. The few laser beams that managed to strike the ferocious piranhas hardly left more than a shallow scorching scar. The thin but premium armor gave the piranhas a lot more protection than other light mechs. "Stop firing!" the pirate commander yelled. "Get back and give us some covering fire. Stay on guard against any other enemies creeping up on us from behind. There was no way the light skirmishers came alone." The pirates all thought the light skirmishers merely served as scouts for a greater force of mercenary mechs. They didn't expect an immediate confrontation, as the pirates ought to be strong enough to make the mercenary light mechs pay if they approached. Yet as the ferocious piranhas continued to advance, the pirates became confused. Were these light mechs actually going on the attack? The pirate commander grew furious. Just because the incoming light mechs looked a bit fancier than usual didn't mean they were qualified to challenge his mechs. "These mercs consider us trash. Prove them wrong. Attack these idiotic scouts. As long as we crush them all, we can slip away unnoticed." That invigorated the other pirates. The pirate melee mech surged forward. Surprisingly, the mercenary light mechs did not veer away. Instead, as the range rapidly closed, their mech pilots each turned a mental dial. Invisible fields formed around the light skirmishers. The mech pilots hardly felt anything different as their mechs wrapped a protective shield around their minds and the minds of their battle comrades. With this essential protection in place, the light mech pilots continued to urge their mechs to advance. Eventually, the two sides came within striking distance. Shortly before the melee mechs were able to exchange blows, an enormous change took place. The moment the ferocious piranhas came near, every single pirate mech froze or jerked out of control. Some mechs flung their weapons away as their arms and fingers convulsed. Other mechs locked up as their mech pilots became completely unresponsive. Only half a dozen mechs managed to avoid the affliction that had overcome the other mechs. Yet even though the pirate commander and some of his oldest veterans managed to stay in control, their minds came under incredible strain. What is this? My meds! Where are my meds? The pirate commander felt wild and excited at one moment, only to be doused in ice as a wave of calm forced him out of his high. Before he could even begin to get used to his new state, the wave of aggression came back just a second later. There wasn't enough time for him to adjust. Pull back. Retreat. Don't let these mercs get close. The pirate ranged mechs overloaded their laser rifles in order to scare off the incoming light mechs. Even if most of their shots missed their marks, their increased rate of fire caused at least some beams to strike the ferocious piranhas. Their attacks had no effect. The light skirmishers rapidly closed in on the vanguard of the out-of-control mechs. The ferocious piranhas rapidly stabbed their daggers in the unprotected backs of their vulnerable targets. 12 pirate mechs lost functionality. If 2 stabs didn't do the job, then 4, 6, 8 or more attacks would do. Since the pirate mech pilots afflicted by the ferocious piranha's glow were unable to focus on piloting their mechs, their machines turned into sitting ducks. What horrified the pirates even more was that the disabled mech pilots weren't even capable of ejecting their cockpits. No! Retreat! Don't fight these weird mechs! It was too late. The moment the light skirmishers entered their midst, the pirates had already lost their chance. The light skirmishers split into two. 6 ferocious piranhas rapidly closed in on the ranged mechs that were taking potshots at them. The other 6 continued to suppress the disabled pirate mechs until they were able to take their helpless targets down. The pirate commander and his confidants no longer thought about saving their buddies. They struggled to pilot their mechs away. The wily pirates wordlessly split in different directions. In situations like this, grouping up only made it easier for their opponents to mop them up. The pirate commander gritted his teeth. Even though fleeing in different directions was a good tactic to adopt, it wasn't the right response this time. "You fools! We could have taken one of these light skirmishers down if we joined hands." It didn't take a lot of time for the ferocious piranhas to mop up all of the disabled mechs. Soon enough, the light skirmishers split up in order to pursue the fleeing pirate mechs. As the pirates largely made use of shabby-looking medium mechs, there was no hope of outrunning their pursuers. It only took less than a minute for the ferocious piranhas to catch up to their prey. "If you want to take us down, then you'll have to work for it," the pirate commander roared. His swordsman mech no longer flew away. Instead, the mech arced around in order to charge straight at one of the 2 ferocious piranhas on its tail. Ack! Yet as soon as the pirate commander came close, his mind once again came under the effect of the ferocious piranha's glow. While the pirate mech still closed in for the attack, its movements weren't as fluid as before. The pirate commander's battle effectiveness effectively dropped by 30%, which was a huge margin in battle. The targeted light skirmisher easily dodged the pirate mech's sword strike. As soon as the sword swooped past, the swift light mech boosted forward and struck its daggers deep into the weak points of its target. Just a second later, the second ferocious piranha struck the back with a flurry of stabs, causing the flight system and several other vital systems to lose power. The pirate commander despaired as his cockpit lost most of its functioning. These new light mechs completely crushed his pirate gang without giving his men any opportunity to show their strength. "What horrible new mech is this?" He was just the first of many mech pilots that fell victim to the latest carnivores of the battlefield. Chapter 2553 Surprise Encounter. The performance of the ferocious piranha shocked the mech market. The Valkyrie Redeemer already proved what a perverse glow was capable of. Now, the third-class mech market received their own version of a mobile mech that could make the lives of their enemies miserable. Though the LMC uncharacteristically declined to announce the release of the ferocious piranha, the LMC's most avid customers all tried out this product. The results completely surprised them. Against weaker opponents, the ferocious piranhas had the power to render them defenseless. A lot of pirates, gang members, and criminals wailed as the first waves of ferocious piranhas easily defeated at least twice their number. The ferocious piranhas were especially deadly against melee mechs. Regardless whether the devilish light skirmishers managed to disable their opponents or not, any enemy mech pilot that managed to retain their wits had to fight under constant pressure. This meant that even well-trained elites and military mech pilots experienced some problems. If even the Friday men mech pilots who had to fight against the Valkyrie mechs on a regular basis couldn't maintain their best condition, how could a bunch of third-class mech pilots fare any better against an even scarier glow? In the first week of the ferocious piranha's release, a lot of footage of one-sided victories quickly flooded the galactic net. Every local mech community went abuzz as they tried to verify the authenticity of the dramatic footage. "This is impossible! A squad of light mechs can't possibly defeat 37 pirate mechs without suffering any losses. This battle record must be fake. The LMC is going too far with this publicity stunt. How can a single light mech possibly win 10 duels in a row? It's completely obvious that the entire sequence is staged. While a lot of people expressed their incredulity at the unreal battle reports, as time went by the proof kept pouring in. The existing customers of the LMC already possessed a lot of trust towards the unique mech company. As long as their mech rosters had room for some light mechs, they eagerly invested in some ferocious piranhas. The only problem interested buyers encountered was when they learned how much they needed to pay for a single copy. Who the hell buys a light mech that is at least 5 times as expensive as a desolate soldier? This is a ripoff. The LMC is getting greedier and greedier. It didn't used to be this way. Anyone who spends 3 million hex credits to buy a single light mech is stupid. Despite these comments, plenty of believers in the LMC bit the bullet. Their enduring trust in the company and the brand caused them to believe all of the hype and promises surrounding the ferocious piranha model. It's like the Doom Guard, but better. Many fans of the LMC were already familiar with the Doom Guard's glow. They recognized the value of transplanting that glow in a very swift and agile light mech. Soon enough, squads and even companies of ferocious piranhas started to enter the battlefield. While the effect of superimposing their glows didn't lead to a lot of strengthening, the mechs were able to cover a lot more space. In one battle, 25 ferocious piranhas enveloped a group of enemy mechs. The light mechs completely cut off any escape routes. In another battle, a hidden ferocious piranha sneaked up to a derelict space station and slowly made its way over to a group of mechs taking cover behind a fixture. As soon as the unsuspecting mechs detected an incoming signature from behind, the ferocious piranha erupted its glow, paralyzing the enemy mech pilots in place. The glow of the ferocious piranha was a lot more effective when it took the enemy by surprise. As the afflicted mech pilots struggled to regain control over their mechs, the solitary light mech had already closed in and meticulously struck the vulnerable targets until they all lost battle effectiveness. As the public became increasingly more convinced of ferocious piranha's amazing prowess, its sales spiked incredibly quickly. The third-party manufacturers the LMC contracted to produce the mechs simply couldn't keep up with the flood of orders. The demand for the ferocious piranha exceeded that of the Doom Guard when VS initially presented it to the public. The enthusiasm surrounding the new product had reached an even greater scale as the LMC's subsidiaries in Vicious Mountain and Majestic Teal expanded the mech company's reach into more markets than ever. Though the LMC's marketing, sales, operations, production, and relations departments had become unprecedentedly busy, it was all worth it as an even greater flood of money poured into the company's coffers. Unlike the affordable Desolate Soldier, the ferocious piranha was a premium product sold at a very high price tag. Even with all of the middlemen taking their cuts, the LMC still received much more money per sale. In the initial month, the B counters estimated that the ferocious piranha model might enrich the LMC by as much as 300 billion hex credits. In the second month, that figure would probably double to around 600 billion hex credits. In the third month, the mania surrounding the ferocious piranha may boost the LMC's fortunes by up to 1 trillion hex credits. It was difficult to predict what would happen after that. Many optimists predicted that sales would continue to trend upwards as more and more people wanted to take advantage of the ferocious piranha's killer glow. Other analysts were a bit more cautious. They didn't believe the ferocious piranha was allowed to reign supreme on the battlefield. While the mech was incredibly effective up close, it was not unbeatable. From the Doom Guard, many people already knew that the shared glow of these two mech models could be resisted. The easiest way to do that was to force mech pilots to experience the suppressive glows many times. Frequent exposure to this torturous glow allowed mech pilots to get accustomed to the effects. As long as the mech pilots trained their minds during these sessions, they became more and more capable of maintaining their battle effectiveness in the presence of a Doom Guard or a ferocious piranha. While it might take months of intensive training to strengthen a mech pilot to the point where it was able to fight without losing control, even a couple of days of exposure was already enough to make a difference. They just had to buy at least a single mech that featured this hellish glow. Damn this blood-sucking mech company! Why do they charge so much for a ferocious piranha? No matter whether someone wanted to buy a Doom Guard or a ferocious piranha, they had to hand over at least several million hex credits. This was a rather hefty price level for most third-raters. In general, the bulk of the private sector made use of more affordable mechs that were generally priced below 1 million hex credits. Yet no matter how much these reluctant customers cursed the LMC's excessive pricing strategy, they went through with placing their orders. Even if they had no intention of fielding LMC mechs in battle, they at least had to secure a machine in order to toughen up the minds of their mech pilots. If I don't do this, who knows whether my outfit will become history after being assailed by a squad of ferocious piranhas. As the ferocious piranha model continued to gain momentum, a lot of people began to demand a counter to the mech. We can't let this overpriced light mech take over the mech market. We have to find some way to beat this monster. What about using oak alloy? Too expensive. Leave this toy to the Friday men. I need actual solutions. Unfortunately, no one found a great answer. They only came up with a couple of obvious ideas. The ferocious piranha inherited the same strengths and weaknesses of every light skirmisher. This meant that while it was incredibly quick and difficult to strike, once it got hit, it should incur significant damage. To the regret of many critics, this maxim did not apply as well to a premium mech such as the ferocious piranha. However, as long as a large group of ranged mechs opened fire on a group of approaching ferocious piranhas, it was not impossible to defeat these nefarious mechs before they were able to get into point-blank range. In practice, it was not that easy to take the ferocious piranhas down in this way. As long as the light mechs came under intensive fire, they were always capable of changing direction and seeking ways to avoid or mitigate the incoming attacks. Are you idiots? As long as we are the defenders, we can repel this scourge by deploying striker mechs. Striker mechs were the natural counters of light skirmishers. Their potent flamethrowers and shotguns posed a significant threat against any mech with weak armor. However, the results were not as good as expected. As one group of mercenaries assailed another group of mercenaries, the defending side suddenly trotted out a handful of shotgun-wielding striker mechs. Take this! The shotguns unleashed blasts of tiny projectiles that sprayed outward. The cones of projectiles easily collided against the light mechs that attempted to evade the attacks. Unfortunately, the ferocious piranha was not as fragile to these attacks as other light mechs. The striker mechs deployed by the defending side were too cheap. Their weapons hardly dented the frames of the approaching threat. Ag! The striker mechs abruptly slowed down once the ferocious piranhas got close. The shotguns continued to fire another time, but the mech pilots were unable to keep their aim straight. Even though their shotguns possessed a lot more potency at closer ranges, the ferocious piranhas reigned supreme, which defied common sense. The striker mechs fell as easily as any other mech that got close to the latest product of the LMC. Wait a minute. If we have to buy a striker mech, why not try out the Doom Guard? This was an interesting option. Though expensive, the mechs shared the same glow. As mech buyers began to experiment with deploying Doom Guards to defend against ferocious piranhas, the results were surprisingly good. Sure, the Doom Guard was slow. Sure, the Doom Guard was expensive. Sure, the Doom Guard required a strong-willed mech pilot. Yet as long as someone overcame these hurdles, the LMC striker mech proved to be remarkably effective against the ferocious piranhas. First, the Doom Guard's identical glow allowed its owners to exercise the mental resilience of all of their mech pilots. In battle, friendly mech pilots were able to acclimatize themselves to the Doom Guard's glow, thereby preventing any enemy ferocious piranhas from taking them by surprise. Second, the Doom Guard's premium price delivered premium performance. Its 34F Enizen spreader flamethrower might not have a high range, but it fanned out in an impressively wide area in front of the mech. No matter how swift and agile the ferocious piranha tried to avoid the flames, it was futile against such a powerful flamethrower. Not only that, but the Enizen spreader also happened to be very lethal as long as any mech was being sprayed. Even the tougher-than-normal ferocious piranhas couldn't last very long when doused by a Doom Guard. The third reason why the Doom Guard performed exceptionally well against the new terror was that its glow was actually effective against the mech pilots of the ferocious piranha. What? Are you kidding me? I thought the mech pilots of the ferocious piranhas were immune to the glows of their own mechs. The rules don't work that way. Not just the Doom Guard, but also the ferocious piranha can be used to counter these expensive light skirmishers. This resulted in a number of very odd confrontations. The ferocious piranha's glow may spare its effects against friendlies, but enemies were fair game. Therefore, there were some battles where the ferocious piranhas of both sides became crippled as their glows acted against each other. The ferocious piranhas didn't offer any mental training opportunities. This meant that the mech pilots of the light skirmishers were just as vulnerable to the glow as the rest. It was different for the Doom Guard. In order to make use of it, the mech pilot already had to be strong enough to withstand its influence. For this reason, the mech pilot of the Doom Guard exhibited no changes if enemy ferocious piranhas came close. A lot of expensive light mechs soon started to burn into husks at greater frequencies. Their mech pilots got a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 2554 Ferocious Impact. The release of the ferocious piranha redefined space combat. This was not an exaggeration. Wherever the mech showed up, both friendlies and enemies had to shift their battle tactics. Many outfits stubbornly resisted the need for change. They were already accustomed to using mechs developed by their favorite mech designers or sold by their favorite mech companies. In fact, a fair number of established mercenary corps and security companies entered into favorable long-term contracts with specific mech manufacturers. While they usually weren't penalized for buying mechs from other companies, dedicated customers received generous discounts and extended after-sales support if they stuck to a single provider. The Living Star Club set up by the LMC was hardly unique when it came to capturing customers. Even without these contracts, there were other reasons for outfits to look away from the ferocious piranha. Larger mech companies always organized their mech models and product groups. These groups consisted of products that were designed to work in unison. Mechs designed and sold by a single mech company were specifically designed to synergize with each other in battle. They easily covered each other's weaknesses so that every mech could fully exert their strength. Product groups also brought significant benefits out of battle. The mechs usually shared some of the same materials and components. This simplified the logistics of an outfit, as they could easily keep a mech company supplied with a lower stock of spare parts. The introduction of an expensive mech like the ferocious piranha introduced a significant burden to its buyers. First, the outfits had to fork over a lot of money. The ferocious piranha sold for 3 million hex credits. For a light mech, that was an exorbitant price. Outfits could have bought 5 budget mechs or 2 to 3 mid-range mechs for the same amount of money. If customers were short on carrier space, then they could have invested the money in a space knight such as the Aurora Titan with a bit of money to spare. While mech companies sold many different mech types at every conceivable price level, many consumers assumed that the price of a mech should be proportional to the mass and dimensions of the product. It was normal to pay more money for bigger and fatter mechs. Their increased volume and surface area meant they carried more protective armor. Since the armor system of a mech was often its most expensive portion, the mech market simply became accustomed to paying more for light mechs and other well-protected mechs. The opposite was true for light mechs. They weren't as tall as medium mechs. Their limbs and torsos were also slimmer, while their armor plating was at least half as thick. With so much armor shaved off their frames, the cost savings were significant. Light mechs should be cheaper for this reason. The mech market's tolerance for expensive light mechs was very low. Light skirmishers that sold for more than 1.5 million hex credits were immediately scorned by most consumers. The only outfits who bought premium light mechs were those who wanted to empower their mech champions or mech officers who happened to be specialized in this swift and agile mech type. Outside of mech militaries and very large organizations, it made no sense for outfits to assign premium light mechs to their rank and file. Light mechs were usually utilized as scouts, troubleshooters, harassers, and flanking units. These roles did not necessarily call for expensive mechs. Cheaper ones usually did the job just as well. It didn't help that outfits tended to assign light mechs to their least skilled mech pilots. To them, the quality of their assigned machines hardly affected their performance. Due to their low skill and lack of experience, they weren't capable of making the most out of powerful light mechs. This was the prevailing paradigm of light mechs in the third-class mech market. While the story was different in the second-class mech market, at the lowest tier light mechs simply couldn't accommodate enough features to make them worthy of greater investment. The ferocious piranha broke this pattern. Certainly, the new light skirmisher model offered decent performance for its very premium price. Its thin but surprisingly resilient armor system surprised both its pilots and enemies alike by how much damage it was able to resist. You get what you pay for! Do you think this mech is truly overpriced? Its armor is the real deal. While the mech was harder to take down than other light mechs, it cost quite a lot to repair any damage it incurred. Its expensive armor system directly gave its buyers a lot of worries. If they wanted to restore a damaged mech to peak condition, they had to buy or make parts made out of expensive materials, thereby worsening their financial situation. It's worth it, though. Repairing a damaged mech is better than trying to salvage a destroyed machine. As more and more outfits began to employ the ferocious piranha, they discovered the benefits of fielding expensive light mechs. Casualty rates among light mechs was often the highest. While it was not that difficult to figure out that fielding more expensive mechs allowed them to survive longer, many times the cost wasn't worth the gain. It was different for the ferocious piranha. Outside of its premium specs, it also came with a feature that was completely independent from the size of its frame. The number one reason why so many customers bought this expensive product was for its glow. The advantages it brought were very useful. Not a single outfit hated the glow. The ability to discomfort or outright disable enemy mech pilots irrespective of the mechs they piloted opened up a lot of new options. Just as with the introduction of the Doom Guard, no longer were large mobs of undisciplined ruffians able to bully smaller outfits at will. Anytime a Doom Guard or a ferocious piranha showed up, pirates and other scum suffered disproportionate losses. In fact, in the Hexer half of the Komodo Star sector, the incidences of pirate attacks had dropped by as much as 10% ever since the Doom Guard came onto the scene. This figure would probably double or triple once the ferocious piranha became more ubiquitous. Unlike the Doom Guard, which was only confined to a defensive role, the ferocious piranha possessed great offensive potential. It shouldn't be a surprise to the LMC that its most avid buyers turned out to be the peacekeeper outfits of the Sentinel Kingdom. During the Larkinson clan's stay in the Hisneck system, the LMC entrenched itself in the powerful third-rate state. The company not only forged ties with many noble houses and local companies, but also built up its brand. When the ferocious piranha entered the market, the LMC already projected that the peacekeeper outfits would embrace it. A lot of mech factories started to pump out ferocious piranhas straight away, thereby allowing most outfits to obtain at least a couple of copies to integrate into their combat system. Though it took some time for the peacekeeper outfits to bring their new purchases to Nixian Gap, once they did, the results were astounding. What is this new mech? Damn, it's the ferocious piranha! Run away! The pirate gangs that infested the outer perimeter of the Nixian Gap experienced the terror of the LMC's new light skirmisher. The mech's mobility allowed it to approach and chase after pirates with great ease. Once its glow enveloped the pirate mechs, the ferocious piranha almost always faced an easy fight. Wreckage Paradise suddenly welcomed a lot of new debris. Peacekeeper outfit after peacekeeper outfit began to experiment and refine their usage of their latest purchases. The pirates who normally terrorized these lanes each turned into their unwilling punching bags. It didn't used to be this way. The pirate gangs roaming the outer perimeter usually fared a lot better against the outfits who came from civilized space. Pirate scouts were always on the lookout for strong peacekeeper elements. As long as they spotted anything amiss, they quickly packed their bags and fled. Due to all of the asteroids floating inside this region of warp space, it was too easy to shake off any pursuit. The Doom Guard wasn't able to change this pattern. While its introduction offered a lot more security to the peacekeepers, it did not give them a lot of options against pirate gangs that tried their best to slip away. If the peacekeepers dispatched pursuers in the form of light mechs and fast-moving medium mechs, then these fragile elements might easily encounter a ferocious pirate ambush. It was too difficult to pursue a fleeing band of pirates. The ferocious piranha changed all of this. As long as an outfit dispatched enough of the new mechs, these light skirmishers were very difficult to ambush. Its disorienting glow was able to act upon a lot of mech pilots, so outnumbering the ferocious piranha didn't always work. Only strong-willed pirate mech pilots were able to resist the glow, but how many of them were actually there? Perhaps the more powerful pirate groups situated closer to the center of the Nixian Gap might have these rare elites, but the bottom-feeder pirate gangs that were based in the periphery of the Nixian Gap were not so fortunate. Stories soon began to circulate about small numbers of ferocious piranhas wiping out entire pirate outfits by themselves. This is unreal! How can this be? Are the pirates this weak? It's all due to the glow. It's too cancerous. The light skirmishers didn't even have to wait for reinforcements in order to defeat the pirates. Their good specs, relatively good armor, and killer glow gave them all the tools they needed to upend enemy outfits. Damn it, these ferocious piranhas are so unfair. Any melee mech that gets close turns into a punching bag to these evil machines. Forget about fielding melee mechs. I'm going to get my hands on as many rifleman mechs and striker mechs as possible. We need to get our hands on as many Doom Guards as possible. In fact, we need to get some ferocious piranhas ourselves. As more and more ferocious piranhas showed up on the battlefield, the demand for the Doom Guard and this new model continued to skyrocket. Even pirates were trying to obtain these expensive mechs. While the LMC and its vendors refused to sell their products to pirates and illicit organizations, that did not stop black market organizations from taking advantage of the situation. They simply used figureheads to buy the mechs before delivering them to specific pirate customers. Naturally, these smugglers charged a high markup for their services. Pirates from the Nixian Gap and elsewhere were bleeding money and valuables due to the need to obtain some LMC mechs. Any pirate gang that didn't possess a Doom Guard or a ferocious piranha was considered vulnerable to the changing patterns of the battlefield. Either they embraced the change, or became swept by it. There was no middle ground. The ferocious piranha introduced so many problems and solutions that the popularity of this mech model continued to spread even further. Vicious Mountain and Majestic Teal already embraced the mech. What was truly noteworthy was that some of the more distant star sectors began to utilize the mech at a greater scale as well. Not even the Winged Serenade star sector was left out. Even though the LMC only established some small subsidiaries in the middle of the Jaina star cluster, the early adopters were already popularizing the new product at a rapid pace. Success was crucial here. As the most prosperous and influential star sector of the Jaina star cluster, any trends that rose up here quickly spread to the surrounding star sectors. This caused the LMC to receive an increasing amount of orders from customers who were based in areas where the LMC had yet to enter. Even other star clusters began to show some interest. The impact of the ferocious piranha was simply too great to ignore no matter the distance. Chapter 2555 Predator Beyond Comparison. The Living Mech Company, or simply the LMC, became a household name to many people. Not just the mech community, but also normal people who didn't care anything about mechs learned of the company. Its products were making an increasing impact on society. Industry, trade, security, and other spheres experienced significant changes due to the ripple effects generated by each additional LMC mech. Starting from the Desolate Soldier model, mechs with different glows sparked a lot of chain reactions. Starting from where the mechs were used, the consequences continued to ripple further until even average people were affected by the mechs designed by the miracle couple. In fact, the impact generated by the LMC's commercial mechs was significantly greater than the mechs commissioned by the Hexers. While the Blessed Squire and the Valkyrie product line changed the course of the Komodo War, the consequences were mainly confined to the Komodo star sector. At most, the results of the war would only change how organizations and neighboring star sectors treated the eventual winner. The greatest limitation of the Blessed Squire and Valkyrie Redeemer models was their narrow appeal. The same properties that made them incredibly attractive to the Hexer people also caused them to be repulsive to every other person who wanted to pilot a mech that was designed to advance the interests of female supremacists. Who wanted to bask in the glow of a mech that made women crazy and men feel inadequate? No matter how much the second-rate states in the Jaina star cluster wanted to make use of the two models, they simply couldn't. Certainly, people tried. With the hegemony's mech industry ramping up production of the two LMC mech models, it was relatively easy for foreign intelligence operatives to smuggle a handful of mechs. The Hex army hardly noticed if half a dozen copies went missing for some reason. Stealing the design schematics was even better. No matter how much the Hex army tried to keep the schematics hidden, it was impossible to lock them in the toughest safes, considering that a lot of mech companies needed them to produce the mechs. Yet even after the spies succeeded in their mission, the people who received them still couldn't make good use of the stolen schematics. So what if they could reproduce the Blessed Squire and Valkyrie Redeemer? If the foreign organizations from Vicious Mountain or Majestic Teal faithfully fabricated a mech according to the schematics, all they ended up with was a Hexer mech that came with a glow that repelled every non-Hexer. Yet that wasn't the real reason why these foreign powers wanted to steal the design schematics. Their actual purpose was to modify them in order to develop a variant that could be harnessed by their own mech pilots. Unfortunately, the mech designers who secretly tried to adapt the Blessed Squire and Valkyrie Redeemer designs encountered some very familiar problems. A lot of mech designers had already licensed every popular commercial mech design from the LMC. No matter if it was the Desolate Soldier, the Doom Guard, or the Ferocious Piranha, any substantial modification practically ruined their glow. What was even more frustrating was that no mech designer was able to change the properties of the glows. Other than weakening them, there was no other way to transform them into other forms. This meant every attempt to make the Blessed Squire and Valkyrie Redeemer designs more universal yielded no useful results. Stripping the designs of their glows was pointless. They merely turned into generic journeyman-level mech designs. Any senior or master could design something comparable in their spare time. After a lot of fruitless efforts, the mech designers who were tasked with reverse engineering any LMC mech design gave up their efforts. This design philosophy is too opaque. I don't understand any of the principles behind its mechanisms. A lot of mech designers had already learned this lesson, but there were plenty more who needed to experience failure in person before they threw in the towel. Due to the inability to develop third-party variants for any LMC mechs, the increasingly more popular Ferocious Piranha remained an outlier among other bestsellers. Usually, mechs that sold really well almost always had to compete against variants developed by competing mech designers. Yet the products of the LMC continued to be an exception to this rule. Even though plenty of mech designers and mech companies recognized the huge profit potential of the Ferocious Piranha, their inability to retain its valuable glow in a different variant ruined their schemes. Why hasn't anyone come up with a cheaper variant of the Ferocious Piranha? I can't afford to pay so much for a light mech. These damn profiteers! Is the mech industry colluding against us? This mech costs as much as an old starship. Complaints about the Ferocious Piranha's excessively high price continued to flood the LMC. The lack of cheaper variants that retained the same functionality as the base model exacerbated the public criticism towards the mech company. The company's reputation actually incurred significant damage due to this controversy. Too many outfits were pressured into buying LMC products. They really didn't want to spend so much money on a mech they originally didn't plan to buy, but because they needed an answer against enemy glows, they had no choice but to change their buying patterns. Even though the mech market began to regard the LMC as a villain for sparking so many undesirable changes, the company continued to sell its mechs without interruption. This was the true value of holding a monopoly. The mech company would have never been able to get away with charging so much money for its products if there were other competitors. While there were many different mech models that offered great value to their customers, none of them were able to do what LMC mechs could do. As long as glows remained exclusive to the mech company, mech buyers simply couldn't take their business elsewhere. As the grumbling surrounding the Ferocious Piranha continued to dog the LMC, the new mech model also sparked some positive outcomes. Its value and capabilities were already amazing with normal usage. Yet the Ferocious Piranha, along with every other LMC mech, began to showcase a different benefit. With hundreds of thousands of Ferocious Piranhas already circulating in the mech market, all kinds of people and personalities piloted them in battle. Many mech owners already discovered that the personality and inclination of a mech pilot largely determined their compatibility to a specific mech. Those who were more dutiful and honorable meshed well with the desolate soldier. Those who were strong-minded and steady in mind were considerably more suited to pilot the Doom Guard. The Ferocious Piranha welcomed a wide variety of mech pilots, but those who were aggressive and foolhardy tended to be especially compatible with them. It took a lot of guts to pilot any light skirmisher, let alone a light mech that was often outnumbered on the battlefield. In the outskirts of the vicious Mountain Star sector, a local mercenary corps called the Quasar Dwellers, assigned to guard an asteroid mining operation, suddenly came under attack. A rival of their employer had hired another band of mercenaries to attack the mining operation. Even though both sides employed upright mercenary corps under the auspices of the Mercenary Association, the combatants did not hold back in their attacks. These kinds of situations were very common in human space. In general, mercenaries had to uphold their promises to their employers. This was the criteria they were judged upon. No matter the identities of their opponents, they had to make a sincere effort in fulfilling their mission. It's the shell bombers. They're too well prepared. The Shell Bomber Mercenary Corps under the lead of Commander Pearson possessed a notorious reputation in the local region. As their name suggested, the Shell Bombers developed a penchant for deploying lots of destructive ranged mechs. Employers who wanted something wrecked often turned to them as they were some of the best outfits when it came to wrecking industrial operations. Right now, the Shell Bombers that showed up in the distance did not come closer. Instead, their units maintained positions as their cannoneer mechs unleashed large volleys of explosive shells at the mining vessels and facilities protected by the Quasar dwellers. Close in! Don't let these Shell Bombers attack us with impunity. Commander Rita Valson had no choice but to send out most of her mechs to attack the Shell Bomber mechs. Fortunately, the Quasar dwellers splurged on 3 very expensive ferocious piranhas. The new light skirmishers grouped up with a number of other light mechs and advanced ahead of the other Quasar dweller mechs. Using the asteroids as cover, the light mech squad were able to avoid much of the attacks of the Shell Bombers. Yet just as they came close enough to charge straight at their enemies, a large number of other mechs flew out. These other mechs had cleverly hidden themselves behind other asteroids. The new mechs boasted different colors from the Shell Bombers. It became clear that they belonged to a separate outfit. It's the J Warriors! While their names sounded a bit unusual, the J Warriors were just as notorious as the Shell Bombers. The J Warriors excelled in close to mid-range combat and often accepted raiding missions. Now that they paired up with the Shell Bombers, the Quasar dwellers realized that they were completely outmatched. Retreat! Commander Rita Valson commanded. We can't win this fight. Pull back and buy the mining vessels some time to evacuate. If these enemy mercs don't want too much damage, they won't go after the evacuees. We can't. Unfortunately, the Quasar dweller light mechs had gone too deep. The J Warrior mech surrounded them from 3 directions and began to pepper them with fire from all sides. The ferocious piranhas attempted to do something about it, but the J Warriors weren't ignorant of their threat. The attackers had adopted a very wide dispersed formation. Even if the ferocious piranha was able to catch a couple of enemies with its glow, the majority of other J Warriors remained unaffected. They've come prepared. Elmer Conta gritted his teeth as he desperately attempted to turn this situation around with his new mech. We can't break through. His ferocious piranha became trapped in a jar. The J Warriors may not have deployed any LMC mechs, but the tactics they adopted were still effective against this latest terror. If the Quasar dwellers had deployed more copies of this mech model, then their enemies might not be able to pull off this tactic. Yet because they were only able to afford 3 ferocious piranhas, the J Warriors gained the upper hand. Dion! Elmer shouted. To his horror, one of the other ferocious piranhas succumbed after being focused on by the ranged mechs of both the J Warriors and the Shell Bombers. No matter how well the ferocious piranha was able to dodge attacks, it was impossible to remain untouched after being focused upon by over 50 guns. As the enemy mechs focused their fire on a second ferocious piranha, Elmer began to feel more distressed. Even though his ferocious piranha managed to close in on a couple of J Warrior mechs before taking them out, it wasn't enough. Defeat loomed closer than ever. As the second ferocious piranha broke up under all of the concentrated attacks, something finally snapped within Elmer. The Quasar dwellers shall not fall today! The final surviving ferocious piranha began to shake and glow all of a sudden. As Elmer Conta's will solidified, his mech shakily began to exhibit a resonance field that happened to resist many of incoming attacks. Someone just broke through. What? It's an expert candidate. The ferocious piranha immediately gained speed out of nowhere. It advanced onto the J Warrior mechs with much more aggression than before. With just a couple of stabs, every mech targeted by the ferocious piranha fell in battle. With the power of an expert mech, the mech piloted by someone who had just broken through turned into a predator beyond comparison. Chapter 2556, Josephine Isa. Elmer Conta's breakthrough was but the first of several mech pilots who broke through while piloting the ferocious piranha. In fact, he wasn't the first customer to break through while piloting an LMC mech. Under desperate circumstances, numerous mech pilots of the Desolate Soldier, Doom Guard, Blessed Squire, and Valkyrie Redeemer broke through as well. Those who tracked these breakthroughs tried to figure out whether the LMC mechs produced more of them than normal. Interest in this study grew a lot greater after the Larkinson clan welcomed a lot of new expert pilots and expert candidates after its adventure in the Nixian Gap. Were LMC mechs truly capable of producing more expert candidates and expert pilots? So far, the results were inconclusive. Compared to the mech pilots of other mechs, those who piloted mechs such as the Desolate Soldier and Ferocious Piranha possessed roughly the same chance of breaking through. There was no statistical advantage to advancing in rank when piloting LMC mechs. This result disappointed a lot of people who were interested in gaining more expert pilots. No one was more disappointed in these results than the Hexers. With the Friday Coalition gaining more and more momentum with the help of foreign expert pilots, it became more important than ever for the Hexers to obtain more expert pilots. At this point in the Komodo War, dozens of Valkyrie Redeemer mech pilots managed to advance. This was not a remarkable figure in itself. Expert candidates showed up every once in a while. Since the Hex army began to field millions of Valkyrie mechs, it was a given that expert candidates would show up shortly after its release. The true test was whether these expert candidates managed to advance expert pilots. Until that happened, these expert candidates were only a bit more skilled than their regular counterparts. Outside of their breakthroughs, they were unable to evoke any resonating abilities. There was no point for them to pilot expert mechs. This meant that many of the expert candidates who broke through while piloting an LMC mech continued to utilize the same machine. Unknowingly, these expert candidates developed deeper bonds with the mechs that facilitated their breakthroughs. Their mechs had become more alive and they fed back more benefits to their designated pilots. Many expert candidates progressed faster than usual for this reason. Even without this hidden interaction, other expert candidates began to pilot LMC mechs as well. In the Komodo War, the most expensive variant of the Valkyrie Redeemer began to show up in greater numbers. The incredibly expensive Valkyrie Brunhild soared onto battlefields at the head of a larger formation of Valkyrie mechs. In space, a Valkyrie Brunhild piloted by a Hexer expert candidate charged forward. Hundreds of Valkyrie interceptors fired their light pulse carbines at a distant group of sundered phalanx mechs. The mechs of the Gage dynasty fired back with a barrage of rifles and cannons. If there was one lesson the Friday men had learned, it was that it was best to take out the Valkyrie mechs at a distance. The ranged capabilities of the LMC Hexer mechs was not as good as its close combat capabilities. The light rifles wielded by the Valkyrie mechs failed to pose a serious threat against the Sunderers. Josephine Isa, the expert candidate who piloted the Valkyrie Brunhild, knew that harassing the enemy from afar wouldn't do much. The Sunderer mechs were too well protected. "Prepare to charge!" the mech commander in charge shouted. Acting in coordination with other Hexer elements, the Valkyrie mechs began to ready their spears and shields while accelerating forward. Their targets immediately knew what the Hexers intended. No one participating in the Komodo War was ignorant of how the Valkyrie mechs fought. If the sundered phalanx mechs consisted of lighter and more mobile elements, then they would have withdrawn by now. This was not the case. The assault mechs all boasted enough armor to shrug off the ranged attacks of the Valkyrie mechs, but that also meant they couldn't outrun their opponents. If the Hexers wanted to force a confrontation, Then the Friday men had no choice but to accept the challenge. The sundered phalanx mechs began to adopt a different formation. They deepened it so that the charging Valkyrie mechs were only able to attack the front half. Through trial and error, the Friday men managed to learn that as long as they kept enough mechs unaffected from the initial charge, they were able to counterattack with greater success. Even through the Hexer mech pilots witnessed the changes, they did not abort their charge. These inferior Friday men are too weak. Don't be intimidated, sisters. The Friday men ranged mechs poured a lot of firepower at the incoming mechs. Ever since the Valkyrie Redeemer and its variants became more ubiquitous, the Friday men deployed more ranged mechs in order to whittle them down. The casualties among the Valkyrie interceptors quickly shot up. The enemy ranged mechs wielded weapons that were much better equipped to pierce through the armor of the charging machines. This was one of the shortcomings of Valkyrie mechs. Their armor plating was not as thick as that of other medium mechs. While the materials that made up their armor system were quite valuable, the enemy wasn't weak. Unlike the situation facing the ferocious piranhas, the Valkyrie mechs never fought against inferior opponents. Whether it was the Fortune Legion, the Oni Guard, or the Sundered Phalanx, every coalition military organization fielded military-grade mechs that were just as powerful as the mechs fielded by the Hex army. Due to this relative parity, the armor of the Valkyrie mechs only lasted for a short time against concentrated attacks. Dozens of Valkyrie mechs fell in rapid succession. More were incurring serious damage. Even the Valkyrie Brunhild began to attract a lot of fire. Ha ha! Josephine Isa laughed. Fire at me all you want. My mech can take much more of a beating than you think. The Valkyrie Brunhild's thicker and larger shield silently shook as Gauss rounds and laser beams continued to impact on its surface. Yet despite all of this firepower, the shield hardly deformed under all of the impacts. This was the power of a mech that cost 1.6 billion hex credits to produce. The Valkyrie Brunhild was considerably closer to an expert mech than a standard mech in this regard. Even with some errant projectiles impacting the unshielded sections of the Valkyrie Brunhild, Josephine hardly took notice of these incidental attacks. As the Valkyrie interceptors closed in on the prepared Sundered Phalanx formation, the mechs finally initiated their mark for death abilities. Beams of ominous light shone from the third eyes on their foreheads and struck some of the melee mechs positioned up front. No matter how much the melee mechs tried to dodge and evade the light beams, they were unable to shake off the locks. I will not bend! Your superior mother can't put me down! While a number of Sundered Phalanx mech pilots became immersed with visions of death, most of them were strong enough to retain their focus. Weeks after the Valkyrie Redeemer terrorized the Friday men, various institutions within the coalition sought solutions posed by this new Hexer mech model. While some came in the form of counters, others advocated for other means. The Gage dynasty opted to train the mental strength of its mech pilots through special means. While the Sundered Phalanx mech pilots weren't able to shrug off the glows projected by the Valkyrie interceptors, they managed to maintain a bit more battle effectiveness than in the past. Even if they lost control for whatever reason, the AIs embedded in their mechs would automatically take control. The Hexer mech pilots who drove their Valkyrie mechs forth were already aware of this. However, they still had to fight. The Hex army had to slow down and stall the Friday men as much as possible. As the leading edge of the Valkyrie interceptor formation was about to collide with their foes, a single shining mech appeared in the front of the Sundered Phalanx mechs. Josephine Isa's eyes widened. The axe-wielding mech that had previously hidden behind a pair of sturdy space knights was surrounded by two different fields. One of them was an energy shield. Every powerful mech incorporated one. Even the Valkyrie Brunhild possessed a shield generator, though its capacity wasn't as impressive due to its compact size. The Axeman mech did not suffer from this problem. Larger and bulkier than the Valkyrie Brunhild, the remarkable Fridayman mech boasted far more protection. What was truly remarkable about the enemy mech was that it was surrounded by a resonance shield. Damn, it's an expert mech! Though more and more Hexer mech pilots recognized the threat, it was too late for them to pull back. Due to all of their forward momentum, it was impossible for the Valkyrie mechs to turn away or reverse their course. Continue the attack! The Hexer commander ordered. Charge forth and punch through the other side. This is the only way for us to survive this battle. Seconds later, the two sides collide against each other. The Valkyrie interceptors not only widened their glows when they came close, but also released disorienting pulses the moment their spears hit their targets. Almost 100 Fridaymen mechs became impaled. However, hundreds more enemy mechs were spared from the attack. The sundered phalanx mechs immediately launched their counterattack. As the Valkyrie interceptors fought hard to disentangle themselves from their opponents, the enemy expert mech began to tear into their midst. Every axe blow downed another Hexer mech. The expert mech exhibited surprising speed despite wielding a hefty weapon. In the span of 30 seconds, the powerful melee mech already demolished 20 Hexer mechs. What was even more alarming to the Hexers was that the enemy expert mech carved a path straight towards Josephine's mech. As the Valkyrie Brunhild dispatched a pair of sunder offensive mechs in question succession, Josephine tried to suppress her panic as she saw the powerful mech approach. As more and more Valkyrie mechs were cut in half or swatted away like flies, the Hexer expert candidates strangely came under a fatalistic mood. Expert candidates stood no chance against expert pilots. This was especially the case when the latter piloted an expert mech. Though Josephine recognized her impending death, her fury against the Friday men intensified. If the enemy expert mech wasn't here, she and her fellow Hexers might have been able to survive. Yet because of this single variable, most of her battle comrades would likely meet their deaths today. No! She roared. Death is not in your control. Only I decide who shall live and die. To the surprise of everyone, the Valkyrie Brunhild began to show a large amount of activity. The mech began to glow, and a field began to form around it. This was the telltale sign that Josephine ISA successfully advanced to expert pilot. Unnoticed by anyone, the glow of the mech, which was actually weaker than that of the base model, grew considerably. Yet for some reason, Josephine felt the changes in her mech. A grand and powerful presence seemed to touch her mind as she underwent apotheosis. The Superior Mother, she whispered. The Supreme seemed to impart a blessing to Josephine. Not only that, but the Superior Mother's glow seemed to harmonize with her newfound strength. With the strength of her breakthrough, the Valkyrie Brunhild charged forth and slammed against the enemy expert mech. Shields collided and broke as the Valkyrie Brunhild fought like a woman possessed against the strongest Fridayman threat. Due to the short-term advantages granted by the breakthrough, Venerable Josephine was able to exert much more strength than the enemy mech. As her overpowering force of will resonated with her Valkyrie Brunhild, some of her empowered will began to touch the hidden portion of the mech. The spiritual foundation as well as the design spirit resonated with Venerable Josephine's desire to slay her opponent. The third eye of her mech, which was already glowing at its brightest, suddenly projected a solid beam of light onto the enemy expert mech. The axe-wielding machine seemed to pause and slow for a moment as its expert pilot experienced a feeling of doom that was stronger than he had ever felt. At this rare and exceptional moment, it was as if he was being stared at by the Superior Mother up close. This brief pause did not escape Venerable Josephine's attention. Her Valkyrie Brunhild charged forth and thrust its glowing spear through the lower torso of the Friday Man mech. The spear tip pierced through the armor but failed to inflict too much damage. However, the attack destabilized the Axeman mech long enough to generate another opening. With a rapid maneuver, the Valkyrie Brunhild reached the flank of the Axeman mech before launching a powerful blow against the flight system of its target. Several components shattered. Shards spread out from the back of the expert mech as its mobility became impaired. Unable to turn around as quickly as before, Venerable Josephine channeled her entire will and conviction in her final blow. "I sentence you to death!" For a brief moment, the Valkyrie Brunhild shone brighter than ever. A faint but enormous shadow of a woman seemed to surround the Hexer mech as it thrust its shining spear straight through the back of the expert mech. Even though the rear armor of Josephine's target was very tough, the Valkyrie Brunhild's spear punched through the expert mech as if the weapon was blessed. The expert mech was beaten. As the Valkyrie Brunhild began to lose its resonance field, the mech withdrew its spear. Every mech surrounding duel had frozen. Both the Friday men and Hexers were shocked at what had occurred. The Valkyrie Brunhild suddenly raised its spear in victory. "The Superior Mother is with us!" The surrounding Friday men mech pilots despaired. Chapter 2557 Guiding Principles. With the increasing proliferation of LMC mechs, more and more expert candidates and expert pilots emerged from those who utilized the machines. Their breakthroughs were different from that of other people. Elmer Kanta, Josephine Isa, and many other warriors were shaped by the mechs they piloted. In the mech community, everyone knew that a lot of factors determined the extraordinary character of a high-ranking mech pilot. Their parents, their upbringing, their education, their work environment, their friends, their colleagues, and their individual views all influenced their guiding principles. While state militaries invested a considerable amount of effort into steering the views of their expert candidates and expert pilots, they were only able to shape them within a broad range of ideologies. For example, it was easy enough for the Friday Coalition or the Hexadric hegemony to prevent their future expert pilots from developing any sympathy towards their enemies or turning against their own state. Yet that still left a lot of options. How these mech pilots eventually developed was largely out of anyone's control. Not even the mech pilots themselves could consciously choose their own convictions. Mech pilots derived strength from their hearts, not their minds. The former was a lot harder to control than the latter. Fortunately, their specialization and the mechs they piloted exerted a moderate influence in the formation of their guiding principles. Night mech pilots tended to dedicate themselves to protecting others. Light skirmisher pilots leaned towards attaining greater speed. Lancer mechs often strove to exceed their attack power. Yet even then, there was a lot of variance in how they ended up exactly. For example, Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was a light mech specialist. It would have been normal if his force of will was dedicated towards pursuing greater speeds or assassinating the most powerful mechs. Instead, his force of will strayed towards an unusual direction. Venerable Tusa longed for freedom, both literal and figurative. While he was fine with staying in the Larkinson clan, he was not as attached to it as other Larkinsons. This was why Ves knew he had to offer solid benefits to Tusa in order to keep him in the clan. Naturally, Ves hated expert pilots like Venerable Tusa. He also hated sanctimonious, self-righteous expert pilots like Venerable Janzi. Both of them developed force of wills that were oriented around principles that weren't entirely compatible with what Ves had in mind. It would have been great if Ves was able to shape their progression in a more harmless direction. This was why Ves took in the news conveyed by Gavin very seriously. Are you certain about this news, Benny? I have never heard of mechs that were able to produce expert candidates and expert pilots with such a high degree of uniformity. His assistant nodded. While we are still in the process of gathering more data, the details of the known cases are very clear. When mech pilots break through while piloting our products, their guiding principles largely align with their mechs to a much greater degree than usual. Gavin transmitted a report to Ves. It contained all of the cases that the LMC was aware of and performed some analyses in order to prove or disprove some relationships. What immediately stood out was that out of the hundreds, many of them embodied their mechs. Since The Desolate Soldier is our oldest bestseller, the data on its mech pilots is very rigorous, Gavin explained. Over the past couple of years, we have surveyed hundreds of mech pilots who have broken through while piloting this machine. Over half of them live and breathe duty. Whenever they pilot a Desolate Soldier, their immersion in their mechs shoot up and they are able to harness the glows of their mechs to a remarkably finer degree than ordinary mech pilots. Ves let out a rueful smile. That sounds useful, but only if their mechs can keep up with their strength. A budget rifleman mech model like the Desolate Soldier is only fit for cannon fodder. It is completely inappropriate to assign an expert candidate or expert pilot to such a flimsy machine. The value of an expert candidate far surpassed that of a single Desolate Soldier. The value of an expert pilot was even greater. It made no sense for them to continue to pilot the Desolate Soldier despite their amazing compatibility with this trust old mech model. It was simply too weak to keep up with their newfound strength. According to the report, every Desolate Soldier pilot who broke through were no longer allowed to pilot their old mechs. Their superiors assigned higher quality mechs to them so that they could express much more skill. While all of this made sense, it was a pity to the mech pilots. Without piloting the LMC mechs that shaped their convictions, Ves didn't know how many benefits they were missing. This was why only regular mech pilots broke through while piloting the Desolate Soldier. No one was willing to allow valuable expert candidates to pilot a fragile mech. It was not that difficult for enemy mechs to breach the cockpit of a Desolate Soldier. For a long time, the LMC lacked enough data on breakthroughs of expert candidates to expert pilots. Too few employers were willing to let their precious expert candidates pilot a regular commercial mech. That has changed as our products became more popular, Gavin noted. In the last half year, we have begun to output newer mech models. Your Hexer commissions are especially noteworthy. Even though it has only been a short time since the Hex army embraced the Valkyrie Redeemer and its variants, the early data paints a surprising trend. Ves continued to read through the report, and eventually arrived at the incidence of expert candidates breaking through to expert pilots. With excellent LMC mechs such as the Valkyrie Avenger and the Valkyrie Brunhild, the Hex army wasn't shy about letting their precious expert candidates pilot these superior variants. When some of the first Hexer expert candidates finally broke through while piloting these Valkyrie mechs, the outcome was very shocking. Almost each and every expert pilot aligned with the Valkyrie mechs. While the sample size was very small, the fact that every expert pilot dedicated their hearts and souls to the superior mother was very extreme. Not just that, but the new expert pilots also became aligned with the death phase of existence. This caused them to utilize the glows and triggered abilities of their Valkyrie mechs to a much greater degree. Unfortunately, these new Hexer expert pilots faced a common problem shared by every LMC mech pilot. They outgrew their mechs. The Hex army is in the process of arranging expert mechs for them. Without a machine that can resonate with them, the new expert pilots don't stand a chance against their Friday Man equivalent. What happens to their older machines? Their Valkyrie mechs are reassigned to other Hexer mech pilots. Try and keep an eye on what happens to the new recipients of these mechs, Ves commanded. That's going to be difficult, boss. The hexers are only sending us a limited amount of data that they think is necessary to design better hexer mechs. It's a bit difficult to justify why we need these specific data points. Ves frowned. I see. Well, just find a way without giving too much information away. It's quite important for me to see how these specific mechs interact with their new pilots. According to his theories, every Valkyrie mech that hosted a mech pilot that managed to advance should have received a lot of high-quality spiritual feedback. This meant that their spiritual foundations might have been enhanced to the point of reaching the cap of 25 Vs. This was a rather low level of saturation, but Ves was still interested in how other hexer mech pilots fared in these machines. His thoughts went back to the expert candidates and expert pilots that were shaped by their LMC mechs. He wasn't the only one who pondered over this issue. We might be attracting a lot more attention soon, Gavin warned. Previously, there wasn't enough data to make any solid guesses, but it's different now. There is enough data to infer some patterns. The hegemony and an increasing number of customers are inquiring about how LMC mechs are able to shape the orientation of high-ranking mech pilots. Ves attempted to puzzle out why his mechs produced this pattern. It didn't take much effort to develop another hypothesis. Each LMC mech contained two vital spiritual elements that allowed them to stand out from the competition. The spiritual foundation formed the root of their identity and character. While mechs designed and made by other people were able to gain a spiritual foundation as well, they were usually muddled due to lack of focus. Due to his design philosophy, Ves consciously cultivated the spiritual foundation of his mechs. Their foundation grew stronger and purer than the products of other mech designers. This was the most essential quality of his products. Even though a strong spiritual foundation did not necessarily do very much by itself, it breathed a lot of life in his products. It also made for excellent building blocks that Ves could shape into spiritual constructs. The second spiritual element was the design spirit. Though it was an external property instead of an internal one, the design spirit was responsible for bestowing his products with their most defining property, their glow. Glows acted on the minds of people in a passive but irresistible way. Unlike other spiritual interactions, glows were a manifestation of auras. As Ves utilized it more in his products, he began to develop some theories why they worked so well on mech pilots when other spiritual attacks had to pass through the man-machine connection. One of his more radical theories was that mechs were just as susceptible to glows as living entities. Therefore, a glow acting on both the man and machine would not provide much inherent advantages. Another theory he developed stated that glows were not active phenomena. Instead, the interaction happened in reverse. In other words, powerful spiritual entities such as the Golden Cat did not actively output energy. What happened instead was that mech pilots and other living entities possessed an intrinsic sense of beings of greater power. This meant that a glow could not be blocked unless the mech pilot in question developed a method to halt this instinctive spiritual sensing ability. While Ves favored this theory, he had no proof to back it up. He could only leave it in the growing pile of other unconfirmed ideas. In any case, understanding the spiritual nature of his products gave Ves a framework that was able to explain the phenomena described by his personal assistant. Of course, he couldn't expose too many sensitive details. In order to keep his trade secrets secure, Ves spun out a vague story. Our living mechs are different. He confidently grinned as he leaned back on his floating office chair. Every other mech piloted by someone who has broken through is as dead as a piece of rock. From my own understanding of breakthroughs, these remarkable events are very mysterious. Expert candidates and expert pilots are not just shaped by their own beliefs, but also the mechs they are interfacing with. An ordinary mech might not be able to react to their breakthroughs, but that does not necessarily apply to living mechs. I can't say anything further than that as I have not performed any in-depth studies on this topic. Anyway, these are my thoughts. Please convey them to the Hex Army and any other curious customer. Will do, boss. I don't think that will stop them from asking other questions. Ves dismissively waved his hand. Just tell them that this is a confidential matter. Master Moira Willix of the MTA is already investigating this phenomenon in greater detail. Okay. That works, I guess. The best part about this excuse was that it was probably true. Master Willix was so interested in his design philosophy that she never passed up on an opportunity to gather more unusual data related to his products. As Ves dealt with this issue, he began to think about how he should make use of what he learned. If LMC Mech truly exerted a powerful influence on the progression of mech pilots, what did that mean for the Larkinson clan? Chapter 2558 Nurturing Mech Pilots. When Gavin finally finished his daily report, he departed the stateroom, leaving Ves alone with Lucky and his bodyguard. His cat was currently dozing off on his desk. The mechanical cat had been growing lazy lately. Ves grew a little irritated. He tapped his cat on his head. Meow? Aren't you forgetting something, buddy? Meow meow. Lucky innocently blinked. When was the last time you paid your rent? Meow? Don't act stupid in front of me. Ves grumbled at his cat. Your diet is a lot better than before. Do you know why? It's because of all of the mechs I've designed. Do you think that all of the time and effort I've invested in my work is all for the sake of keeping you fat and happy? Meow meow meow. Don't give me that. It's been many months since you did anything useful. Ever since you passed the so-called antithesis essence gems to me, your rear end has gone remarkably silent. That seems rather strange to me since the quality and quantity of your daily meals has tripled. There's a reason for that, you know. I'm not feeding you all of those yummy medium-grade exotics for free. I'm expecting a return on my investment. Sadly, his cat remained unsympathetic towards his expectations. Lucky flippantly swished his tail and phased through the desktop. Hey, don't get away from me! Explain yourself! The gem cat had run away. Ves scowled. The cost of keeping Lucky sated this past month amounted to over 1 billion hex credits. He paid for the exotics because he expected to obtain some good gems. He would have been a lot more reluctant to do so while he still remained inside the Nixian Gap. The strange environment somehow caused Lucky to produce a lot of weird gems such as the Minor Chaos Remnant and the Unstable Chaos Essence gems. Their exact uses were unclear to Ves. While he had utilized them to create spiritual explosions and to empower his wedding bands, he did not believe that was the extent of their use. What would happen if he embedded them into a mech? I'll have to try that out once I get the opportunity, he muttered. It was too wasteful to employ his gems onto ordinary mechs. Sadly, his recent attempts to make a masterwork mech had all ended in failure. He wasn't developing any expert mechs either, so that ruled out another good opportunity to utilize his gems. Of course, just because he couldn't use up his existing gems didn't mean he was content with what he had. He possessed an excess of weird chaos gems but retained very few gems with normal effects. He briefly retrieved his pouch and inspected his current stash. Only 3, huh? That's way too few. Maiden's affection. The desire of an ancient maiden is locked within this gem. Increases the attraction of a mech by 40% to females. Bastet's whisper. The echoing whisper of a feline patron can be found within this gem. Enhances the acceleration of a tiger mech by 30%. Whipping boy. The fear of a boy towards women is encapsulated within this cursed gem. Increases the dread of a mech by 50% to males. His face distorted when he observed the third gem. The whipping boy disgusted him. He wanted nothing more than to throw it away, but that was far too wasteful. He could not bring himself to miss out on a potential payoff. Ugh, forget about it. I'll just reserve this gem on a mech I don't care about, he muttered and put back all of his gems. He returned his attention to the report he received. He reread the document and analyzed the data in greater detail. Why does this data differ from what I've observed of my own expert pilots? It wasn't hard for him to figure out some answers. For one, not all of them piloted LMC mechs. Sure, Ves customized a number of bright warrior mechs for them. However, the mech model's spiritual character was fairly vague compared to his other mechs. With Goldie as its design spirit, the bright warrior's glow was not as focused as the glows of his other mechs. To be honest, Ves mainly intended Goldie to serve as the guardian spirit of the Larkinson clan. He did not want her character to be too centered around specific traits such as aggression or protectiveness. Her main role was to foster greater loyalty and affection towards the clan. While these traits made Goldie compatible with pretty much every clansman, they did not steer anyone towards a specific outlook or fighting style. It made sense to pair her with a versatile mech like the Bright Warrior. Yet her lack of defining strengths also meant that any expert candidates or expert pilots that emerged while piloting Bright Warriors tended to develop in scattered directions. Ves examined his expert pilots one by one. Venerable Janzi, Venerable Orphan, and Venerable Dice are special cases. Each of them developed special bonds with Kalangso, causing them to slant towards protection. However, the influence of defense-oriented design spirit was not able to override their inclinations. From what he could tell, Venerable Janzi best embodied what Kalangso stood for. A very strong factor in her development was the mech that had accompanied her throughout her rise. The Shield of Samar started off as the first production copy of the Aurora Titan. However, through constant spiritual and physical upgrades, it grew into something more. Nonetheless, the Shield of Samar still stayed true to its origin. The Aurora Titan design defined this custom mech and also shaped Janzi's development as an expert pilot. A weird expression suddenly appeared on his face. Compared to my other products, the Aurora Titan is singularly focused on defense. He envisioned a space knight focused on extreme defense when he initially designed the Aurora Titan. He did not hesitate to compromise every other trait in order to squeeze more defensive power out of this mech. This was very rare. Most mechs had to possess at least some rounded capabilities. Without mobility, how would it be able to move? Without offensive power, how would it be able to threaten opponents? It was just that Ves paid less attention to this demand when he designed the Aurora Titan. His extreme approach caused the mech to develop an extreme spiritual character. It didn't help that Ves had designed it shortly after he went through a mastery experience where he rode along Eloise Pelican's desperate attempt to reunite with her son. Her strong maternal feelings and her amazing feats served as strong sources of inspiration. In fact, Ves derived the name of his mech design from the energy projection generated by Venerable Pelican's perfect resonance. As Ves reflected on the history and evolution of the Shield of Samar, he began to comprehend why Venerable Janzi developed such an extreme character. It's my fault. He overlooked how much of a role her mech had played in her development. From the moment she adopted the Shield of Samar as her lifelong partner, she had already begun to assimilate the properties of her machine. In fact, it wasn't just Janzi learning from her mech. The Shield of Samar also grew in alignment with its mech pilot. The latter wasn't important at this time. What mattered more to Ves was how to shape the development of his expert pilots. An engineer abhorred uncertainty. If there was a way to specify how mech pilots progressed, then Ves would not let go of this opportunity. Venerable Janzi's development represents one end of the spectrum, he muttered. Venerable Joshua and Venerable Tusa should be closer to the other end of the spectrum. Venerable Joshua mainly piloted the Quint. Venerable Tusa piloted other light mechs for a long time. In both cases, their mechs did not push them into a specific direction. Like any other bright warrior, the Quint gave Joshua plenty of room to find his own way. Ves was pretty thankful for that, because Joshua encountered no hindrances when he chose to go with his heart. Due to all of the LMC mechs he piloted, Joshua eventually developed a force of will based around life. As for Venerable Tusa, Ves was not as knowledgeable about his development. Nonetheless, the mechs he piloted before did not constrain him very much, causing him to orient his force of will around a principle of his own choosing. The situation was more complicated for Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice. As far as Ves was aware of, their force of wills were offensive in nature. This caused them to develop some contradictions towards Kalankso's influence. The pair of seasoned leaders eventually managed to reconcile these contradictions while still remaining true to their original mindsets. They both focused on offense, but fought with the explicit intent to protect their own people. As Ves considered these outcomes, he didn't know what to think. "It's kind of like being a neglectful parent," he muttered. "I basically let my expert candidates do what they wanted. I didn't exert any control at all on how they progressed. The end result is a bunch of mixed results." If he did not force the expert pilots to develop along specific paths, then he wouldn't have been able to get a grand prize like Venerable Joshua. On the other hand, if he had treated them more deliberately, then Venerable Janzi wouldn't have turned into his political opponent. It was too late to do anything about it. The transition from expert candidate to expert pilot solidified their convictions. As far as Ves knew, expert pilots were no longer capable of changing their minds on a whim. "It's too late for my expert pilots, but not my expert candidates." Ves suddenly realized that he had been a bit neglectful towards the development of the Larkinson clan's expert candidates. He spent much more thought on his mature expert pilots. After all, compared to expert candidates who were barely stronger than before, expert pilots were beyond human. Even without an expert mech to resonate with, their incredible skill and fighting capabilities were not something that anyone could ignore. While Ves recognized that he should never neglect his expert pilots, he needed to be more hands-on with the development of his expert candidates. While they had all formed a nascent force of will, it was still malleable. As long as Ves increased his influencing efforts on them, he might be able to determine how they ended up as expert pilots. This should be possible. Ves wanted to meet with his expert candidates. He needed to know them on an individual basis in order to tailor an individual development plan for each of them. In order to prevent the emergence of another obstinate expert pilot such as Venerable Janzi, he had to make sure they were not exposed to any detrimental influences. He composed a quick message to Gavin to invite all of the current expert candidates to the Scarlet Rose. Once he did that, he leaned back on his chair and thought again. He had to develop a systematic approach as soon as possible while the expert candidates were still susceptible to outside influence. There was nothing wrong with allowing his expert candidates to develop their wills organically. Life was unpredictable, so a part of Ves preferred to take a hands-off approach towards this issue. However, another part of him called for exerting much more control over the evolution of his expert candidates. If he engaged in targeted development, then he might be able to design his future expert pilots. This was very valuable. Different force of wills produced different effects. Some of these effects were more useful to Ves than others. For example, Ves might be able to obtain more expert pilots like Venerable Joshua if he designed a targeted training program. The only challenge was that it was very difficult to obtain a specific result. Right now, VS didn't really have a good idea on how to steer any of his expert candidates into embracing life. Chapter 2559 Expert Candidate Survey. The expert candidates of the Larkinson clan all answered the summons with no hesitation. No matter whether they were taking a nap or in the middle of practice, they all put down what they were doing and boarded a shuttle that brought them to the Scarlet Rose. The mobile supply frigate didn't have enough space to accommodate so many shuttles arriving at once. VS grimaced as he saw a small queue forming at the aft of his personal ship. I need a bigger boat. Ever since VS hijacked the Scarlet Rose from the Coalition Reserve Corps, he fell in love with her advanced features and stellar performance. His prior ship was the Barracuda, which was really just a toy for rich people. Yet just a few years after acquiring her, VS no longer felt impressed with his personal ship. The Larkinson clan grew bigger, and VS grew busier. The scope of his work grew bigger, and his demands on external facilities increased. Even though mobile supply frigates were designed to address the needs of mech designers, the Scarlet Rose was no longer adequate for his purposes. He looked forward to obtaining his factory ship. The humongous volume of this 2-kilometer-long vessel possessed ample room to satisfy all of his needs in the next couple of decades. Only a capital ship was able to keep up with his growth. His new factory ship would not only serve as the industrial heart of the Larkinson fleet, but also serve as his personal seat of power for the times to come. Incidents such as the minor traffic jam forming in front of the cramped hangar bay of the Scarlet Rose would no longer take place. A short time passed before the first invited expert candidate entered his stateroom. Lucky, who had showed up again for some reason, raised his head in curiosity. Meow. Commander Casella Ingvar saluted VS as soon as she stepped inside and approached his desk. You've summoned me, sir? I did. Please take a seat. As Casella sat down, her pet flapped her wings and launched in the air. Chirp! Chirp! The goldfinch-like bird flew above Lucky in a teasing manner. Miri! Don't tease Lucky like that! Chirp, chirp! Meow! Even though Miri was flying high in the air, Lucky used his flight abilities to soar straight upwards before capturing the poor bird. Chirp, chirp, chirp! Fortunately, Lucky was merely toying with Miri. He let her go as soon as he indulged in his victory. The bird was not resigned to this defeat and began to flap her wings even harder. VS and Casella ignored the sideshow. So, Commander, I've heard you are adjusting well to your new position. How are the Sentinels? The Sentinel commander nodded. They are getting better, sir. I've implemented some morale-boosting measures to drag them out of their slump. I'd like to thank you for allocating some of the new second-class mechs to us. A lot of Sentinel mech pilots have grown excited about piloting these machines. Our only regret is that we don't have enough of them to satisfy all of my men. For now, I've set up a rotating schedule to give every mech pilot an equal amount of time to practice with the new additions. That sounds quite fair, but have you ever thought about setting up a reward scheme? By letting the best-performing Sentinels gain more access to the second-class mechs, you can motivate them into working harder. Casella faintly shook her head. Magdalena suggested that as well, but for every winner, there are at least 10 losers. We need to foster cooperation, not competition. Though VS didn't quite agree with that, he did not bother to argue with her. Perhaps her approach worked out better. VS began to ask more questions. Casella freely answered them with clear passion in her voice. The more they talked, the more VS recognized that Casella was in her element. The living Sentinels loved their new commander. As an expert candidate, Casella gained a lot of admiration from the start. This made everything easier for her. When she began to implement some reforms, hardly any of the Sentinels resisted her ideas. Ves figured that without her identity as an expert candidate, Casella would have faced a lot more resistance from her own men. The living Sentinels were in a pretty bad shape once the Nixian Gap campaign concluded. It wasn't fair, but so was life. Casella did not reject the boons granted by her piloting accomplishments, but leveraged them instead. Through her proactive leadership, the Sentinels were finally beginning to move forward again. Through this little discussion, Ves gained a strong impression of Casella as an expert candidate. It was clear that she wanted to dedicate herself towards leadership and responsibility. In fact, Ves even saw the shadow of Colonel Larkinson in the Sentinel commander. Casella was different from Commander Orphan and Commander Dice, who were warriors first and officers second. The latter two were mainly passionate about their martial skills. While they did not reject the need to command their subordinates, they did not obsess over it as much as other people. From what he could see, Casella was in her element when she was commanding. If Ves took this away from her, hardly anything would be left. What was strange to Ves was that her active and developing spiritual potential was very unusual in nature. It was difficult for him to describe her spiritual attributes. As best as he could tell, her attributes were dark, shadowy, silent, thoughtful, patient, calm, and cold. Yet while Casella embodied all of these traits, she did not seem to be too extreme. Frankly speaking, Ves was confused. Both Casella and her brother possessed peculiar spiritual attributes that were actually opposite in nature. Their complex spiritual attributes originally compelled him to hire them, but now that he had them, he was a bit lost. He inwardly shrugged. He didn't have to pay too much attention to the interaction of her spiritual attributes. As far as he could tell, Commander Casella was all about leading people, and that was enough. Now that he had her measure, Ves returned to his original purpose. "If you happen to advance to expert pilot, what would you like to do?" he asked. The direct question stumped Casella for a second. "I'm not sure, sir. According to regulations, I'm supposed to relinquish my position and move over to the Hall of Heroes. It's just..." Ves offered her a friendly smile. "Are you reluctant to leave your command?" "I am. I enjoy my current work and I don't see that changing if I ever manage to advance," she admitted. "You may have a chance of keeping your command once you become an expert pilot." Her eyes widened. "Isn't that against regulations?" He chuckled. "Perhaps it's best to understand the context behind this rule. The Hall of Heroes serves a special purpose. Its goal is to form a separation between our expert pilots and the rest of our clan. We do this not to marginalize our expert pilots, but to limit their influence so that they don't dominate everyone else. The Larkinson clan must be governed by every Larkinson, not a select few clansmen." Casella frowned. "Won't it be dangerous to make an exception for me in that case?" "The threat is there, but the benefits outweigh the costs. It only makes sense to apply the rules when they yield the most gains. I think in your case that our clan is much better served if we allow you to keep your command." A lot of happiness flowed from Commander Casella. She felt enormously relieved now that Ves had given her an opening. "Thank you, Patriarch. This is a very welcome piece of news to me. I even thought about suppressing my progress if I couldn't gain an exemption." If Casella really did that, then the Larkinson clan would be missing out. Even though the Larkinson clan had too many expert pilots right now, he would not forgive himself if he allowed an expert candidate to hold herself back due to a single rule. Though it wasn't entirely proper for Ves to contradict one of his own rules, he didn't care. As the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, he could get away with breaking them once in a while. After he wrapped up his conversation with Casella, she stood up, took her bird, and exited the compartment. Ves made some notes in his implant. In his opinion, he should reinforce Casella's development as an expert pilot by providing her with a custom mech that was oriented towards command, leadership, and responsibility. It didn't hurt to obtain at least one expert pilot that excelled in command. Colonel Larkinson set a stellar example of how such an individual could dramatically affect the performance of thousands of mech pilots. Next. Casella's brother entered next. Unlike her sister, Ayman Ingvar was not as reserved. He marched over to the desk and saluted to Ves before sitting down. His dog, Dawson, was already butting heads with Lucky. Meow! Woof! Well, Ayman, I see you're still wearing the uniform of the Avatars. Why didn't you follow your sister? The Sentinels don't suit me. Ayman shrugged. I feel great fighting alongside the Avatars. Each of them are brothers and sisters to me. If I move over to the Sentinels, I'll have to start over again with mech pilots who aren't as good. What is your aspiration? I want to become a great mech pilot. I want to surpass my limits. I've only taken the first step so far, but I'm confident I can become an expert pilot like Venerable Joshua. If he can do it, so can I. Ayman confidently answered. That was a remarkably simple aspiration to Ves. It sounded rather shallow and not that serious, but he sensed Ayman's sincerity. The discussion continued on for another 10 minutes. Ves asked a range of other questions about Ayman's life in the Larkinson clan and his time in the Avatars. I'm not like my sister. I don't know why others keep comparing me with her, but I'm completely different, he insisted. I know she is doing great things over in the Living Sentinels, but I don't want to be responsible to so many people. Ves quickly moved to reassure him. You don't have to be afraid of that. Many expert candidates and expert pilots aren't suited to command. If you want to focus on developing your piloting skills, then we will provide you with ample opportunities. Compared to his sister, Ayman was a lot more straightforward. He was the kind of mech pilot who did not hesitate to dive headfirst into battle. He was also a bit impulsive and did not always think matters through. What was Ves supposed to do with a mech pilot as boneheaded as Ayman? Should he allow Ayman to continue to progress along these lines, or should he draw his own lines and force Ayman to follow his arrangements instead? Ves had difficulty deciding. A large part of him wanted to treat Ayman as a remarkable control experiment. He wanted to avoid intervening the expert candidate's mental progression and see what happened if Ayman ever broke through. Well, it wasn't as if he was short of expert candidates. He could apply his ideas to his other expert candidates just as well. Ves asked one more question before he let Ayman depart. If you ever advance to expert pilot, what would your expert mech look like? Isn't that what you're supposed to decide, sir? As the recipient, your input matters. We cannot ensure a good fit if we don't know what you prefer to see in your expert mech. Well, I don't really know what I want in my expert mech. Ayman furrowed his brows. I like piloting swordsman mechs, but I can pilot other melee mechs as well. I suppose I'm good as long as you give me an expert mech with strong attack power. Don't give me one of those hexer mechs, though. I'd rather die than pilot a female mech. I will take that into account if the need to design your expert mech ever arises. Chapter 2560, True Blood Primacy. After interviewing Casella and Ayman Ingvar, Ves proceeded to meet with the other expert candidates. While he had met them before, he never really paid too much attention to them. This was rather negligent on his part because if any of them underwent apotheosis, their prior experiences would probably play a significant role in determining their final convictions. Though VS knew it was impossible to exert 100% control over how these pilots transformed, he could still manipulate the odds. It was already a win in his book if his attempt to steer their evolution succeeded 50% of the time. He met all kinds of interesting personalities in the next couple of hours. Anyone who managed to make the first jump was already special in some way. Expert candidates possessed remarkably strong wills compared to ordinary people. This meant they were less inclined to conform to normality. Of course, compared to expert pilots, these lesser individuals were not demigods yet. VS was confident he could hold his ground in their presence. Mr. Tamaryn Larkinson. VS briefly studied the man's profile. I'm glad to see a fellow trueblood here. We've gone through a lot of changes since we left the old family. The 40-ish-year-old mech pilot offered VS a weary nod. That it is. It has only been a couple of years since we've left the Bright Republic, but to many of us, those days feel like ancient history. It's surreal to see so many of our fellow clansmen treating it as a lost era that is only available in the form of archival footage and historical records. VS chuckled. He immediately felt more connected to Tamaryn. Talking about the good old days, even though they weren't very good, always seemed to bind the true bloods together. There were too few of them in the clan. Their shared origin was one of the few elements left that belonged to them, and no one else. The reason why we treat the pre-clan days as if we lived during the Age of Conquest is due to how much we have grown. Just like how the Age of Mechs is unrecognizable to the prior age, our clan has climbed incredibly from the modest roots of the family. If you chose to follow my Uncle Ark and stuck with the current iteration of the Larkinson family, you would find that nothing much has changed. As far as I know, the other Larkinsons are still stuck with their shabby third-class mechs and light carriers. It was impossible for the Larkinson family to be as prosperous as the Larkinson clan. Ark may be an excellent expert pilot and an inspirational leader, but he was not an industrialist. Without VS, there was no one in the Larkinson family who was capable of generating a lot of revenue. It's not that bad, Tamaryn responded. The Larkinson family still has those shares in the LMC. The dividends they've received lately is enough for them to start acquiring some second-class assets, though not as much as us. The family has some other plans in mind as well. As VS continued to chat with Tamaryn, he noticed that the middle-aged mech pilot was very interested in the safety and the development of the Larkinsons. The Avatar mech pilot took a lot of pride in his Trueblood heritage. He paid special attention to the standing of the Truebloods in the clan. He also tracked the progress of the Larkinson family in order to make sure they were doing well for themselves. If the Larkinson family ever encountered trouble, then Tamaryn would definitely feel distressed. VS didn't know what to make of that. Whenever he tried to talk about other topics such as his time with the avatars of myth, Tamaryn exhibited much less passion. To him, serving in the avatars was merely an obligation that he had to meet. He fought in order to prove to everyone that truebloods like him were not freeloaders. His main motivation in growing stronger was to give more weight to the truebloods in the Larkinson clan. The more outsiders we recruit, the less we matter, Tamaryn explained. We can't let the clan slip out of our control. So far, we only have 2 expert pilots out of 5. This is a dangerously low proportion. We need to prove to the adopted clansmen that our superior Larkinson blood and genes makes us better. For this cause, I will do my best to follow the example of Venerable Janzi and strive to break through as fast as possible. I see. Take your time, then. There's no hurry. After Tamaryn Larkinson left the stateroom, VS rubbed his face and updated his notes. Suffice to say, VS didn't think Tamaryn was engaging in productive behavior. Since the clan opened up its doors to outsiders, the integration of foreigners who initially had no connections to the Larkinson proceeded exceptionally smoothly with the help of the Larkinson network. These days, hardly any clansman paid attention whether someone was a true-blood Larkinson or not. Position, friendship, familiarity, and other factors mattered more. So far, most Trueblood Larkinsons accepted this new reality because they were strong and capable enough to maintain their high standing within the clan. It would have been a different story if they visibly lost a lot of power and influence, but that was not the case at the moment. Unfortunately, that did not stop Truebloods like Tamarin Larkinson from becoming concerned about their standing in their clan. Though their intentions were good, Ves would prefer it if they didn't obsess too much over the purity of their bloodline. Ves had long let go of the old definition of a Larkinson. To the clan, anyone who was a part of it was a Larkinson. That was it. There were no internal divisions, and no ranking that stated that one Larkinson was better than the other one. Perhaps that was a very strange custom to other family organizations, but then again they didn't have anything like the Larkinson network. To be honest, aside from sentimentality, Ves didn't really care about his true blood identity anymore. The clan operated by different rules and Ves wanted it to stay that way. Ves had little patience for Truebloods like Tamarin who wanted to turn back the clock. I definitely have to intervene in this stupid fellow's development before he turns into an even greater disaster than Venerable Janzi. He thanked himself for investigating expert candidates like Tamarin more thoroughly. He couldn't afford to let this delusional idiot ruin the harmony of the Larkinson clan. So what should I do? Well, first off, he had to pull Tamarin off his assigned Bright Warrior mech. The Bright Warrior was the quintessential Larkinson mech. Since the Golden Cat was its design spirit, Ves had a feeling that piloting the mech would only exacerbate Tamarin's biases over time. This is one of the blind spots of the network, Ves observed. It instills greater loyalty in the clan but doesn't dictate in what way our clansmen should strive towards. While Ves could have designed a stricter network, that would have been too obvious. He knew that the MTA was definitely keeping an eye on how his clan instilled loyalty in its members. For now, the effect was mild enough that it could easily be chalked up by constant exposure to glows. But if people completely changed their personalities, then that would definitely ring a lot more alarm bells. He quickly wrapped up Tamarin's case by passing on a secret order to Commander Melker. He wanted his cousin to reassign Tamarin to one of the new commercial second-class mech models. He took special notice of the fact that Tamarin specialized in piloting night mechs. That was even more concerning. In the future, I have to make sure he stays away from Bright Warriors and Aurora Titans. Right now, Ves suffered from a lack of mech models that he could use as tools to shape the development of his expert candidates. He could only resort to changing other environmental aspects until he expanded the mech roster of his mech forces. Next, he met with a couple of other expert candidates next. Isabel Coden Larkinson was another Avatar expert candidate. As an adopted Larkinson, she was very grateful to be a part of an ascending clan. Though she cared about her new identity a lot, she still possessed the humility of someone who used to be an average third-rater. She turned out to be a marksman mech pilot who was very precise with a laser rifle. She not only excelled in marksmanship when piloting a mech, but also won tournaments when wielding laser weapons in person. Aside from her calm and analytical mindset, she didn't stand out in any way aside from her age. She wasn't that much older than Venerable Joshua, which meant she possessed a brighter future than Tamarin. It was too bad that she wasn't an Ilvanan. If she was an adherent of the Ilvanan faith, then Ves would have arranged her to pilot his new Transcendent Punisher mech model. Thank you for answering my questions. Ves nodded towards her. You may go now. I will discuss your situation with Commander Melker and see if we can give you some more opportunities to improve your marksmanship. Ves met with some living Sentinel expert candidates next. Percival Larkinson was a stoic and mature Trueblood Larkinson who did not show as much respect to the clan patriarch as the ones that came before. I see that you've lived through some tough battles during the Nixian Gap campaign. I survived that hellhole of an abyss, yes. I can't say the same for the 400 Sentinel mech pilots who failed to make it out. They were my comrades, sir. Oh boy. Ves expected to face some pressure when he met with a living Sentinel, but Percival seemed to have quite a chip on his shoulder. Predictably, the rest of the meeting did not proceed well. Percival kept his back straight and stared judgmentally at Ves. Obviously, the surviving Sentinel still reserved a lot of blame to Ves for dragging so many clansmen to their deaths. Ves noted that Percival was a striker mech specialist. Though the skilled Larkinson mech pilot was capable of piloting other mech types, he preferred to pilot striker mechs. In fact, he previously piloted the Doom Guard when he was a part of Task Force Predator. Due to the Doom Guard's double-edged nature, its mech pilot had to endure a lot of mental pressure. Someone like Percival must have subjected himself to a lot of torture in order to pilot this hellish machine. Ves briefly grew concerned. What happened when someone with a lot of resentment piloted a torture machine every day? He didn't think anything good would arise. If Percival Larkinson ever advanced to expert pilot, then it was very likely that he would turn into another political opponent. Okay, I've learned enough from you. You can return to your unit now. Percival rigidly sat up, saluted Ves, and turned around. As Ves watched the expert candidate go, he added some warning messages to Percival's private record. To be honest, he didn't want Percival to become an expert pilot at all. However, he couldn't be too blatant in stifling the progress of an expert candidate. The Larkinson clan was supposed to be an organization that prized fairness and equality. Ves couldn't arbitrarily suppress random Larkinsons just because he didn't agree with their views. Fortunately, I can still enact some measures. As the most important mech designer of the Larkinson clan, Ves was essentially able to dictate the mechs that his Larkinson mech pilots were supposed to pilot. This was a considerable power, and one that he would always strive to keep. Ves quickly composed another secret order that instructed Commander Casella to address Percival Larkinson's problematic views. He did not add any additional instructions. Instead, he gave the new Sentinel commander a lot of leeway in order to see how she addressed this issue. Consider this a test. Ves couldn't babysit all of the expert candidates. It was up to their individual commanders to sort out the problem cases. I'm a mech designer, not a pilot designer. Chapter 2561, Problem Cases. Compared to Percival Larkinson, Lieutenant Hector Larkinson was a lot less severe. The living Sentinel officer entered V's stateroom with a smile. He even waved at Lucky in a friendly manner. Hey, Lucky! What's up? Is there anything interesting up there? Meow. The gem cat replied as he lay upside down with his body pressed against the ceiling. Be careful not to fall! Meow! Lucky arrogantly turned his head. When the Sentinel lieutenant sat down, he began to talk amiably with the clan patriarch. What stood out from Hector was that he had already started a family and cared a lot about his wife and kids. For the sake of my family, I can't let myself be haunted by the battles I've been through. Hector spoke to Ves. Percival can be as grumpy as he likes because he doesn't have to take care of some kids. I'm different. I have to be strong in order to give them an opportunity to grow up happy. That is a very admirable sentiment, Lieutenant. Not every survivor of the Nixian Gap campaign is as ready to move on as you. Are you okay? The expert candidate let out a brief sigh. It was difficult at first, but it's getting better now that we have a new commander. It's hard to move on when everyone around you keeps reliving those disastrous battles. Now that we are finally regaining our pride, I feel we'll soon be back to normal. I can continue to serve when I'm on my shifts and return to my family when I'm off duty. As Hector continued to answer a couple more questions, Ves gained a good sense of what he was dealing with at the moment. What reassured him a lot was that Hector was not a problem case like Tamarin and Percival. If the latter two ever succeeded in advancing to expert pilot in their current forms, they had a very high chance of using their newfound power and influence to pursue unpalatable goals. Ves did not sense any threat from Hector so far. Of course, there was a chance that the mech lieutenant was misrepresenting himself, but so far he came across as someone who didn't have a lot of ambition. This was actually Hector's greatest problem. In order for expert candidates to reach the next step, they had to push themselves. Each and every expert pilot was a driven individual before they transformed into demigods. Ves was not aware of a case where expert candidates basically slept their way to expert pilot. Such individuals were unworthy to transcend to a higher life phase. This was why he was concerned about Hector. As a family man, it made sense for Hector to settle for the living sentinels even if his piloting skill qualified him for the avatars of myth. The latter may be a lot more prestigious, but demanded a lot more commitment. Avatars had to serve for days, weeks, or even months at a time. They enjoyed a lot less off days than the Sentinels. This was largely by design. The avatars of myth were supposed to put the interests of Ves and the Larkinson clan above their own interests. If the situation ever called for it, the avatars were expected to make the ultimate sacrifice. Was Hector someone who was willing to give up his life for the greater good? Ves seriously doubted it. Loyalty to the clan only extended so far. Even though the Sentinel expert candidate was another true-blood Larkinson, that did not mean he was a die-hard idealist. "Why did you join the Larkinson clan?" Ves asked. He couldn't hold back his curiosity anymore. "From what it sounds like, you would have been a better fit for the Larkinson family. Our clan can't completely guarantee the safety of your wife and kids." Hector shrugged. "I'm aware of that, sir. To be honest, I want my family to live better than they have before. You and your clan may be engaged in various dangers, but I believe there is a purpose behind all of your decisions. No matter how bad some of your actions seem from the outside, it's undeniable that our clan has grown rapidly. Before any notions about breaking off from the Larkinson family, I never thought that we would turn into second-raters so soon. This is just the start. While it sounds like a fantasy, I aim to turn us into first-raters within a century. In fact, it might not even take that long." While the aspiration excited Hector, it did not have much of an effect. To many people, becoming first-raters was a pipe dream. The gulf between third-raters and second-raters was much easier to overcome than the gulf between second-raters and first-raters. Many second-raters themselves had attempted to lift themselves up to the standard of the greatest humans, only to fall along the way. Ordinarily, citizens of second-rate states had to become master mech designers, ace pilots, or something equivalent to those exalted ranks to become eligible to join a first-rate state. Everybody else simply wouldn't belong to this great society within human space. The first-rate states and first-rate superstates were incredibly crowded. While their regions of space were highly developed, it was already difficult to ensure that every first-rate citizen enjoyed the privileges they were entitled to. There was hardly any support to share the bounty of their states towards outsiders. Therefore, it shouldn't be a surprise that Hector thought that Ves was merely talking big. "Okay, I think I know enough. You can go now. Good luck." "Thank you, sir. Let me just say that you have my support as long as you continue to strive for a better future for our descendants." Ves smiled. "Understood." He dropped his smile as soon as Hector left the compartment. He grew thoughtful as he considered how to handle this case. So far, Lieutenant Hector Larkinson came across as a pleasant person. Though Ves didn't obtain too much information about his piloting inclinations, he knew that the man specialized in piloting space knights and other defensive mechs. Percival and Hector Larkinson are very different despite piloting the same kinds of mechs, Ves muttered. No matter how Hector turned out, if he ever underwent apotheosis, Ves did not sense much threat from the living sentinel. The only problem was that Hector did not sound as if he was doing his best to advance to the next rank. He's a sentinel, Ves shrugged. What can I expect? There were at least 2 categories of mech pilots within the living sentinels. Some possessed great ambitions or wanted to attain a specific goal. Percival Larkinson fell into this category. The problem with these people was that they didn't measure up in some way. Perhaps they weren't diligent in their practice. Perhaps they had personality problems that made them unsuitable for the elite mech forces. Perhaps they were unwilling to commit enough time to their jobs. People like these shouldn't be able to advance to expert candidate in the first place. The extreme pressure of the Battle of Ulamos Citadel and the battle against the Abyss must have pushed him over the edge. Instead of breaking, his will spontaneously grew stronger. What a lucky bastard! While the most diligent, noble, and skilled mech pilots tended to break through at higher rates than other mech pilots, exceptions occasionally popped up. Percival should be one of those cases. Lieutenant Hector was different. He was not as driven as Percival, but he was a good performer prior through his breakthrough. What was notable about this was that Hector was not as diligent in training as his other colleagues. Whereas some sentinels regularly participated in extra practice sessions in order to become eligible to join one of the elite mech forces, other sentinel mech pilots treated their occupations as day jobs. Clock in, pilot mechs, clock out. Of course, they did much more than piloting mechs, but this was how people like Lieutenant Hector approached the job. It was rather disappointing to Ves. Still, he knew what he would be getting when he initially set up the living sentinels. The abnormality is that one of these people broke through anyway. That was a testament of Hector's high talent. Even if he didn't work that much, he was already known as a skilled mech pilot and junior officer. Ves bet that if Hector did not have a family, he would have become a great avatar mech pilot. Yet that wasn't the case, which put Ves in a difficult condition. If he had his way, he would have wanted to transfer Lieutenant Hector to the avatars of myths so that the expert candidate could dig out his true potential. I can't do that. Ves shook his head. To Hector, family is more important than his career. If Hector remained at the Sentinels, he might never advance to expert pilot. Sure, Ves could assign a fantastic mech with 100 Ves to Hector, but a machine could not do all of the work by itself. Expert candidates had to polish their wills and remove all of their doubts and fears to become expert pilots. That took active effort. The issue here is that Hector clings too much to his mortality. Expert pilots were beyond human. This also implied that they were distancing themselves from their humanity. Every expert pilot that Ves had met had sacrificed something in order to attain more power. Some gave up more than others. Wait a minute. There's an exception. Venerable Joshua still remained remarkably like his old self. Sure, his confidence grew and he became a bit more assured of his strength. However, he did not come across as aloof and superior as the other expert pilots. His life domain and his outlook on his piloting career had a lot to do with that. This was important because the Quint should have carried some of that over as well. Perhaps something good may arise when Lieutenant Hector is assigned to the Quint. While this was an interesting idea, Ves wasn't able to implement it straight away. Currently, Venerable Joshua still piloted the Masterwork mech. He needed to convince the expert pilot to make do with another mech. Maybe I can persuade Joshua to pilot a Transcendent Punisher for a time. The fact that it's an Ovanan mech design shouldn't matter. In fact, Joshua can probably pilot my Hexer mechs. Out of all of his mech pilots, only Joshua exhibited the highest compatibility. To be able to pilot an Ilvanian mech proficiently despite his lack of belief in the great prophet was very remarkable. If Prophet Ilvain didn't have much of a problem with Joshua, then the superior mother shouldn't either. Ves drafted a set of orders. He asked Venerable Joshua if he would like to pilot some other LMC mechs for a time. He told Commander Casella to transfer the Quint to Lieutenant Hector if the mech became available. He also made a quick call to Calabast. He requested her to keep an eye on the problem cases that he had met. Both Tamarin and Percival Larkinson needed to be monitored, and who better to do that than the Black Cats? Calabast's projection carefully nodded. Performing some surveillance on these expert candidates is not an issue. What should we look out for, if I may ask? Just look for any behavior that is detrimental to the Larkinson clan. Do you want us to correct any potentially problematic behavior? Don't do anything unless you check with Major Verl or me, Ves quickly added. Also, I want to know more about the life of Lieutenant Hector Larkinson of the Living Sentinels. He's not working hard enough, and I need to know what we can do to increase his drive. We'll get right on it. Calabast simply accepted his orders. He didn't need to explain anything further to Calabast. He knew that spying and possibly intervening in the lives of his expert candidates might not go over well with everyone, but he still considered this to be a necessary step. Expert candidates were investments to Ves. He had to nurture them carefully in order to yield his desired expert pilots. Chapter 2562, The Second Republic. After a brief break, Ves continued to meet with the remaining expert candidates. Due to his prior interviews, he gained a better sense of what he should ask and what he should be looking out for. The talks took less time as Ves didn't need to bumble around as much to understand the person sitting in front of his desk. I prefer to pilot light skirmishers, but I can make do with any other light mech. Trinity Larkinson answered one of his questions. Still, for a long time, the Sentinels didn't have any good light mech models. We still don't have any for that matter. You don't like the commercial light mech models that we've imported? They're fast, but not fast enough. Against other second-class opponents, I doubt I can do much with them. If it's possible, I would like to obtain a better mech. It's in the works. In half a year, we'll have a light skirmisher that is fully capable of fighting other second-class mech forces. That is music to my ears. I'll be waiting, sir. Trinity was one of the more normal expert candidates that Ves had met so far. Nothing about her rang any alarm bells. She was just a young Sentinel mech pilot who happened to break through as well. Yet that did not mean she would remain normal if she ever broke through. Depending on her mech and her environment, she might go the same way as Venerable Janzi and warp into something different. Obviously, this should never happen again. Therefore, Ves decided that even unassuming expert candidates had to be monitored to an extent. He even thought about starting up a new group within the military bureau or the Hall of Heroes that was tasked with guiding the expert candidates of the clan. That's a good idea. Right now, it's enough to deal with them on an individual basis, but I might have my hands full in the future. The fact that no one had developed a systematic approach to this issue so far was a sign that such a group was very needed. Why should Ves take precious time off his schedule in order to deal with the expert candidates in person? The other people in the clan should be more than capable of dealing with this matter. Once he dismissed Trinity, he quickly composed his thoughts into a document and sent it to Major Verl. We'll talk later about this issue. The last two expert candidates were very different from the ones that came before. Ves Larkinson was a flagrant vandal. Though Ves did not have an impression of her back when he served in the Mech Corps, he still felt some kinship with the former veteran of the final Bright Visual War. I never expected I would become an expert candidate after turning my back on the Mech Corps and the Bright Republic. Avi ruefully smiled. At my age, even. I'm old enough to be a mother. Did you know that I thought about transferring to the Living Sentinels in order to settle down and start a family? Ves blinked. Oh. Are you still going through with that plan? I can't, sir. I'm an expert candidate now. The opportunity to become an expert pilot lies before me. How can I turn my back on a chance that many of my fellow mech pilots yearn to grasp? I owe it to everyone to try my best. Besides, I'm the only flagrant vandal who broke through in the last battle. I need to do my comrades proud. The avatars shouldn't be the only ones who are hogging all of the limelight. The middle-aged woman sounded as if she was thrust on a pedestal when she was more than content with remaining in the background. It's not your duty to become an expert pilot. We already have plenty of them. It's already a burden to provide them all with expert mechs. Avi shook her head. You don't need to fool me, sir. We all know what we are up against. One more expert pilot is always better. It is my duty to defend our clan. I won't be able to live with myself if I slacked off and a lot of Larkinsons die yet again. Are you suffering from survivor's guilt? She sighed. Maybe. You don't have to worry about me. I'm already undergoing therapy. The folks at the Foundation are very understanding. That sounds good, but it doesn't seem as if you changed that much. That's because I have too many missions to fulfill. Her eyes grew more intense. We used to be Brighters, you know? Even though we broke off from the Republic, we are still Brighters at heart. We are Larkinsons now. The Larkinsons always stood for the Bright Republic. As far as I'm concerned, we are a continuation of our state. Just look at our rules, our structure, and how we treat each other. Even though we have adopted some other customs, we are still indistinguishable from other Brighters. Our leaders are Brighters. I'm a Brighter. It's a given that we take after our mother culture. And we can continue to keep the torch lit, Avi passionately exclaimed. I'm ashamed of what has become of the Bright Republic. After the government bent its knees to the Friday Coalition and the Sandmen destroyed our greatest economic center, our home state simply isn't the same anymore. Ves shrugged. He couldn't care less about the state that stabbed him in the back and sold him out to the Friday men. Life goes on there. While it's regrettable that a lot of Brighters died in the Sand War, our state still stands. Our former people will be able to pick themselves and rebuild. There's even a vast amount of sand-scoured star systems to resettle. That will keep our home state and many other nearby states busy for the next couple of centuries. Avi sneered. It's not the same anymore. The Bright Republic has changed once it fell under the yoke of the Friday Coalition. Have you been keeping up with the news over there? Each day, the Ilvain Protectorate and the Vesia Kingdom keeps hammering more nails in our state. They practically own the government, and the Friday men keep letting them get away with their covert attempts to annex our space. The Bright Republic needed a lot of aid after the fall of Bentheim. I don't think you're wrong, sir, but there's a difference between providing aid and taking over entire planets and institutions. Ves really didn't want to argue with the Vandal pilot about irrelevant matters. Ever since he founded the Larkinson clan, he cut off almost every sentiment he held towards his home state. Obviously, Avi was very different. The flagrant Vandals had always been more reluctant about leaving the Bright Republic. They hated the changes that took place there but were still loyal to it. Of course, there were plenty of Vandals who were more than happy to escape their shackles, but there were also people like Avi who used to take their duties seriously. Avi swept her arm. I think we have an opportunity to continue the mission of the Bright Republic. The state may have decayed, but its people live on. Once we reach the Red Ocean, we can build a new Bright Republic over there. This time, we'll do it properly. No founding families. No concentrating our industry on a single planet. No betraying our greatest soldiers. I believe that as long as we learn from the lessons of the past, the Second Republic can become the new home to the brighter people. Okay, Ves awkwardly replied. It took some time for him to dismiss Avi. He let out a sigh of relief once she left. Of all the clansmen who were lucky enough to become an expert candidate, why her? Why can't I get more people like Trinity? Meow. Lucky mockingly swished his tail as he observed the proceedings from the ceiling. Ves raised his fist at his cat. Hey, this is your problem as well, you know. Obviously, it would be another disaster if Avi Case became an expert pilot while she was still delusional about reviving the Bright Republic in the Red Ocean. Ves had no intentions of founding a state in such an unstable region. Even if he did, he wouldn't follow the model of the Bright Republic. His Larkinsons deserved better. He composed some messages and sent them off to Major Vole, Commander ABI's Firelight, and Calabast. Avi Case had rang a lot of alarm bells in his mind. It was important to monitor her behavior and compose a plan to correct her course as soon as possible. Well, one more to go. I hope he's normal. He called in his final appointment. Zimro Belson Larkinson was different from the rest. The black cat strode inside the stateroom. His dark uniform fit his slim but athletic form well. Patriarch. Please have a seat, Mr. Zimro Belson. The man did so. A few seconds passed as Ves tried to take the man's measure. Zimro was different from every Larkinson he had met today. The man was not a regular clansman. He was part of the Black Cats, which adopted a very different approach to mech piloting from the rest. What stood out even more was that Zimro was part of the Zona Stalkers. Not too long ago, he served under the Dry Snakes at Yulamos Citadel. Not only did he used to be a pirate, he also had second-class roots. As a former Zona Stalker who fought on the side of the faction that wanted to return to civilized space, you must have ties to the Life Research Association, right? Zimro nodded, but his answer wasn't very solid. I left relatives behind, but they have already moved on. I didn't fight to restore my name in order to meet with them again. In fact, we're better off if we stay out of each other's lives. Then, why did you take the risk of siding with our clan? I'm simply disgusted by what we did. Zimro scowled. There is no honor in piracy. I embraced your clan because you and your people are honorable. In my years at Yulamos Citadel, I have spilled too much innocent blood, whether directly or indirectly. Each day, I lost more and more hope that I would be able to look into the mirror with my head held high. Has that changed since you've become a Larkinson? Not quite. The Black Cat expert candidate shook his head. I still have much to make up for. I am only just starting to redeem myself. You sound like a penitent sister. We are much alike. I respect them for their integrity. Zimro nodded, plainly accepting the comparison. Don't you think it's a contradiction for a black cat to redeem himself? After all, you are part of the intelligence branch of our clan. Sometimes it's necessary to get your hands dirty. There is honor in service. Even if we are compelled to do what is necessary, at least I can take comfort in the fact that it is for the greater good. This wasn't the case when I was still a Zona Stalker. No matter what we did, it always ended up enabling more pirates. Ves grew more and more concerned about Zimro. While he applauded the expert candidate for trying to restore his honor, black cats weren't supposed to be the good guys. Have you ever thought about transferring to the avatars, perchance? Zimro grimaced. I did, and I rejected the notion. My presence there would only blacken this honorable branch. I would never leave until I have paid for my sins. Besides, the black cats need me. My experiences during my pirate days has taught me that every outfit or group needs a good role model. Without me, I'm not sure if the rest of the Black Cats will be able to remain pure. I think Calabast has gotten that covered. You don't need to worry about this problem. Respectfully, I'll be the judge of that, sir. Ves mentally noted Zimro as another problem case. Chapter 2563, Butting Heads. 9 different expert candidates. 9 different personalities. 9 different problems. Ves pressed his fingers against his forehead. Recognizing potential risks in time was always good, but it did not help him maintain his stress levels. Burdens continued to pile up on his shoulders as time went on. It wasn't easy to be the leader of a clan that was numbering past 30,000 members and counting. For now, the expert candidates didn't possess enough power and influence to pose a threat to him. Yet that didn't reassure him much, as the story would be completely different once they broke through to expert pilot. Once they became demigods, their status changed dramatically. It was impossible to treat them like regular Larkinsons. In the traditions of the Larkinson heritage, extraordinary mech pilots always enjoyed immense respect. Even if Ves tinkered with the rules of the clan in order to curb their power, he couldn't do much to prevent others from idolizing these supreme soldiers. Worshipping high-ranking mech pilots was one of humanity's universal traits. In the Age of Mechs, almost every society put expert pilots up a pedestal. The only difference was how high the states raised them. In Vicious Mountain, extraordinary mech pilots wielded an incredible amount of authority. In the Hexadric hegemony, expert pilots still had to bend their heads in front of the matriarchs of their society. What gave Ves another headache was that the Larkinson clan was a martial organization at heart. Just like the Cross clan, the Larkinsons adhered to a culture that valued military strength and personal prowess. If Ves hadn't proven his courage and valor by participating in the Bright Visual War and personally leading Task Force Predator into the Nixian Gap, he would have never been able to command so much respect from his own clansmen. Yet no matter how many battles Ves participated in, he could never become as popular as an expert pilot. It sounded silly at first. As a wildly successful mech designer, Ves was single-handedly responsible for enriching the Larkinson clan. With hundreds of billions of hex credits pouring into the coffers of the LMC every month, Ves could outright buy expert pilots if he wished. Unfortunately, far more people in the clan admired Venerable Joshua than the clan patriarch who lifted them from their third-class roots. Mech designers were too distant and aloof to the general public. While the barriers to become a mech designer weren't high, it was extremely difficult to become a journeyman and achieve true success. Most mech designers actually didn't earn that much respect. Those that did were so rare that they were seen as unfathomable wizards. The work that mech designers engaged in was so technically sophisticated that no average person was able to appreciate their brilliance. In short, Ves may be the leader of the Larkinson clan, but he would never be its foremost star. The Larkinsons were too predisposed to regarding expert pilots as heroes. I don't see why you're so upset about that, Calabast idly remarked as she draped her body across his couch. You're not a vain person as far as I know. No matter how much expert pilots are hogging the limelight, the real power lies with you. The expenditures of the Larkinson clan are enormous and cannot be separated from your earning power. Meow. Lucky squinted his eyes as he comfortably rested onto the black cat's stomach. Strong fingers rubbed across his tiger-striped form. Ves pensively paced around his stateroom. Popularity is a weapon. Once the expert candidates I've mentioned turn into expert pilots, their obsessions and pet peeves will become amplified. I don't know about you, but I don't want our clan to turn into an advocacy organization that is only preoccupied with fulfilling the personal and political objectives of a bunch of uppity mech pilots. I see. Calabas briefly paused, causing Lucky to pat at her uniform in complaint. She resumed pampering the gem cat. I'm not unsympathetic towards your problem, but it is not that easy to do something about it. From what little I know about expert candidates, they are already a lot more set in their ways than regular mech pilots. People who are able to rise above mediocrity are always different. I know that, but that doesn't mean I can tolerate every personality. Tamarin Larkinson wants to elevate the status of Trueblood Larkinsons to the detriment of others. Percival Larkinson is traumatized sentinel. Avi Case wants to transform the Larkinson clan to the second coming of the Bright Republic. Zimro Belson, one of your own men, feels he needs to cleanse himself and the Black Cats. What do you think will happen if any of them gains a massive voice? Outside of his expectation, Calabas did not exhibit the paranoia that he expected from a controlling spymaster. She nonchalantly shrugged. I'm very much aware of Zimro's inclinations. It is not bad for the Black Cats to have such a person around. A truly competent organization should never be homogeneous. A bit of diversity is essential to keep everyone on their toes, and there is no better way to keep my men in check than to put an adversarial member in their midst. VS put his hands on his hips. How you manage the Black Cats is your business, but once Zimro advances, he becomes an issue to the rest of the clan. Perhaps his inclinations aren't as problematic, but we're all going to get our hands full once someone like Tamarin and Avi gains a greater voice. VS. Didn't you listen to what I just said? About how you manage your Black Cats. Calabas nodded. Since you didn't get the hint, let me spell it out for you. Currently, you view those expert candidates as problem cases. While you're not wrong to view them that way, they are only problems if you let them stir up trouble. On the other hand, as long as you find a way to take advantage of their inclinations, they might become assets instead. That's playing with fire. VS frowned. Expert pilots can't be controlled. They can easily bite the hand that feeds them. Janzi has already done so. I don't want other dogs chewing on my flesh. You're not thinking this through, kid. From what it looks like, expert pilots will keep emerging from the ranks of the clan. Are you determined to transform each and every expert candidate? It won't work as well as you think. Both the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony have performed plenty of studies on this topic. Expert candidates are strong because of who they are right now. If you attempt to indoctrinate them into different people, you will be robbing them of the source of their strength. If you don't believe me, you can try. I can guarantee you that you will ruin the potential of most of your expert candidates. Her words splashed cold water over his plans. VS froze as he took in her explanation. Her arguments conformed with his own theories on the progression of mech pilots. VS thought that it was not that problematic to change the ideology of expert candidates. But if the Coalition and the Hegemony failed to achieve good results, then why should he do any better? Certainly, he had a secret weapon in the form of spiritually enhanced mechs, but they merely increased a mech pilot's spiritual accumulation as far as he knew. The intangible willpower that represented the true source of strength of a mech pilot could not be elevated by outside factors. Otherwise, more advanced states as well as the MTA would have been able to pump out a lot more expert pilots. His glower deepened. Are my hands tied then? Is it futile to proceed with the plan to set up the Mech Pilot Management Bureau? I didn't say that, VS. I still support your idea. I'm just warning you to tone it down. People aren't machines. You can't just reprogram and expect them to function normally. In my line of work, we often gain better and more consistent results if we merely nudge people into the right direction. We have learned the hard way that if a nudge turns into a shove, the individual in question is liable to push us back. Don't make the same mistakes we did. If there is one notion I agree with you, it's that our expert candidates are all assets. VS approached and sat down on another couch. He looked at her with a helpless expression. Instruct me, then. How should we manage our expert candidates? It's not too complicated. You can still attempt to influence your expert candidates, but you need to be careful about changing their core values. You can't be too heavy-handed in their treatment. It's a lot better to set up the situation that encourages them to alter their course on their own accord. However, it is crucial that you don't go too far with this. You can moderate an expert candidate's inclinations, but you cannot force him to adopt the opposite stance. She continued to give him some advice on how he should address this issue. Her overall message was that if he objected to any of his expert candidates, he could only lessen the severity of the problem. However, more often than not, he couldn't make it go away. There is only one real way to prevent expert candidates with troublesome motives from turning into threats. You can stop them from advancing in the first place, Calabast remarked. That was indeed a viable, if suboptimal solution. Ves felt very uncomfortable about crippling the future of any of his expert candidates. It was no different from engaging in political machinations. The Larkinson clan should never pit Larkinson against Larkinson. In the end, I should just accept I will have to deal with troublesome personalities? He asked. Not perhaps you look at the current state of our 5 expert pilots. Venerable Janzi is quite a handful to you, right? Yeah. I should have paid more attention to her. If I knew she would end up this way, I would have taken the shield of Samar away. Calabast frowned. That's exactly what I'm warning you against. You can't go against your expert candidates like this. If Janzi was able to advance to expert pilot anyway, then her resentment against you would have settled in too deeply. If your act ruined her progression, then her absence in crucial moments such as the battle against the Abyss would have led to a lot more losses. He understood her implicit message. No matter how troublesome it was to deal with an expert pilot with a problematic agenda, they were still assets to the clan. Their strength was undeniable, and the Larkinson clan wouldn't be as strong if Ves ruined their future. I brought up Venerable Janzi for a reason, Ves. She continued. Even though you consider her a headache, is she really damaging your interests? She isn't. Calabast smirked. That's because you've employed other ways to neutralize her threat. Putting her in the Hall of Heroes, making her a member of the Larkinson court, and so on are all viable ways to limit how much trouble she can stir up. Yet these measures aren't as good as employing a counterbalance. A counterbalance? An opponent. Isn't Venerable Joshua highly opposed to her stance? His existence constrains Venerable Janzi. So long as he voices his support for you, Venerable Janzi won't be able to gain enough traction in the clan to curb your authority. That works? Ves dubiously asked. Think about all of the expert pilots and expert candidates that you have. Many of them can be nudged into butting heads against each other. This is how large organizations truly manage their expert pilots. They can be quite a handful if they left to their own devices, but once they get into a conflict with others of their kind, they will be so consumed by them that you can just sit back and relax. He had to admit that this approach sounded very elegant. Instead of trying his best to suppress the problem cases, why not leave the job to other expert pilots? It was perfect. Chapter 2564 Compromising Allies. With the help of Calabast's useful insights, Ves formulated a revised plan to manage the expert candidates of the Larkinson clan. By no means was he willing to let these potential problem cases develop without supervision. That was a recipe for chaos and disaster. He still pushed through with his plan to set up the Mech Pilot Management Bureau. He just dialed back its mission and imposed stricter limits on its discretion. The new bureau needed to employ a soft touch to manage, supervise, and guide the future expert pilots of the clan. It was very important to prevent any of the expert candidates from brewing any resentment towards him or the current leadership. If they had any aspirations that were detrimental to his agenda, then the Bureau should employ gentle means to dampen their extreme edges. The goal wasn't to remove the problem, but to turn a bigger issue into a smaller one. Anything further than that was too risky. After doing all of that, if the threat still remained, then the Bureau should discreetly find ways to put expert candidates and expert pilots at odds with each other. If these strong personalities directed most of their animosity towards other expert pilots, then VS and the true leadership of the clan wouldn't have to spend too much energy on countering their narratives. All in all, this was a much more intensive but considerably more elegant approach than before. His previous plan was too ham-fisted to succeed in the long run. Expert candidates and expert pilots simply weren't sheep that were easily controlled. They were like wolves that could never be tamed. Once Calabast helped him refine their new approach towards expert candidates, VS commanded her to continue to flesh it out with Major Vro. Though VS pulled back the scope of the Mech Pilot Management Bureau, its work could not be done without resorting to multiple prongs. The open and above-board institutions had to work together with the hidden and secretive arms of the clan. Employing official means to influence expert candidates was not enough. The role of the Black Cats was indispensable. As Calabast stood up and turned to leave, VS brought up another matter. By the way, are you up to date with what our good friend Professor Benedict Cortez is doing in the Cross clan? She stopped and turned back to VS. Are you concerned? Don't play dumb in front of me. You're the one responsible for giving him his current cover identity. Calabast crossed her arms. He would have turned to someone else if I refused his commission. You should be happy that I am the one who fashioned his new identity. Think of what might happen if you partnered up with him without becoming aware of his sordid past. I'm not blaming you for giving the Skull Architect a way to return to civilized space. I've even made a verbal agreement with him to partner up. I just want to make sure we have enough safeguards in place in the event he goes crazy or something. While VS did not think that the Skull Architect was irrational enough to tear apart a good deal, it was best to be prepared. VS had managed to live up until now because he always prepared plenty of contingencies. He couldn't account for every possible outcome, but it was enough to prepare against the most likely and damaging events. Who do you think I am, kid? Calabast sneered. I have already prepared several countermeasures should the professor ever take aim at us. The greatest form of leverage we have over him is our knowledge of his true identity. Make no mistake. Once we leak it to the MTA, the professor is history. VS didn't feel very reassured about that. When he met the Skull Architect, he seemed way too confident and self-assured to be worried about exposure. Why do I have the feeling that this isn't as useful as I think? Benedict knows we have leverage over him. Despite the risks to his life and safety, he still chose to join the Cross clan in order to get close to us. Why would he make such a dangerous choice? VS frowned and thought for a moment. As someone who is used to taking risks, he quickly understood what Calabast was steering him towards. Because what the professor wants is worth the potential risks. From what I know, all he wants is to advance to master. He's so desperate to realize his design philosophy that he didn't hesitate to murder an expert pilot and eke out a new living in the frontier. Exactly. Calabast nodded. Make no mistake. The Skull Architect did not earn his name by being a fuddy-duddy scholar. He is a truly ambitious man who does not let any of the rules get in the way of what he wants. The only reason why he abides by them is because breaking them is not conducive to his goals. Are you saying that we can trust Professor Cortez? VS frowned. Mech designers like him are not that difficult to deal with. As long as you know what he wants, it is easy to manage our relations with him. Isn't he going through all of this trouble because he believes that collaborating with you will help him advance to Master Mech Designer? That's correct. Then he should not be an acute threat to us. In fact, it's the opposite. It's in his best interest to support you and keep you safe. I guess this is the other reason why he joined the Cross clan instead of becoming a part of the Larkinson clan. He can turn the Cross clan into your unwitting guard dogs, thereby increasing your security in the times to come. The situation sounded a bit surreal to Ves. The Skull Architect was actively trying to become one of his backers? This was absurd. A dignified senior never compromised so much in order to earn the favor of the journeyman. Yet, as powerful as Benedict might be, he did not actually possess that much leverage over Ves. If the Skull Architect wanted to coax Ves into collaborating with him, then the former war criminal had to lower his head and employ gentler means. Why did that sound familiar? Benedict isn't concerned about the possibility that we would rat him out, Calabast explained. He knows it is not in our best interests to remove him from the picture. Also, he is expressing his sincerity by giving us leverage over him. He is signaling a willingness to cooperate earnestly with us without resorting to any tricks. Someone who wants to betray us at some point wouldn't do that. This is why I'm not very worried about Benedict. All of this makes sense, but the biggest flaw is that this only holds true as long as the professor remains rational. I don't know about you, but in my past interactions with the Skull Architect, he can be pretty irrational sometimes. Calabast nodded in acknowledgement. The risk exists, but there is too much at stake for him. I doubt he is irrational enough to engage in self-destructive behavior. That doesn't mean he's harmless. Of course not. While it's difficult to penetrate the Cross clan, we still keep an eye on the professor and the rest of the Crossers. If there are any credible signs of danger, I will immediately bring it up to your attention. That sounded good. Though Calabast had been incredibly helpful in many matters, she was caught off guard several times in the past. Ves didn't want her to miss another foreseeable disaster. Ves briefly discussed the upcoming alliance between the two clans. The Larkinson clan and the Cross clan had already negotiated most of the terms of their cooperative relationship. They were merely held up due to a number of lingering disagreements about benefits. You don't have to be so concerned, Ves. Patriarch Reginald Cross is in the same boat as Professor Cortez. For some reason, he believes that your cooperation is essential to attaining his goals. As long as he needs you, the Cross clan will remain firm allies. What happens when these figures finally realize their ambitions? Ves asked a very crucial question. Calabast smiled in an intriguing fashion. That is when the situation gets interesting. If these two figures don't need us anymore, then there is no compelling reason why they should continue to cooperate with us. I hope you have some kind of plan ready when the time comes. Great. This was yet any concern that Ves had to worry about. Fortunately, he could delegate this problem to Calabast. She may be a bit unreliable, but she was still on his side. Once she left his stateroom, Ves pushed aside his concerns and tried to shift his focus back on his immediate priorities. Designing mechs comes first, he whispered to himself. After wrapping up some administrative tasks, he moved over to the design lab. Over 50 mech designers were grouped into a dozen design teams. Each team was already busy at work. Designing 6 second-class mech designs at once was an enormous burden that would strain everyone's limits over the course of the next half year. This was just the start. He moved forward until he reached Gloriana's side. Lucky, who trailed behind Ves, jumped up to the work table and nuzzled his head in Clixie's stomach. Meow! She swatted the gem cat away. Meow. It's about time you showed up. Gloriana turned around her seat, facing away from the schematics she was working on. You promised not to get distracted by clan matters this time. Ves innocently raised his arms. I'm sorry. Something truly important came up. I've taken care of it now. There shouldn't be too many distractions left aside from concluding our negotiations with the Cross clan and welcoming the arrival of our new factory ship. I hope that is true, because I won't be as patient next time. Now sit down and help me expand this draft. He looked at the projected schematic and saw that she was currently working on their upcoming Hexer communication mech. This mech. I'm not sure we can realize the spiritual aspect of this mech, Ves hesitantly said. I've never implemented this function before. Gloriana confidently smiled and leaned against his arm. I'm sure you can do it, Ves. You have several months to come up with something. For now, let's start with the basics. As you can see, I have opted to design a light auxiliary mech to become the carrier of this function. There is no great need to arm it because it is better if our communication mech is cheap and not as burdensome to make. The hegemony may have stockpiled a lot of materials, but that is no grounds for waste. Her floral scent was already filling his nose. He relaxed in her presence as he began to get back in his groove. He seriously studied her work, paying extra attention to her fundamental design choices. What stood out from her proposed concept was that the communication mech did not possess any weapons. I'm not sure about this design choice here. Even if auxiliary mechs aren't designed for direct confrontations, they at least carry a knife or pistol. You never know when a backup weapon comes handy. It's pointless. Gloriana shook her head. This is a male mech design. Arming them with any weapon means we have to devote some capacity to make it viable to fight with this frame. That's too much of a burden. I would rather devote all of its capacity towards increasing its survivability. It has to stay up as long as possible to keep every hexer on the battlefield in the loop. We should leave its protection to other mechs that are much better geared towards actual combat. Usually, Ves was in favor of specializing his mechs. However, he didn't feel so great about this auxiliary mech. To leave a male mech on the battlefield without any capacity to defend itself sounded wrong. At least their Blessed Squire design was still a qualified knight mech, if a rather poor one. I think those poor male Hexer mech pilots could use a weapon, he told her. Otherwise, our communication mech becomes completely dependent on the protection of other Hexer mechs. That's the point. Chapter 2565, Unarmed Mechs. Ves thought that returning to the design lab freed him from suffering from headaches. It turned out that he was wrong. He groaned and pressed his fingers against his forehead. Not even Gloriana's perfume and her body warmth alleviated his rising stress. Mechs are combat machines. They are big, powerful, and deathly. They require a lot of resources to make, and they take up valuable transportation space to move them to the battlefield. Under these circumstances, why would you spend all of those resources on a machine that can't even defend itself? His wife shook his head at him. You don't comprehend how the Hex army is set up. It is not unusual for certain low-value mech models to carry no weapons. They don't need any. In fact, it is better this way. Why? Because of their mech pilots. Ves grew angry. Is this another way to denigrate the brave male Hexer pilots who are risking their lives on the battlefield without earning any appreciation from their female overlords? It's not that, Gloriana quickly responded. She patted his arm in order to calm him down. Let me explain. First, think about the pool of mech pilots of a state like the hegemony. I'm sure you can guess that the best mech pilots that graduate from our mech academies are destined to serve in the Hex army. That's where all of our frontline combatants in the Komodo War come from. These talented, highly trained mech pilots are all entrusted with our best and most capable mechs because they have the ability to make the most out of the most advanced machines built by our mech industry. I know that. What does that have to do with this weaponless communication mech concept you came up with? Why can't we design it like the Blessed Squire? Though the Blessed Squire was a male Hexer mech, Ves at least succeeded in giving it a bit of dignity. It was a night mech, which meant that it was capable of resisting an enemy up close. What Gloriana proposed was something worse than that. The draft design she came up with did not possess any elements that were conducive to dealing damage or resisting damage. If she told him that this was a civilian industrial mech, then Ves would have believed her. How could such a defenseless mech ever belong to the battlefield? Their roles are different. The Blessed Squire is a combat support mech. We designed it as an accompaniment to assault squads. Without adding a sufficient amount of armor and offensive capabilities to the Blessed Squire, it would have been too easy for the Friday men to take it down. In fact, the Blessed Squire rarely fought against enemy mechs up close these days. Due to its indispensable glow, the Hexers always deployed it in the center of their mech formations and treated it as a VIP that needed to be protected at all costs. While Ves didn't exactly have that in mind when he designed the Blessed Squire, it was better than treating it as worthless cannon fodder. Doesn't the circumstances apply to our communication mech? No. Gloriana shook her head. It's different. For our comm mech to be useful, it doesn't have to accompany the leading elements of a Hexer unit. It's better to deploy it a bit further behind in order to attract less enemy fire and to keep a good overview of the battlefield. Since the comm mech isn't required to clash with any enemy mechs, we can dispense with weapons. Since it's already a light mech, its armor isn't very thick in the first place, but we can make do with more affordable armor systems in order to save on costs. While I admit those reasons sound logical, it doesn't cost that much to invest a bit more in the combat capabilities of this mech. Sure, communications lines might get interrupted more often if you foist some combat capabilities on its design, but it at least gives it some teeth in the event it's under attack. His wife shook her head yet again. She looked at him as if he was silly. You still don't understand. Have you seen how simple and easy it is to pilot this comm mech after I have left out all of the more complicated combat-related elements from its design? I noticed that. It's as if you're designing an industrial mech. Only potentates with incomplete training and mech pilots with the poorest aptitudes pilot these kinds of basic machines. Modern mechs were very complicated to pilot. The genetic aptitudes of potentates went from E to A, though some rumors on the galactic net suggested that the MTA actually extended this range to S. Whatever the case, the quantity of mech pilots with poorer aptitudes was significantly greater than those with better aptitudes. This had led to situations where many states didn't even bother to put mech pilots with E-grade genetic aptitudes through the academy. It simply wasn't worthwhile to turn these poorly talented prospects into qualified mech pilots. Our comm mech has to be simplified in order to lower the skill requirements to pilot it. Right now, the Komodo War is going bad for the Hex Army. Too many elite and well-trained mech pilots are getting killed. No matter whether the mech pilots are male or female, attrition is high for both of them. Not too long ago, the Hegemony sent me a communique that requested us to design some mechs that takes lesser skilled mech pilots into account. The Hegemony is that desperate? Gloriana tried to look brave. The Hex Army still has plenty of manpower. It's just that it needs to look out for the long term. From what it looks like, this war will probably drag on for at least a couple of years. We need to conserve as much high-quality mech pilots as possible, and that means we need to expand the use of low-quality mech pilots. There are so many of them that preserving their lives is not as important. Ves frowned deeper at her. You can put these so-called low-quality mech pilots to much better use by pairing them up with frontline mechs. I know you second-raters don't like to field these kinds of mechs, but they are quite effective in wars between third-rate states. We're already doing that, she replied. The Hex Army is mobilizing as many low-aptitude female mech pilots as possible. What about the male mech pilots, then? They'll be paired with mechs like this one. There are plenty of auxiliary mechs for them to pilot. However, it takes too much effort for them to utilize the weapons of their mechs well. Ves looked at her in disbelief. The pool of mech pilots with low aptitudes is huge. There ought to be just as many men as women who are part of this pool. The Hex army can't possibly field enough auxiliary mechs to make full use of all of those men. We're not ignorant of that, but this is the policy that the matriarchs have set. Low-aptitude female mech pilots are allowed to pilot armed frontline mechs while untalented boys must strictly pilot auxiliary mechs. Why did the matriarchs set such an arbitrary rule? A war is going on. The last thing you want to do is to impose artificial restrictions on your fighting forces that will handicap their combat potential. His wife paused for a moment. She seemed hesitant to say her next words. Ves looked her in the eye. What is going on? There is another reason why the hegemony is reluctant to arm low-quality auxiliary mechs. It's so that the boys who pilot them don't pose an acute threat against our own side. The Hexers are afraid of their own boys turning their coats? Ves raised his eyebrows. Yes. Has it happened already? There are isolated cases. Still, the problem isn't as serious as you think. Most boys are well trained. Every male Hexer pilot that was part of the armed forces at the start of the Komodo War are very obedient and reliable. They're trained to be that way. It's just that the huge influx of low-aptitude mech pilots are different. They're not house-trained, are they? Ves recognized the main issue. Gloriana sighed. Yes. They weren't originally a part of the Hex army. That sounds like a massive oversight. The hegemony started the Komodo War. Couldn't you Hexers take the effort of preparing your low-aptitude mech pilots sooner? That would have tipped the Friday men off. You can't hide such massive movements. Also, this isn't something that normal second-rate states do. The more advanced the state, the more its military is geared towards the development of elites. While our state is wealthy, it can't arm so many weak mech pilots without draining resources elsewhere. Obviously, the hegemony couldn't afford to be conservative anymore. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. So what's the danger of pairing these hastily conscripted boys with armed mechs? From what I have seen of the hegemony, pretty much every boy is committed to the matriarchy. It's not that simple. Gloriana looked pained. The hegemony is huge. It's split up into several matriarchal dynasties, which are further split up into smaller dynasties. While the former tries to be as unified as possible, there are still differences in the way they govern their territories. In some dynasties, boys are treated well as long as they are good. In other places, they're treated like crap, am I right? I guess I can't hide it from you. There are dynasties where boys and in particular male potentates are seen as threats to other Hexers. Sometimes, they only receive the most basic of mech piloting training. In other places, they are treated harshly. None of us ever thought we might actually have to enlist them in battle. We thought we'd be able to win the Komodo War by relying purely on our professional soldiers. Ha! Ves couldn't help but laugh. You women look down on the Friday Coalition too much. Obviously, Gloriana didn't look pleased. It became harder and harder for her to maintain the delusion that a Hexer victory was inevitable. The point is that it's appropriate to assign armed mechs to untalented and undertrained boys. Even if they pilot a mech with a weapon, there is a good chance that they can't even hurt a fly. They lack the training to actually fight with them. As for the boys that do possess this training, too many Hexers don't trust them. We're all afraid they might succumb to Friday men lies and sabotage their own side. Ves snorted. I wouldn't blame these poor fellows. I think their lives would actually be better if the Hexer regime is torn down. That's nonsense. There was no point trying to argue with Gloriana about this. Ves moved away from this contentious topic. Let's get back to your comm mech. Now that you explained the reasoning behind your design choices, I understand why your concept doesn't mention any weapons. Boys can't be trusted with guns. Ahem. Ves coughed. Just because I accept your design choice doesn't mean I agree with it. You reap what you sow. If you hexers treated your male potentates better, you wouldn't have ended up in a situation where you have to watch out for betrayal. Gloriana lowered her eyes. I realize that, and so do many hexers. Don't think that I'm part of the groups that mistreated these boys. I can believe that, but hexers like you are not innocent in this matter. You either ignored this deplorable behavior or condoned it in some tacit way. Now that the war has forced you to draw upon the dregs of your society, it's too late to apologize. The entire concept behind her proposed communication mech was based on some very problematic circumstances. The entire situation disgusted Ves, but he didn't have any choice but to go along with his wife. Situations like these continually reminded him that he was fighting on the wrong side of the war. Yet no matter how awful the hexers turned out to be, he never contemplated changing sides. There were too many reasons why he needed the hexers to win. Ves always put his interests before his conscience. Chapter 2566 Interconnected Mechs. The hexer communication mech that Gloriana envisioned was one of the most basic, simplest, cheapest, and pathetic second-class mechs that Ves had ever seen. The entire concept of it made it clear to anyone that the auxiliary mech was nothing more than a movable, adaptable communications relay. It carries some decent sensors as well. Gloriana defended her vision. If we want to turn it into an asset on the battlefield, then it has to do more than opening up reliable communication channels. Since we aren't putting any weapon systems and everything related to them in our mech, we've freed up a lot of capacity. It can fulfill the role of a scout as well, though I want to make sure we devote enough space for its ECM systems and short-range communication systems. The latter caused Ves to raise his eyebrows. I can understand the need for ECM systems. It's too costly to turn it into a stealth mech, so the next best option is to add modules that can reduce its energy signature to enemy sensors. What I don't understand is why you want to invest so much in additional communication components. The mech doesn't need anything extra in order to perform its main role. After all, the greatest advantage of spiritual components was that they did not take up any physical space. No matter how little space the mech had left, it took no effort for Ves to squeeze in a couple of spiritual constructs. Of course, Ves had to pay another price in order to add spiritual capabilities to a product. The spiritual foundation of a mech design essentially represented the spiritual capacity of a mech. The greater the foundation, the more spiritual load it could bear. Adding 1 or 2 powerful abilities was his current limit. He could add more, but that entailed weakening everything else. That was not a good design approach in his opinion. For this simple communication mech, Ves did not intend to add any extra features. He intended to devote as much spiritual capacity as possible to instill the strongest possible spiritual communication capabilities into this design. While Ves didn't exactly know how powerful he could make these features, he was confident he could spark a minor revolution in this field. However, Gloriana did not stop her thoughts at this point. She pointed her finger at the various communication arrays and other components. The long-range communication system that you're responsible for implementing is good for connecting mech units to central commands and so on. However, it's not useful in connecting to mechs that lack this system. Try and imagine a situation where a mech company is fighting under heavy jamming. A lot of signals will become garbled, thereby preventing individual mechs from transmitting lots of crucial data to each other. Our comm mech must be able to pick up and transit high-fidelity communication signals even under heavy jamming. You're talking about very expensive equipment. That's only for communication systems that are meant to transmit signals across longer distances. Gloriana shook her head. We already have your divine arrays for that. What we need is to ensure solid connectivity at shorter ranges. On land, we're talking an effective range of 1 kilometer. In space, it needs to be at least 10 kilometers, though ideally we should aim for more. He had to admit her logic was sound. While Ves personally didn't have much experience with the level of jamming that Gloriana talked about, he knew that it could get quite intense in second-class mech combat. This was a necessary development on land. It was not that difficult for second-class mech designers to develop an artillery mech that could fire at targets over the horizon with pinpoint accuracy. Still, in order to hit anything at such distance, the artillery mech needed accurate targeting data. If a mech unit was able to observe an enemy formation and transmit precise data to a prepared group of artillery mechs, then a lot of shelling would commence very soon. Of course, artillery mechs were never able to pound enemy fortifications and units with impunity. They were large, heavy, and somewhat immobile. Each time they fired, they emitted a lot of heat, sound, pressure, and other emissions, thereby exposing their positions to any watchful scouts. This left them vulnerable to counter-battery fire or lightning raids by enemy aerial mechs. In short, the side who fired first might not have the last laugh. A tenuous balance had formed due to all of these developments. An intricate web of threats and countermeasures forced both sides to make careful use of their artillery mechs. These were powerful but very vulnerable and expensive assets that played a crucial role in constraining the actions of the enemy. Ruining an entire artillery mech company not only deprived its owners with a lot of valuable machines, but could also expose many other mech companies to lots of shelling. The insertion of a single communication mech that promised to enable reliable communication transmissions across battlefields could easily upend this balance. This was what Gloriana was truly aiming for. The communication mech might not be that impressive in itself, but once it slotted into the mech lineup of the Hex army, it could amplify the performance of many other mechs. As Ves comprehended Gloriana's goal, he became impressed by her foresight and ambition. I see. It's much like the Blessed Squire in that regard. Both function as force multipliers. The Blessed Squire boosted the performance of other mechs with the superior Mother's Glow. To perform its function effectively, it had to be in the thick of combat, so it made sense to turn it into a night mech. The communication mech envisioned by Gloriana did not need to be in a central position. In fact, it was the opposite. The mech wanted to attract as little attention as possible. It doesn't make much sense for this mech to possess a glow, Ves remarked. We'll have to suppress it for this design. Can you do that, Ves? Gloriana curiously asked. Ves nodded. He had already done so for the Devil Tiger. Though repressing its glow caused the mech to acquire a strange charm, at the very least it didn't resemble a spiritual torch in the dark. No problem. Only the mech pilot will experience its glow. Wait. Try to gear our mech towards the dust phase of existence. Maybe it will have a surprising effect, she requested. Ves considered her proposal. You might be onto something. I can't promise it will have the effect you desire. If it works, we can also implement this effect onto our stealth mech. That was a much more complicated project. While Ves was interested in designing a real stealth mech, he did not look forward to solving all of its technical challenges. It took a lot of precision design work in order to contain or dampen as many possible emissions as possible. Just a single leak or design flaw could easily expose the stealth mech to enemy sensors, thereby dooming it. Without the ability to hide from enemy sensors, stealth mechs were incredibly vulnerable to enemy attacks. That particular project was not on the agenda today. For now, Ves and Gloriana just wanted to establish a solid plan for their communication mech design project. Their discussion continued on for a while. They made a number of other notable design choices. One of them was to split up the mech into 2 variants. You want us to design 2 versions of this mech? It's not as bad as it sounds, Ves. Look at our draft design. Does this look like a complicated mech to you? If we leave aside the auxiliary modules, its frame is incredibly simple and free of clutter. Since our communication mech is meant to be paired with low-quality mech pilots, we have to simplify its controls as much as possible. For low-skilled mech pilots, piloting a regular Hexer military mech was out of the question. Modern mechs were already several times more difficult to pilot than mechs developed in the past, and they would continue to become more complex over time. In order to simplify the controls of a mech, its design needed to be stripped with many innovations that made modern mechs better. It was like turning back the clock in a sense. This meant that while the mech became easier to pilot, its performance and control range decreased as well. Even if Ves insisted on retaining some combat ability for the mech, it simply wouldn't be able to keep up with the high-intensity battles of the Komodo War. Maybe you have a point. Since the mech design is so small and simple, I guess it's possible to design 2 concurrent versions. Gloriana wanted to design a version of the communication mech that was optimized for land-bound deployment. She also wanted a slightly more complicated version that was optimized for space-borne combat. Mounting a flight system onto a light mech was very cumbersome. The design needed to devote a fair amount of capacity in order to accommodate such a module. A lot of other characteristics of the mech would change as well, such as the energy consumption and heat management of the mech. Still, despite these complications, the communication mech was still an easy mech to design. Its relatively low budget, simplified internal architecture and basic components meant that designing 2 versions at once did not match the workload of designing a more advanced second-class mech such as the Valkyrie Redeemer or the Transcendent Punisher. Ves reluctantly nodded. We can do this, I suppose. That's great. The Hex Army will be pleased to receive 2 separate versions. By the way, this mech design needs a name or at least a temporary codename. I'm thinking of Cherub. Cherub? Ves frowned for a moment. He quickly accessed the galactic net and became flooded by images of pink-cheeked boys with flying wings. Some of them carried bows and arrows, but more often than not they were depicted as cute or mischievous infantiles. So what do you think, Ves? She asked as her eyes sparkled with delight. She loved the name she came up for the mech. In the end, he didn't bother to argue with Gloriana. She obviously insisted on it, and Ves didn't want to ruin their fragile harmony over a trivial naming issue. Besides, he had to admit that the name fit the vision of the mech. It was a harmless auxiliary mech that was meant to be piloted by the equivalent of baby boys in Hexer society. Ves wasn't sure what the male Hexer mech pilots would think if the Hex Army compelled them to pilot the Cherub. Would they understand its meaning? He wasn't sure whether its intended mech pilots would interpret the name as an honor or an insult. With that decision set, he brought up one more issue. Since this project entails designing 2 related mechs, we need to work together with Juliet. What? No! There's no need for her involvement. I can take care of everything. This is such a simple mech design that her expertise won't have much room to play. Ves crossed his arms. Let Juliet be the judge of that. The space-borne variant especially needs her input. Don't fight me on this. I've already made my choice. The Cherub has no weapons at all and very little armor. It relies entirely on mobility, cover and ECM in order to stay alive on the battlefield. Since mobility plays such a crucial role in its effective performance, we need to pull in a specialist who can amplify this aspect as much as possible. Though Gloriana kept shaking her head, Ves held his ground on this issue. He truly believed the Cherub would become a significantly better mech if Juliet worked on its mobility. As a journeyman, She should not be weak in this aspect. Fortunately, Gloriana finally acquiesced. It was difficult for her to deny that her cherub design would probably be better off if Juliet was able to provide her input. Chapter 2567 New Naming System. The cherub design project actually called for designing 2 versions of the same mech, which was something Ves had never done before. He learned from his project management lessons that this was not an unusual approach in larger design teams or mech companies. Even if he limited the project to a single version, the hegemony would definitely knock on his doors and request a variant that was optimized for a different environment. Instead of going through all of that trouble, the design department might as well work on a base model and a variant concurrently so that it could deliver both mech designs to the client at once. What budget do you have in mind for the cherub? Ves asked. I'm aiming for a maximum production cost of 50 million hex credits for the land-bound version and up to 55 million hex credits for the space-borne version. That's very tight, Ves exclaimed. The frame of the cherub might be simple, but all of those auxiliary modules aren't cheap. We'll have to impose a lot of limits in order to keep the cost of the mech within those ranges. I'm confident we can do it. All of those times spent on designing third-class mechs has made me a lot more budget-conscious. If you think about it, designing the cherub is not that different from designing a lesser mech. We just have to curb our desires and plan ahead. She had a point. Now that she pointed this out, Ves calmed down. The cherub may still be a second-class mech design by virtue of its tech and its components, but its overall scope and complexity was closer to that of a third-class mech design. I think it won't take much time to complete this project either, he muttered. As Ves constructed a schedule by estimating how much time it took to design each aspect of the cherub, he found out that it still entailed considerably less effort than usual. It didn't matter if they had to design 2 different but related mechs at the same time. From a complexity angle, the cherub was as easy to design as a mech from 2 centuries ago. Its design stripped a lot of refined features that were quite challenging to incorporate. This was good news to Ves and the rest of the design department. They could spend additional time on completing other tasks. Unlike the cherub, the other 5 design projects were fully modern. Depending on their complexity, Ves and his fellow lead designers might be forced to allocate extra time to the projects. Juggling 6 major projects at the same time isn't easy, he sighed. After Ves worked with Gloriana to define their vision for the cherub, they moved on to specifying some of their other mech designs. Of the 6 projects they were tackling for this round, 2 of them happened to be based on existing models. The Bright Warrior Mark II and the Ferocious Piranha Mark II were largely based on their older equivalents. The major difference was that Ves wanted to translate their mech concepts to a higher class. The second-class versions of the Bright Warrior and the Ferocious Piranha were meant to become the backbone of the Larkinson clan. Since they played such an important role in the defense of his fleet, Ves did not dare to neglect them despite their familiar nature. It didn't take much time to set some solid targets for the 2 design projects. Ves had already done a lot of preparation work in defining the new place for the Bright Warrior Mark II. Downgrading the status of the Bright Warrior Mark II is a harsh decision. You're going against the spirit of its original vision, Gloriana carefully pointed out. Ves ruefully smiled. We've already discussed this. The Bright Warrior Mark II will become the basic generalist mech platform for our clan. I know the Mark I is a beloved mech among the avatars of myth, but I don't want them to pilot the Mark II. Elite mech pilots ought to be paired with elite, high-performing mech models. The Ferocious Piranha Mark II is a good example of that. The Mark I is already raising hell in the third-class mech market. With this uplifted version, our clan can shake the hearts of any second-class opponents. He did not believe the Ferocious Piranha's glow was capable of disabling second-class mech pilots. Their training level and mental discipline was a lot higher than third-class riffraff. That did not detract too much from the ferocious Piranha Mark II's value. As the Valkyrie mechs had already proved in the Komodo War, any enemy affected by a hostile glow experienced varying degrees of discomfort. It was very difficult for even the most well-trained mech pilots to shrug off all of the negative effects. Hee. Just thinking about all of the opponents it could sabotage in the future brought Ves a lot of satisfaction. Gloriana thrust her elbow against his side. Hey! What was that all about? You weren't listening to me, Ves. Oh, sorry. You were saying? I was just trying to tell you that your naming system sucks. What? Hear me out first. She raised her finger. The Crystal Lord Mark I is a third-class mech design, correct? He nodded. Correct. The Crystal Lord Mark II is also a third-class mech design. That's true. We just released it not too long ago. Even though the Crystal Lord Mark II hasn't caught as much attention as the Ferocious Piranha, it's quietly ramping up as well. The marketing department intends to hold off on promoting the new Crystal Lord model until the hype surrounding the Ferocious Piranha finally begins to fade. It was too difficult for the Crystal Lord Mark II to escape the shadow of the much more attention-grabbing light skirmisher. In hindsight, the LMC should have just released the Crystal Lord Mark II first so that it enjoyed plenty of time in the limelight. Oh well. Now think about the Bright Warrior line and the Ferocious Piranha line. The Mark I versions are third-class mechs, but what about the Mark II versions? They're both second-class mech designs. Don't you see the inconsistency here? You're breaking the pattern you've established before. A lot of people, from customers to our own clansmen, will quickly become confused whether a mech is supposed to be second class or third class. I haven't fully thought about that, Ves admitted. Then correct it. You need to develop a more systematic naming scheme in order to keep our product lineup as clear as possible. Otherwise, misunderstandings might result where people expect a third-class mech only to get a second-class one or vice versa. By the way, are you determined to keep our third-class mechs up to date? I do. As products such as the Desolate Soldier, Doom Guard and Ferocious Piranha have already proven, it's very easy to break into a lot of third-class mech markets at once. The profit from selling a single unit is low, but when monthly sales surpass 1 million copies, we are easily able to afford decent capital ships. As long as our current business model remains viable, we can keep treating the Yena Star Cluster as our perennial cash cow. There was no way he wanted to abandon all of the market share the LMC had captured in this region. Even if Ves set his sights on the Red Ocean, he knew that he needed to continue upgrading his fleet in order to face dangers that thrived in the new frontier. Forget about battling against first-class opponents and remnant alien survivors. Just the second-class opponents from the Galactic Center were far more advanced than the backwater Hexers and Friday men. The Red Ocean was open to all of human space. Those who originated closer to the center of the galaxy were much further ahead when it came to tech, assets, and manpower. If the Larkinson clan wanted to establish its footing in the Red Ocean, then it had to continue with earning a lot of money. Due to the law of diminishing returns, it cost an astronomical amount of money just to strengthen his fleet by a modest amount. Ves could not let go of any revenue stream if that was the case. Since you are determined to exploit the third-class mech market, then you need to establish a better naming system straight away. Don't let this contradiction unfold and cause mass confusion. Ves bent his head in thought. Do you have any ideas? In fact, I do, his wife responded with a smug grin. In the mech industry, there are various ways to differentiate different products that are related to each other. Right now, make use of marks to designate generational advancements of the same mech. I don't have a problem with that as long as we apply it consistently. What we need is a second method to distinguish mechs from the same product line that are differentiated by class. I'm thinking about using version A, version B, and version C. Ves frowned. That sounds rather clunky, Gloriana. What do you call the Bright Warrior Mark I then? In my proposed naming system, its full name would be the Bright Warrior Mark I version C, or Bright Warrior IC for short. The second class version you're working on right now is not a generational advancement, so it is still a Mark I product. However, it's of a higher class, so it is designated as version B. Its full name is therefore the Bright Warrior Mark I version B. That's a bit of a mouthful. I think everyone will just call it the IB for short. He had to admit that Gloriana's naming scheme was very handy once he got used to it. The point of it was to distinguish the placement of a particular mech within its product line. Perhaps it might not be a big deal at the start, but once a few decades went by, a lot of people would depend on the clarity of this naming scheme. Not every mech company abided by such a transparent and convenient naming system. Sometimes, the mech company didn't want to attract too much attention to the exact version of the mech. This made it easier for them to sell older and outdated mechs. What also complicated the naming situation was that not every mech company adopted the same model with regards to product development. What the LMC did was fairly typical. Once it designed a mech like the original Ferocious Piranha, Ves had no intentions of tinkering with its design. He wanted to wait for at least 5 years, but ideally an entire generation, before he would design an update. Other mech companies didn't wait that long to come up with a new product. For example, continuous product development schedules called for publishing version 1.0, version 1.01, version 1.02, version 1.03, and so on at month-long intervals or something. The naming schemes that mech companies adopted to distinguish or obfuscate their placement became quite confusing sometimes. This was on purpose. The less average people understood, the more the companies in question looked down on its customers. Suffice to say, Ves and Gloriana opposed this outlook. They had enough confidence in their products that even their older mechs would still be able to earn some appreciation from the mech market. After considering Gloriana's proposal a bit further, Ves eventually accepted her system. He was satisfied with the clarity it provided. As long as people learned what versions A, B, and C stood for, they could easily comprehend the LMC's entire mech catalog. He updated his administration and sent some memos to Raymond and Gavin to inform him of the change. Even though it would take a long time for him to complete the Bright Warrior IB and the Ferocious Piranha IB, it was best to plan ahead. After handling this issue, the newlyweds proceeded to discuss some other details about the 2 second-class mech design projects. Chapter 2568, Docile Woman. While Gloriana wasn't easy to get along, Ves had already established a good working relationship with her. Even if they disagreed with each other, they always hashed out their differences somehow. Together, they set a comprehensive plan for the cherub, the Bright Warrior IB and the Ferocious Piranha IB. Ves decided he spent enough time with Gloriana after handling these projects. He rose up from his seat and began to move to the other side of the design lab. Are you visiting Juliet now? He paused. I am. Don't do anything naughty. I'm keeping my eye on you. You're mine. For the millionth time, Gloriana. You don't have to worry about these unrealistic fantasies. If you truly love me, then you should know how much I value loyalty. She directed a measuring glance at him. It was as if she completely disregarded his words. Ves did not bother to entangle with his overpossessive wife any further. He leaned in for a quick kiss before heading over to Juliet's corner of the design lab. Hello? Hello? The penitent sister turned from her workstation in order to face him. I've just received your memo on the new naming system. Let me guess. Did your wife come up with this scheme? He nodded. It makes sense. In the future, we'll be designing a lot more mechs, many of which will be derived from other versions. We need to make sure we don't get lost in the confusion of our own making. I think it's a good method of naming our designs. Even when it comes from Gloriana? Ves raised his eyebrow. She sheepishly shrugged. I don't hate your wife, sir. I merely dislike her because, you know. Regardless, a good idea is a good idea. There are many objective and subjective aspects to mech design. While we can disagree about the latter, we should be careful not to distort the truth. That is strange to hear from a penitent sister. Juliet straightened her back. I am a penitent sister as well as a mech designer. I see no contradiction here. I pursue the truth in both my identities. How does that even work? As a penitent sister and devout hexer, I seek the truth behind our place in life. How superior are women? How inferior are boys? What must we do to catch up to the superior mother's glory? Every sister of mine grapples with these profound questions every day. Don't underestimate the difficulty of answering them. Back in the hegemony, even our most honored matriarchs have failed to settle on a definitive answer. In comparison, designing mechs is a lot easier. Ves twitched his mouth. Juliet made it sound as if the religious crap she mentioned was serious science. He strenuously objected to this comparison. He decided to adopt the same approach he used whenever Gloriana brought up something nonsensical. He ignored everything she said that was related to faith and tried to pivot the conversation back to normal territory. We should focus on our work. Gloriana and I have just made some important decisions regarding some of our design projects. Let me fill you in on our design choices. As Ves quickly brought Juliet up to speed, she began to provide her own input on matters. She especially had a lot of opinions about the direction that they should take with regards to the ferocious piranha IB and the cherub. The ferocious piranha and the space-borne version of the cherub may both look like light mechs, but their flight and movement characteristics are dramatically different, she explained. The ferocious piranha is a high-budget mech that scores high in terms of energy reserves, peak energy output, heat management, and other qualities. The cherub, on the other hand, is like a toy. It has too many constraints. Not only are we confined to using cheaper components, but we also have to make do with simplified ones in order to avoid burdening the mech pilots. Do you have a problem with that, Juliet? Not per se, sir. It's just annoying that I have to take a different approach for the cherub. We need to take a rationing approach and strictly limit how much capacity and other resources we expend in order to integrate any part in the design. Ves just recalled that Juliet probably lacked experience in designing third-class mechs. As a proud graduate of the Artemis Institute, she was almost as elite as Gloriana in the hegemony's mech industry. There was hardly any reason for someone as good as her to dabble in lesser mechs. You need to get used with designing mechs under these limitations, he warned her. The LMC started off as a third-class mech company. We only started to design second-class mechs not too long ago. While I intend to ramp up our output of second-class mech designs, we won't abandon the third-class mech market. Juliet looked confused. Why would you do that? The profitability of second-class mechs is much higher. There are multiple reasons. Second-class mech markets are far more complicated. I also don't want to pass over the third-class mech market. Devoting our energies to one market might be profitable enough, but being active in both markets at once is even more profitable. It's quite a burden to keep servicing the third-class mech markets. Ves waved his hand in dismissal. It's not a big deal. Third-class mech design projects are considered minor projects in our department. We can just leave most of the work to our assistants, and just keep an eye on their progress every once in a while. In fact, this is good practice to them. Those who do well under these circumstances can exercise their nascent design philosophies. There was another important reason why he didn't want to abandon the third-class mech market. The huge volume of sales provided a lot of spiritual feedback to his design spirits. In fact, for some of them, they received far more spiritual feedback than they could handle. While that wasn't entirely good, it was much more preferable than the alternative. Poor, stagnant, and impoverished design spirits such as Bravo could only dream of earning so many rewards. Ves did not have to worry about any of his design spirits going hungry, as long as millions of mech pilots kept piloting related mechs. While there were many differences between third-class mech pilots and second-class mech pilots, they were largely the same when it came to the quality and quantity of spiritual feedback they provided. Even expert candidates and expert pilots were no different. At most, second-class expert pilots were a bit more vigorous and varied due to their superior heritage and training. While he couldn't tell all of that to Juliet, it was enough to make his stance clear. "You're in charge, sir," she demurringly said. "If this is your policy, then I will get up to speed on how to design a lesser mech." "That's exactly what I want to hear." Ves resisted the urge to pat her head and call her a good girl. Unlike his stubborn and bossy spouse, Juliet was remarkably well behaved. He couldn't help but study her appearance a bit deeper. She was not too tall or too short. She was moderately fit due to the training she underwent as a penitent sister. She possessed unremarkable brown hair that she neatly tied in a plain ponytail, and she wore no makeup at all. Perhaps the only real demerit to her appearance was the male sign symbol tattooed on her face. If not for this mark of shame, Ves might have called her homely. Though Ves did not feel any special attraction to Juliet, he briefly imagined what it would be like to enter into a relationship with the penitent sister. There was no getting around to the fact that Juliet was a hexer. A devout one at that. Yet she was completely opposite to Gloriana when it came to her demeanor. Despite her sordid past as cultist and extremist, Juliet had grown a lot less combative and much more moderate over the past month. The Larkinson network, the superior mother, the hardships they went through all played a role in de-radicalizing her and her fellow sisters. In her current state, Juliet would make for a much more lovelier partner than Gloriana. What Ves especially liked about the penitent sister designer so far was her deference towards him. Even though her attitude towards him was largely based around the mistaken belief that he was the son of the superior mother, he quite liked it actually. Hexers were much more tolerable when they put down their superior attitude towards him and looked up to him instead. That was something Gloriana rarely did, much to his regret. As Ves kept staring at Juliet, the third lead designer of the design department felt as if the mood between the two had grown a little weird. Meow! Ouch! Ves almost jumped from his seat. He quickly turned around to see an irate Clixie staring up at him. The Rebarthan sentinel cat hissed a warning at him. Her bared teeth made it clear just how she had managed to make him feel pain. What are you doing? Meow, meow, meow. Hey, it wasn't like that. You're a cat. What do you know about humans? I was just thinking about mechs. Meow. Clixie merely hissed again. Ves sighed in exasperation before turning around to look for Lucky. His own cat turned out to be floating leisurely above his head. Aren't you going to defend your master, Lucky? Meow? She just bit me. Don't you see the problem in that? Meow, meow. What a vigilant cat you are! Should I cut your diet in half or something? Meow. I said no stealing. He gave up on Lucky. He carefully sat down. Clixie, meanwhile, hadn't left at all. She jumped up to the workstation and rested her body on it. Her deep blue eyes kept staring closely at Ves. What was that about? Juliet hesitantly asked. It's nothing. Our cats like to play pranks every now and then. Though Juliet didn't seem to buy his story, she didn't bother to entangle with it any further. She was much more interested in progressing their design projects. After he settled down, Ves brought up the mech that he intended to design for the penitent sisters. So far, I have been thinking about the mech type that we should adopt for this specific mech. Remember, it has a special purpose. It is not only meant to bring out the most of your sisters, but must also be capable of threatening vastly superior mechs. His idea was very bold. So bold, in fact, that Juliet was not fully on board with his plan. Even if this mech draws strength from the superior mother as you claimed, we cannot rely on her for everything. We must fight by relying on our own strength. That is what truly keeps us strong. I don't know if any second-class mech we design is capable of challenging the might of a first-class mech. Ves pressed his lips. We are mech designers. We make the impossible possible. Even if the idea is ludicrous, just go through with it. Even if we come up short of our goal, we'll still end up with a mech that is still powerful enough to challenge very powerful second-class mechs. Isn't our department already working on an anti-expert mech for the Hex Army? You're right, but the blinding mech is merely another auxiliary model. Its goal is not to defeat an expert pilot, but to debilitate it. The Hex Army is powerful enough that it can deploy plenty of other mechs to take advantage of the opening created by our blinding mech. What I have in mind for the penitent sisters is much more ambitious. He cautiously revealed some of the principles behind his idea of a penitent sister mech. Battle formations played a central role to this mech. Previously, he only tied mech pilots to the battle network. This time, he wanted to integrate both the mech and mech pilot to the same network. Chapter 2569, Matching Grandeur. The floating hexagonal-shaped platform that orbited Synapse 6 hosted another official gathering this day. Previously used as the venue of one of the most spectacular weddings in the region, the so-called Hex Garden made for an excellent stage for one of the most important agreements the Larkinson clan had made. Its picturesque garden and resplendent marble-like ornaments impressed both hosts and guests alike as they entered through the huge double doors. Two different groups of people floated inside the main garden. They relied solely on their anti-grav clothes to keep themselves aloft in the air. Each of them maintained a uniform and even altitude. As some of the entrants passed through the entrance, they tilted their heads upwards. Past the enormous energy shield that kept the atmosphere in the garden in place, a vast expanse of stars stretched over everyone's heads. Yet as more and more people floated through the entrance, some of those stars began to disappear. Starships upon starships began to fly over. Two different fleets approached the space above the Hex Garden in parallel. On one side were the distinctly red-coated combat carriers and other starships of the Larkinson clan. Their subtle hexagonal sides made it clear where the clan obtained the powerful ships. A lot of Larkinsons were secretly nervous about their fleet procession. Their crews didn't have enough time to master the newly refurbished Hexer-built vessels. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. Each and every starship moved forward at an even, ceremonial pace. On the other side were the pale blue vessels of the Cross clan. Larger and more robust, these vessels were built for war. Due to the flight from Vicious Mountain, only the toughest ships that could keep up were able to cross over to Komodo. Different from the Larkinson fleet, the Cross fleet featured two very overpowering elements. Surrounded by an honor guard of combat carriers, the two capital ships of the Crossers flew over in an imposing manner. If not for the sophisticated lighting system that kept the garden evenly lit, the huge hulls of the Antonio Cross and the Hemington Cross would have cast huge shadows over the Hex garden. Even now, the posture of the Larkinsons taking part in the ceremony faintly grew weaker. This was the suppression of enormous capital ships. Hardly any human could keep their composure when two enormous capital ships loomed directly from above. The Antonio Cross with her fairly slender 1.8-kilometer hull and the Hemington Cross with her bulky 3-kilometer were like two floating cities. Their dimensions and mass were so incomprehensibly huge that everyone seemed like ants underneath their majesty. The crossers who were entering from the other side all looked amused at their Larkinson counterparts. It was not a coincidence that the Antonio Cross and the Hemington Cross flew so closely over the Hex garden. Even though all of the terms of the alliance treaty had been set, the crossers still had their pride. If not for the fact that the Cross Patriarch didn't have as much MTA merits as the Larkinson Patriarch, the crossers wouldn't have been forced to make so many compromises. As Ves passed through the double doors, he frowned upon the sight. If his clan received his much-anticipated factory ship and the glory seekers obtained their formidable indigo tremor, then the crossers wouldn't have been so unbridled. These little power plays indicated that the relationship between the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan was anything but harmonious. The two groups only banded together out of necessity. Each of them needed something from each other. Emotion, sentiment, and camaraderie had nothing to do with their decision to band together. Though this did not sound ideal, Ves knew that his clan would be welcoming several more allies like the Cross clan in the near future. After all, if he did not wish to take the risk of performing high-risk missions for the MTA, there was no way for him to earn millions of MTA merits in a short amount of time. This meant that in order to redeem a fleet beyond a ticket, he had to seek more partners like the Cross clan to split the cost. As Ves floated forward, he wore his formal clan patriarch uniform, complete with a billowing cape. Meow. Lucky floated alongside him. He looked quite taken in by the cute little cape that Ves had quickly made and fitted for his cat this morning. The Cross clan won't be arrogant for long, Gloriana huffed as she held her own cat against her chest. With how much revenue the LMC is bringing in, we'll soon be able to overwhelm their ragtag fleet. As with other occasions, Gloriana opted to wear a custom dress. She wore a purple ensemble that was bedecked with lustrous blue gems cut in hexagonal shapes. She was the only member of the Larkinson clan who eschewed the standard red uniform, thereby making her stand out from the crowd. Meow. Clixie squirmed out of Gloriana's grip and began to float in the air herself. Even though she lacked Lucky's flight capabilities, her owner fitted her with a small harness that incorporated an anti-grav module. The organic cat was not at risk of falling any time soon. If not for the public occasion, the golden cat would have materialized her spiritual body as well. As it was, Ves could sense that she was paying close attention through the Larkinson mandate that he carefully grasped. As more and more people poured in, some more differences became apparent. Even though the Larkinson clansmen wore identical red dress uniforms, they partitioned themselves in distinct groups. The avatars of myth, living sentinels, flagrant vandals, and so on all kept a small but noticeable distance from each other. The rivalry between the mech forces had not faded after battling alongside each other in the Nixian Gap. Instead, it had become more intense. Ves keenly studied the attitudes his soldiers held towards each other. A bit of rivalry was good in his eyes. Even though the lack of total unity made his clansmen look a bit improper, he didn't mind this little detail. A bit of friendly competition could do a lot of good in keeping his mech troops on their toes. He didn't want them to grow too complacent and stop working as hard to improve themselves. Of course, if the competition between the different forces surpassed a certain threshold, it stopped being friendly. Fostering rivalries was a double-edged sword that could easily backfire on him if it went overboard. As Patriarch Reginald Cross and his closest advisors and subordinates entered the garden, the posture of the Cross clan had reached its peak. Aside from their patriarch, the Crossers possessed 3 additional expert pilots. Their clan actually had more, but several brave expert pilots sacrificed their lives to delay enemy pursuit. The 4 expert pilots each possessed strong force of wills. They were unlike the recently advanced expert pilots who were still exploring their new capabilities. Patriarch vs. Patriarch Reginald. The 2 leaders greeted each other as they floated above a ceremonial altar. The leader of the Cross clan smirked as he saw that the Larkinsons were faintly suppressed by the strength his clan put on display. In addition to parading his pair of capital ships and his veteran expert pilots, the Cross Patriarch also brought another trump card. Professor Benedict Cortez had become the new star of the Cross clan. As members of a martial clan, the Crossers were not ignorant of the value that a senior mech designer brought to the table. Even though their guest mech designer only partnered up with them a short time ago, the senior already wowed most of the mech pilots by displaying his formidable design capabilities. Hardly any Crosser rejected Benedict's entry into their midst. Since a senior mech designer enjoyed a much greater status than a bunch of journeymen, the 3 lead designers of the Larkinson clan all looked like a bunch of kids in front of the former Skull architect. It didn't help that Ves, Gloriana and Juliet were all in their 30s. While it was actually very impressive for them to reach the rank of journeymen at relatively young ages, in this setting they were still lacking in grandeur. Ves did not show any concern. Instead, he faced away from Patriarch Reginald and stared in the direction of the entrance. The best is about to come. Every Larkinson suddenly gained a burst of pride as a number of special individuals passed through. Wearing their customized dress uniforms, the expert pilots and expert candidates of the Larkinson clan finally appeared into view. An invisible momentum surrounded the extraordinary mech pilots as they flew forward. Despite their differences in ideology and will, at this moment, each of them maintained a united front. Their different force of wills calmly existed alongside each other. With 5 expert pilots and 9 expert candidates, the Larkinson clan crushed the Cross clan when it came to numbers. Perhaps the Cross clan may have the edge in the strength and development of their individual expert pilots, but they were much worse off in terms of continuity. They didn't have a lot of expert candidates, and their established demigods were already middle-aged. The 2 clans made for a powerful contrast. The Larkinson clan may be weaker, but possessed a much greater future. The Cross clan used to wield a lot more might, but had declined heavily in recent times. The expert pilots of the Larkinson clan looked especially dashing as they wore their custom capes. Their personal emblems were prominently visible on the backs of the extra garments. The counterattack of the Larkinson clan did not end here. Moments after the expert pilots and expert candidates stood behind the lead designers of the Larkinson clan, mechs began to arrive overhead. Beyond the energy screen, many smaller elements flew underneath the massive hulls of the Antonio Cross and Hemington Cross. Numerous desolate soldiers, bright warriors, doom guards, ferocious piranhas, and even a handful of Valkyrie Redeemers from the Glory Seekers flew forth in echelon formations. Though many of the mechs hardly looked impressive to the Crossers, they were all LMC mechs that possessed their own distinctive glows. Though the mechs were too distant to project their glows to the Larkinsons and Crossers attending the ceremony, their appearance nonetheless broke the suppression exerted by the Crosser fleet carriers. The Cross Patriarch saw the situation wasn't as good anymore. He needed to do something in order to regain the upper hand. He rolled his eyes. These third-class mechs are as weak as chickens. What possessed you to parade these inferior mechs? Ves smirked as he turned to his crosser counterpart. These mechs may be humble, but they are each in high demand. Our living mech corporation sells millions of copies a month to customers all over the Yena star cluster. Our market reach surpasses that of any average senior. As long as we gain some time, we can easily grow our strength to the point where our fleet will surpass yours. Patriarch Reginald did not lose any wind. We have a senior. Our commercial strength will soon explode once Professor Cortez builds up his industries. Good luck with that. Ves briefly flicked his gaze over to Benedict. Don't underestimate our journeyman. With my indispensable design philosophy, the value of my products has exceeded that of the competition. If you don't believe me, you should ask the good professor. Benedict's eyes twinkled for a second. Patriarch Ves is correct. He is an outlier in the mech industry. While seniors such as myself have many different ways to earn lavishly, I dare not claim that my products can be as competitive as the products of the LMC. The leader of the Cross clan looked annoyed at his guest designer. The two kept silent, but Ves detected that they were likely communication in private through their cranial implants. Let us proceed with the treaty signing. Patriarch Reginald turned away from Professor Benedict. Our two clans must join hands. Ves schooled his expression and nodded. I agree. Our alliance will form the basis of our success in the times to come. The Red Ocean may push us, but we will never break as long as we cover each other's backs. The two clans were ready to form an alliance. Chapter 2570, Pioneering Alliance. An ornate bot floated down from above. Faint spotlights shone on the bot, and two identical scrolls in its grasp. The lengthy paper documents were exaggeratingly large and encrusted with golden flourishes and other decorative elements. The scrolls served as the symbolic representation of the treaty that the Larkinsons and Crossers had settled upon. The actual treaty existed in an electronic format, but it was nice to hold a traditional event in order to formalize the historical occasion. The alliance was of paramount importance to both clans. On the surface, the Pioneering Alliance was about sharing the responsibilities and benefits of becoming galactic pioneers. According to the admission scheme set up by the Big Two, alliances were subject to additional rules. Any individuals or groups that chose to split the cost of a single fleet beyond their ticket needed to pick their allies carefully. The reasons for this was that a group of pioneers were collectively seen as one cooperative unit. The pioneers not only had to account for themselves, but also each other. To be more specific, if a pioneer betrayed the human race and colluded with the indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean, every partner who helped the violator pass through the Beyonder Gate could not escape punishment. This meant that the Larkinson clan had to pick its partners very carefully. Ves could not afford to ally with someone who was liable to piss off the Big Two. Fortunately, the rules weren't overly harsh. Even if the Cross clan went crazy one day, the Big Two wouldn't annihilate the Larkinson clan. Ves would merely shoulder a lot of debt and become subject to some troublesome rules. In any case, neither the Larkinsons nor the Crossers believed their allies pursued a crazy agenda. Both of them simply wanted to grasp some opportunities and grow their respective clans into something greater. Once the bot placed the documents onto the surface of the floating altar, it flew back and entered standby mode. Both Ves and Reginald approached and inspected the terms of the treaty. The terms were fairly simple and did not cover a lot of ground. The alliance that the two sides had been keen to forge was not as close as a marriage. It was more about sharing benefits. Ves looked at the first and most important treaty clauses. Together, our two clans shall form a formal pioneering alliance, he announced. Invisible speakers and sound projectors carried his voice to every attending Larkinson and Crosser. After the signing of this treaty, we shall officially register our pioneering alliance to the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. The leadership of this cooperative venture alliance shall nominally rest with the Larkinson clan. This wasn't as impressive as it sounded. Neither clan wanted to become subordinate to the other. Even if more clans joined, the Larkinsons wouldn't be able to call the shots. There were some other details in these clauses that might be relevant in certain situations. In certain collective decisions, votes needed to be held. If a partner did not want to abide by the result, they could choose to withdraw from the pioneering alliance, but not without a considerable penalty. These were all terms agreed upon by the negotiators. Ves was not a diplomat, so he did not claim to understand the intricacies of these arcane rules. As someone who was no stranger to breaking rules, he hardly cared about the complicated clauses that were filled with lawyer-like jargon. He knew that when a crisis hit, no possible rule could stop people from looking out for themselves. Patriarch Reginald announced the second set of clauses in the treaty. Both of our clans shall form a defensive alliance. We promise to come to each other's aid if either of us are threatened by an unprovoked attack. This defensive pact does not apply if any of us has provoked the enemy or launched hostilities first. If the enemy is overwhelmingly powerful, no partner is obligated to fight as well. In the event that a request for military aid is not honored, the partner in question will immediately cease to be a part of the pioneering alliance, and must pay all of the penalties associated with this breach. Naturally, the exact rules and mechanics were very thorough and covered nearly every scenario imaginable. The lawyers of both clans spent weeks on hammering out the terms. The overall point behind these terms was to encourage the allies to stick together against threats that targeted their entire pioneering alliance. They were much less strict towards private grudges and individual rivalries. Our alliance stands alone when we arrive in the Red Ocean, Ves spoke up. With ambitious pioneers gathering from every region of human space, we will be surrounded by strangers. It is more important than ever to turn to friends that are closest to us. As citizens of neighboring star sectors, we share a much closer bond than any of the pioneers in the Red Ocean. Trust is essential to keep our alliance alive, and I sincerely hope we can cover each other's backs. The next clauses pertain to a different set of agreements. Patriarch Reginald briefly summed them up. Our clans may choose to cooperate on commercial or industrial ventures on a case-by-case basis. Since both of us have talented and capable mech designers, it is a given that we shall collaborate frequently on certain mech design projects. Each of these collaborations must set out a specific remuneration structure or profit-sharing arrangement in order to reward every contribution. In addition, we encourage the mech designers of both our clans to combine forces when designing specific, high-end mechs. This was the most interesting part of the treaty to both sides. Reginald clearly valued that last part the most. If the opportunity to design the mech that would propel him to ace pilot ever came up, Ves had promised to lend his design philosophy to the pivotal project. Of course, he wouldn't do so for free. The Cross clan already promised to part with a significant amount of rare exotics and strategic materials. What Ves especially paid attention to was obtaining a small quantity of monoexurite and a whole warclaw crystal. While Ves lacked the knowledge and tools to make use of both high-grade exotics, he could slowly change that as he and his clan accumulated more means. Aside from that, neither the Larkinson mech designers nor the Crosser mech designers were obliged to lend their services. They had to come to a voluntary agreement before they started any collaboration. The most important portion of the treaty came up next. Ves took a deep breath. Once we establish our pioneering alliance and collectively obtain a fleet beyond our ticket, we have agreed to allocate our quota of ships that we are allowed to bring to the Red Ocean according to a fair and predetermined formula. If our pioneering alliance expands to the point where we have enough merits to redeem a ticket, the Larkinson clan will be able to take up 8 starship slots while the Cross clan is entitled to 5 starship slots. The Larkinson clan almost possessed 40 million NTA merits, but not quite. Yet because the Larkinsons possessed so much leverage, it was easy for them to ask for a little extra. In contrast, the Cross clan possessed much more weight. Per Patriarch Reginald only had about 25 million MTA merits at his disposal, so the Crossers could only make do with a quota of 5 vessels. It wasn't fair, and the Larkinsons might not be able to justify claiming so many slots once other partners came on board. Ves knew that if he wanted to keep his current quota, he might have to earn a couple of million more MTA merits in the next couple of years. The remainder of the treaty was not as interesting or impactful. For example, one miscellaneous agreement called for putting a portion of their industrial capacity at each other's disposal. For example, if Professor Benedict designed a new crosser mech and wanted to borrow the Larkinson clan's factory ship to produce a lot of copies, then Ves could choose to accept the request. As long as the request wasn't excessive, the Larkinson clan would produce and supply the mechs to the Cross clan at a considerable discount. Of course, the same also applied in reverse. If Ves ever wanted to acquire hundreds of transcendent punishers in a short amount of time, he could ask the Cross clan to help with the production. After quickly going over these minor points, neither side offered any objections. Though there were many areas in which Ves or Reginald didn't like, this was the nature of compromise. It was impossible for either of them to have their way. They had to move away from their initial demands and come to a middle ground in order to ensure that both sides benefited from the agreement. If there was any massive discontent from one side or the other, the alliance wouldn't be able to last. Despite the unpalatable compromises, the patriarchs didn't show their dissatisfaction. The truth was that the negotiations produced an agreement that provided more gains than losses to them. As long as this held true, there weren't any sufficient reasons to reject the alliance. Let us sign this treaty. Both patriarchs floated forward. The bot that hovered on standby gradually lowered itself and extended 2 ornate pens to the leaders. They grasped the pens and began to sign their names and signatures with aesthetically pleasing flourishes. Of course, neither of them employed their actual handwriting. The autopens merely executed their pre-programmed motions by themselves. Otherwise, both Ves and Reginald would immediately ruin the solemn treaty signing by displaying crooked and ugly handwriting. Each autopen signed 2 times. This way, the 2 copies of the treaties held the signatures of both leaders. Ves turned around and raised his fist. From this day onwards, the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan are united. His counterpart, Patriarch Reginald, also raised his fist. From this day onwards, the Golden Skull Alliance shall rise to greatness in the Red Ocean. The Golden Skull Alliance. This imposing name was the official designation of their alliance. Both Larkinsons and Crossers raised their fists in response, and cried out the new name in a martial fashion. Golden Skull! Golden Skull! Golden Skull! No one noticed that V's proud smile was shaking a little. To be honest, Ves vehemently disagreed with the name. If he had a choice, he would have called it something else like the LC Alliance, or something neutral. However, the Crosser negotiators insisted on the name. More specifically, they demanded the inclusion of the word skull. The Larkinsons eventually agreed to this strange demand because they obtained some very attractive concessions in exchange. It didn't take much guessing to know that Professor Benedict had a hand in this event. Was he crazy? Why would the former skull architect reference his hidden past in such an open fashion? If he hadn't received some reassurances from the man himself, Ves would have rather given up on the concessions his clan had received in exchange. He briefly turned his head to look at the guest designer of the Cross clan. Professor Benedict noticed his gaze and responded with a satisfied smile. Of course, he was happy that the 2 clans managed to find common ground. The senior mech designer actually paid very little in order to be a part of the new alliance. He was the true winner of this development. Clever bastard, Ves whispered. Though he equated the former skull architect as a leech, he was still a useful one. As long as Professor Benedict provided enough benefits, Ves had no reason to mess up this arrangement. The Golden Skull Alliance shouldn't stir up too much trouble in the Red Ocean. To some people, a sordid name like that did not bode well for the future. It was too bad that Ves was not prone to superstition. Chapter 2571, Friendly Advice. Shortly after the treaty signing, the attendees began to exit the Hex Garden. Some Larkinsons and Crossers lingered for a while in order to chat with each other. Before they formed the Golden Skull Alliance, the two sides only interacted sporadically. Without the treaty, the two clans didn't have much in common. There was no natural friendship in between them and no reason for them to hang out. All of that changed today. The pioneering alliance they established today meant that the Larkinsons and Crossers turned into comrades. Since there was a significant chance that they might fight alongside each other in the future, the soldiers and mech pilots of both clans thought it was prudent to establish some closer relationships. Patriarch Reginald Cross spoke with Ves for 10 minutes before he moved to leave. His stiff expert pilots departed with their leader as well. As the Larkinsons began to leave as well, Professor Benedict briefly held Ves back. "We're in this together now," he spoke in a low tone. Ves knew he had to be careful of what he said in this venue. "Are you happy now, Professor?" "Very." The former fugitive grinned. "Just call me Professor or Benedict. We are friends now. You don't have to pay too much attention to our differences in rank. As future collaborators, it is vital for us to develop an understanding of each other." Understanding. How funny. Ves had no interest at all in understanding the man who used to be known as the Skull Architect. Even if Benedict hung up his pirate coat, he was anything but a typical senior. Ves awkwardly coughed. "You are of a different generation than mine. I don't think it is easy to become friends. I think it's best to stick to a professional relationship." "Don't be so stiff, Ves." Benedict moved closer and slapped his palm against the younger mech designer's back. "The best collaborations arise out of mutual understanding. The ongoing collaboration between you and your wife is a great example. If the two of you weren't so close to each other, your results would have probably lacked that special quality that is only present in works designed with love." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ves growled. "Ha! It is nice to be young." Benedict smiled in a patronizing manner. "You are lucky, you know that? You are so young for a journeyman. Do you know why that is so highly prized in the mech industry? Our potential is greater. The earlier we exit the apprentice stage, the more time we have to impact the higher ranks." "That's not quite it." The senior shook his head. "While you are correct, it is not the primary reason why the mech industry pays so much attention to mech designers such as you. While there is some disagreement over this, I believe the actual reason why talented fellows such as you are valuable is because of the passion derived from your youth." Ves grew confused. "What do you mean?" "You young folk are still young and tender. You haven't been grinded down by reality and the unfairness of the society you live in yet. This especially applies to upstarts like you who have managed to climb up from mediocrity in just a couple of steps. You're a confident mech designer, aren't you?" "I am," Ves plainly admitted. "If you were in my shoes, you would feel the same way." "You have ample grounds to be so self-assured, but try and make the most of it while you still can. It is easier for younger mech designers like you to aim high. Don't take your passion and enthusiasm for granted. Once you grow older and encounter more setbacks, it will become more challenging for you to maintain an optimistic mindset. By that time, it becomes 10 times harder for you to design boldly, and with as much energy as before. Ves paused and took in the older man's words. He could feel that the advice was sincere. The skull architect seemed to portend an inevitable transformation. To be honest, Ves was quite spooked by the prospect. However, he had met several different older mech designers. The best of them were still as vigorous as younger mech designers. It was hard to imagine that they were plotting old coots whose hearts had already atrophied. "You don't seem to fall in this category," he remarked in a suspicious tone. "In our previous talks, you have always sounded optimistic about your future prospects." As mech designers grow older, they grow more comfortable with their success. Their body grows less active. This change in physiology also affects their thought patterns. It becomes more challenging for them to push themselves and make the difficult decisions that are necessary to progress their design philosophy. For example, if you were 200 years older, you would never do something as reckless as entering the Nixian gap. Ves unconsciously nodded. At that age, he would probably want to sit back, especially if he had already attained an extremely high level of success. Why should he risk his life this way when he was already a master mech designer or a star designer? There were plenty of other pursuits that were worth his time. "I know what you're thinking," Benedict said with a knowing expression. "You have to know that attitudes like yours are one of the main reasons that older mech designers slow down. Just think about it. In the first half of their careers, the most successful ones are very hard-working, daring and not afraid to explore the unknown. Now, suppose they grow older and no longer make the same decisions. Do you think they will still be able to progress just as much when they no longer follow their own formula for success?" Though the professor's logic was hard to argue, Ves instinctively felt there was something wrong. "I don't think it's that simple. The challenges that apprentices and journeymen have to overcome are very different from the difficulties that seniors and masters have to resolve. Even I know that as your design philosophy gets further ahead, you need to be a lot more thoughtful and do a lot more work. Diligence and persistence are far more important at those later stages." Benedict briefly looked impressed. "You aren't wrong. Older mech designers can't afford to relax. The moment you spend less time on designing mechs and more time on enjoying the fruits of your work is the moment you have thrown away your chances of climbing higher. It is just that it's not enough for you to work diligently." "I get that, but aren't you exaggerating a bit, Professor?" "No." Benedict leaned forward and uttered in front of Ves. "You are very much mistaken about the barriers you must overcome. Imagine you are facing a completely sheer wall that is as tall as a mech. In order to get ahead, you need to overcome it in some way, and you can't use tools. How can you possibly accomplish this important feat?" "You can't, at least in a normal fashion," Benedict shouted. "You need to be creative and make decisions that you wouldn't make at normal times. You need to expand your imagination and grasp solutions that aren't immediately apparent. For example, instead of trying to climb this wall, dig a tunnel even if your nails are bleeding. If the wall doesn't have any handholds, chisel them yourself. If there aren't any steps, just kill a lot of people and pile up their rotting bodies to form your own stairs." Ves backed off as Benedict ranted, but the professor persistently matched his pace. Professor, let's not be too morbid, shall we? We are mech designers. We are civilized people." The senior snapped back to reality. He blinked and adjusted his coat. Ahem. I apologize for that, Ves. I was a bit too invested in the experiences of my own past. You are filled with talent. I hate to see you waste your gift by losing the qualities that have made you great. Inappropriate metaphors aside, remember my lesson. Every single master and star designer has overcome impossible odds in order to achieve their level of success. When you approach my level, you must not flinch from the challenges that bar your way to master. With those words, the professor casually patted V's shoulder before flying towards the exit. VS kept hovering above the central garden for a few minutes. He eventually shrugged. Whatever. I'll see what I'm up against when I've reached senior. He was not ignorant to the fact that seniors had to go above and beyond in order to realize their design philosophies. Plenty of mech designers had eluded the difficulty of overcoming this hurdle. The problem was those same mech designers were too damn vague and indirect about what exactly they had to do in order to succeed. With no one telling VS what they had to do, how could he ever take their warnings as seriously as they wished? It was like describing the danger of the Nixian Gap. While VS received a flood of intelligence about the many threats lurking in the anomalous region of space, he merely dove in with his task force and learned the hard way that it was a lot more terrifying than he thought. The problem is that there is only so much I can do to prepare for the challenges ahead. It would have been great if Benedict offered him some concrete advice. Instead, all the Skull Architect told him was to maintain the courage and daring of his youth. Maybe he's right. Maybe I truly need to seek challenges in order to continue my progress, he muttered. With the signing of the treaty, the two clans soon submitted their Pioneering Alliance application to the MTA. The efficient organization only took a couple of hours to accept the application and include it in their registry. The Golden Skull Alliance became an officially recognized entity. So far, the alliance only consisted of the Larkinson and Cross clans. That would definitely change in the future. The Golden Skull Alliance needed at least one more partner in order to gather enough merits to redeem a fleet beyond ticket. Applications already flooded the Larkinson clan. There were many organizations interested in joining the alliance that VS established with the Crossers. However, none of them were worth his notice. If Gavin hadn't brought up any of them to VS, then the offers simply didn't satisfy the conditions set by Larkinsons. I hope I can find some useful and qualified partners in the next couple of years. The Larkinsons had plenty of time and opportunity to seek them. The Golden Skull Alliance had to pass through at least 3 star clusters in order to reach a Beyonder Gate. There were so many star sectors and states in between that there had to be some suitable groups along the way. In fact, even Hexer dynasties had tried to worm their way into his alliance. Their applications never reached his desk. Gavin knew better than that. As the days went by, the two clans did not immediately turn into bosom buddies. The Larkinsons and Crossers still needed a lot of time in order to develop closer friendships. This was fine to VS. As far as he was concerned, this was just an alliance of convenience. Both clans began to prepare for their upcoming journey. VS, Gloriana, Juliet, and the rest of the design department spent most of their time on progressing their design projects. Other Larkinsons were busy trying to gather the supplies and ready their fleet for departure. With the date of delivery of a pair of very special capital ships coming closer, anticipation continued to build up among the Larkinsons. After many months of residing in this boring star system, the Larkinsons were eager to leave and explore the wider galaxy. As the wait grew unbearable, a large fleet finally entered the Synnax system. Chapter 2572, Grand Entry. Every time a starship engaging in FTL travel transitioned back to the material dimensions, a considerable amount of fluctuations burst out from the point of emergence. While these fluctuations are quite random and chaotic, humanity slowly learned how to decipher a number of clues. By interpreting certain patterns, it became possible to predict the size, mass, FTL drive strength, power output, and many other parameters. The CFA unquestionably developed these capabilities the most. Rumors circulated on the galactic net that the CFA was able to peer into the higher dimensions and make detailed observations of any ships traveling through them far in advance. Ordinary states and organizations didn't have these capabilities. At the most, their best sensor systems were mostly able to give them a brief advance warning as well as providing estimates on the overall mass of the entering ships and possibly how many of them were emerging at the same. Right now, a Glory Seeker combat carrier on patrol happened to be close enough to observe the FTL transitions with good clarity. As Ves entered the bridge of the Scarlet Rose, he sensed a huge amount of anticipation from the battle crier crew. Everyone guessed what the gravitic fluctuations portended. Numerous states and many more star systems sat between the Sentinel Kingdom and the hexadric hegemony. Unless a starship possessed a very advanced FTL drive, every vessel had to make at least one stop in between in order to cross the vast distance in between. General traffic flowed along well-established trade routes. These routes crisscrossed each other many times, thereby creating a branching web that consisted of many powerful star systems. In order to qualify as a node for FTL travel, a star system had to possess a massive star. The greater the mass, the easier it was to dial in an FTL drive towards the right destination. The chances of dangerous misses and going wildly off course were minimized. Any fleet that wanted to sneak to a destination unnoticed would avoid these star systems like the plague. They had to hop between much weaker but much more ubiquitous star systems. Hardly anyone cared about star systems centered around red dwarfs and brown dwarfs. They were the equivalent of cramped and dirty alleys in space. A majestic, hexer-built fleet of brand-new starships would never crawl through these desolate alleyways. From the moment the starships turned space-worthy and assembled into a delivery fleet, their temporary hexer crews navigated through the safest, fastest, and most direct route from the assembly point in the hegemony to the syntax system in the Sentinel Kingdom. Therefore, from the moment a pair of enormous capital ships emerged from the higher dimensions, no one expressed too much surprise. The clan already received ample warning. In fact, its analysts already estimated that the hexer-led fleet would arrive at the syntax system within 2 days. As soon as the capital ships settled into the material realm, a swarm of smaller vessels emerged as well. Combat carriers, logistical ships, cargo ships, and more continued to stabilize themselves before flanking the 2 capital ships like an honor guard. Meow! Lucky, who floated alongside Ves, looked stunned at the growing fleet emerging out of FTL. Aside from one of the 2 capital ships, every vessel was coated in red. Each ship that made up the fleet shared the same aesthetic look. Depending on their role and tonnage, they were shaped like fat and stubby rods. Their cross-sections were always shaped like hexagons, though their sides were very tall and their top and bottom roofs were fairly squished in order to increase the effective usage of space. For now, the ships looked fairly plain in appearance. Aside from their eye-catching red coating, their sides were left bare, though there were already plenty of interesting elements on their exterior. Hatches, sensor arrays, external storage compartments, bunkers, observation windows, and so on all broke up the monotony of smooth hull plating. Of course, that didn't mean the ships lacked armor. It was the opposite, in fact. For capital ships, any breaches spelled serious danger to vessels that were worth at least 1 trillion hex credits. Meter-thick armor plating protected them from micro-impacts and more devastating attacks alike. A very sophisticated arrangement of spacing, supporting structures, compartmentalization, and modular components ensured the capital ships wouldn't succumb from a few incidental attacks. One of the 2 ships boasted considerably better armor. The Indigo Tremor, the fleet carrier and capital ship of the Glory Seekers, allocated a much greater proportion of her budget towards the quality and quantity of her hull plating. "She's a beast," Calabast uttered as she admired the fleet carrier depicted in the projection. The spymaster slipped onto the bridge a few moments earlier. Right now, she looked excited at all of the hardware moving to the inner system. The fleet that had just arrived consisted of all of the starships, supplies, and other assets the Larkinson clan had ordered from the hegemony. Once the Larkinsons formally accepted this enormous delivery, they obtained all of the elements to form an expeditionary fleet. They only needed to unpack their goods and gain some proficiency in controlling their new assets. Within a month or two, the Golden Skull Alliance would finally be ready to set off its much-anticipated journey. Let alone Calabast, even Ves couldn't rein in his enthusiasm. "What do you think of the Indigo Tremor?" he asked. "She's a modern Hexer fleet carrier," Calabast answered. "The hegemony has built many fleet carriers, and the Indigo Tremor is not too inferior to those utilized by the Hex army. While she is missing some classified tech and components, she is more than capable of serving as the focal point of a space battle." With good defenses, a nominal capacity of 600 mechs and 78 bunkers, the Indigo Tremor had become the toughest and most reliable vessel in the Larkinson fleet. Of course, the Tremor wasn't technically part of the Larkinson clan. Her management fell under the Glory Seekers, who ultimately answered to the Woden dynasty. While Ves still felt a little sour about giving up a precious ship's slot to Madame Constance Woden, at the very least the Wodens hadn't wasted the opportunity. Perhaps the greatest benefit out of this concession was that the Wodens were also responsible for the upkeep of the Indigo Tremor. Her expensive hull plating might be able to resist a lot of damage, but if they ever broke, it cost a considerable amount of money to restore them. Ves would not feel any pain if the new flagship of the Glory Seekers took a hefty beating. Fleet carriers that were designed to attract enemy fire had been known to bankrupt their owners. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. Compared to the Antonio Cross and the Hemington Cross, the Indigo Tremor strikes a good balance between capacity, defense, and mobility. The only downside is that she moves like a tub. He didn't mention the Indigo Tremor's secret colony base function. It was none of his business if the Wodens wanted to plant their flag on a planet in the red ocean dwarf galaxy. The Indigo Tremor isn't the only tub. Calabast smirked and gestured her hand at the adjacent capital ship. "Your new toy is just as sluggish." "She's my toy, though." After Ves took in the Indigo Tremor, he finally directed his attention to the ship that had occupied his dreams for years. The majestic red capital ship possessed a considerably different profile than the Glory Seeker fleet carrier. While she adopted roughly the same shape as the Indigo Tremor, her hull plating was not as thick or resilient. That didn't mean her defenses were weak. The red capital ship possessed enough defenses to fend off smaller assaults on her own. Her serviceable hull plating, power-hungry shield generators, and 80 reinforced bunkers were far from typical of a capital ship devoted to industrial production. Though her acceleration and mobility characteristics were just as plodding as any capital ship's, she was a bit better off than the Indigo Tremor in this regard. In short, the unnamed capital ship was very well equipped to survive the frontier. As Ves continually raked his eyes over her formidable shape, intense satisfaction suffused his body. Power! This was power! Not even hundreds of combat carriers could compare to the value of his factory ship. It cost 2 trillion hex credits to build the current incarnation of this capital ship. The formidable active and passive defenses of the factory ship claimed much of her budget. Yet the most important aspect of his future flagship wasn't her combat capabilities, but instead her production capabilities. 20 modern high-end Hexer production lines could churn out advanced second-class mechs at a high pace. As long as the Larkinson clan was able to sustain her voracious production volume, then the industrial vessel essentially functioned as a large and mobile manufacturing complex. This was the key to maintaining the independence of his expeditionary fleet. While a normal manufacturing complex built on land was only 5 to 15% as expensive as this extravagant capital ship, any fixed facilities weren't able to move with his fleet. What was the point of investing in a fixed production facility if it only anchored his expeditionary fleet within a certain range? Ves did not want to be bound by any location. He wanted to explore new territories without any shackles limiting his travel options. In order to secure these capabilities, he did not flinch from demanding a factory ship instead of a fleet carrier as the first capital ship of the Larkinson clan. As a mech designer, having his own roving production facility was a great luxury. Certainly, a factory ship was not without its downsides. As mentioned earlier, it was very troublesome to manage the logistics of keeping it supplied. With 20 production lines, the factory ship ate through a lot of materials at her peak. While the vessel possessed enormous cargo bays, they weren't sufficient in the long run. The Larkinson fleet had to incorporate a lot of cargo ships in order to store the raw materials and finished products. The LMC and the Larkinson clan also had to establish versatile and redundant supply lines that were capable of delivering an abundant amount of raw materials to a fleet that regularly moved around. If the expeditionary fleet traveled beyond the range of those supply lines, then it became increasingly harder to keep the production lines running. This was an incredibly complicated matter. It was already hard enough to keep a moving factory ship supplied while traveling through the Milky Way. At least his fleet would be traveling through established space where an abundant amount of resource suppliers and distribution networks were able to deliver the necessary raw materials to his factory ship. What about the Red Ocean? Supplying the factory ship would doubtlessly be a lot more troublesome over there. Too little time had passed for the initial wave of pioneers to set up a comprehensive resource extraction industry, let alone establish large-scale trade networks. Well, it doesn't matter, he softly muttered. Even if he couldn't fully utilize the factory ship all the time, it was fine if she was bleeding money. He valued the factory ship for her mobile mass production capabilities. When it came to earning money, the business empire he erected in the Komodo star sector and adjacent star sectors already had that covered. With the arrival of the final batch of Hexer-built vessels, every Larkinson gained a lot of hope for the future. Even though they were frequently told that the Larkinsons would be getting their own capital ship, it was only now that the truth sank in. With such an impressive factory ship, the Larkinson clan could finally lift its head high in front of the Cross clan. Get ready, Ves. Calabash softly spoke to her. It's one thing to receive a capital ship. It's another thing to master her. Your precious factory ship won't be fully in your control unless she is crewed entirely by your own people. Chapter 2573, Crewing a Capital Ship. The arriving fleet took its time to reach Hisneck 6. The temporary crew of the recently built factory ship had to perform a lot of inspections in order to check for any problems arising from her maiden voyage. Properly speaking, every newly built starship had to go through at least one comprehensive shakedown cruise. The bigger the vessel, the greater amount of parts. The greater amount of parts, the greater the probability that something might go wrong. These days, the space trials of subcapital ships didn't need to be comprehensive. Advanced scanners and technology-assisted inspections already helped with making sure that none of their parts were abnormal. Capital ships were different. Their total volume exceeded that of typical cities. They had so many decks filled with huge, interconnected ship components that no amount of inspection could ensure that they would all run smoothly. This was why most capital ships required at least half a year of shakedown cruises in order to detect problematic elements and make sure that every system worked as intended. It wasn't unusual for fires to break out, capacitors to explode, components to overload, or the supply of oxygen to be cut off in the middle of the night. What the Larkinson clan was actually receiving was not a fully mature factory ship. Instead, she was the equivalent of a prototype. While most of her systems worked as expected, there may be a handful of unexpected flaws and quirks impacting her performance. That did not diminish V's enthusiasm. Due to his impatience, he demanded the Hexers to skip the lengthy space trials and just deliver his factory ship to him as soon as possible. The Hexers may be arrogant and prejudiced against boys, but they were not incompetent. The Hexadric hegemony was a true second-rate state with tech and production standards that were far beyond what any third-rate state could accomplish. In the past several months, the Larkinson clan received regular batches of Hexer-built combat carriers and other vessels. Despite their second-hand nature, Ves hardly found any fault in their design, construction, and refurbishment. The Hexers hardly cut any corners. Due to their superiority complex, the female supremacists constantly expected the best from themselves. They at least had to be better than the Friday men. As the beneficiary of Hexer excellence, Ves possessed a lot of faith in the quality of his factory ship. At the very least, she hadn't broken down in her maiden voyage. While that didn't rule out the possibility that something might go wrong in the future, the crew of the factory ship would have plenty of time to work out her kinks in the next couple of years. From the moment the last batch of ordered starships entered the Hisneck system, the Larkinsons quickly prepared to receive them. A lot of new Larkinson naval officers and ratings eagerly packed their bags. They also readied all of the mechs, equipment, supplies, and other goods they planned to load into their incoming vessels. Dozens of cargo ships were already waiting to transfer their goods into the factory ship. Much of their cargo consisted of the expensive raw materials needed to produce a lot of transcendent punishers. The LMC already procured them some time ago but lacked the high-end production facilities necessary to produce the Larkinson clan's exclusive artillery mechs. Soon the wait would be over. Once the factory ship churned out a couple of dozen transcendent punishers, the Larkinson fleet would gain a lot more confidence. At the very least, if a pirate warship like the Gravata Narlax confronted the new fleet, then the enemy vessel would quickly succumb from the sustained bombardment of a score of transcendent punishers. In short, the factory ship opened a brand new future for the Larkinson clan. No longer would Ves have to beg the Hexers or some other second-raters to fabricate advanced mechs and other high-tech goods. His clan was almost fully capable of meeting its own production needs. It didn't matter if the efficiency was lower and the cost was higher than relying on fixed production facilities. Even if it cost twice as much money to fabricate a mech in his new factory ship, Ves would still kiss his new flagship silly. In fact, if he wasn't already married to Gloriana, he would have tried to see if it was viable to marry a capital ship. Naturally, with such an important asset about to fall into his hands, Ves became incredibly busy. He personally supervised much of the preparation work. He cracked open the containers in order to see if the goods inside were up to standard. He met with some of the senior and junior officers who were ready to assume their new positions on the new vessel. He also inspected the chief technicians who would soon be assuming control over the sophisticated production lines. When Ves engaged in the latter two activities, he became a bit disappointed in the quality of his personnel. While they were very skilled and knowledgeable in their line of work, they were not yet up to the task of controlling all of the systems of a second-class capital ship. "We tried our best, sir." Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin looked apologetic as she reported to Ves at this busy period of time. "While we have few issues with hiring some of the most qualified spacers of the Sentinel Kingdom and other third-rate states, it is still too challenging to hire qualified second-class professionals." "You had months." Ophelia shook her head. "It's not enough. One of the greatest hindrances to hiring qualified crew is our inconvenient location. Since you prohibited us from hiring Friday men and Hexers, there are not many options left in our star sector. Tell me how you intend to solve this staffing issue." "The problem isn't acute. Your factory ship comes with a very capable crew of Hexer trainers. They are enough to keep the essential systems of the vessel running. While our current spacers are learning from the hegemony-supplied trainers, We can gradually supplement our crew with highly skilled officers and specialists as we navigate towards one of the regional beyonder gates. I see. We don't have much choice but to follow this course of action, I guess. Ves looked resigned. How much crew does it take to operate the factory ship? That's not a simple question to answer. Give me an idea then. Well, according to the ship schematics and other data that I have studied, your factory ship requires at least a minimum of 1,000 spacers to perform her most basic functions. This entails engaging her sublight propulsion systems, providing enough oxygen to keep the air breathable, and making short FTL hops. However, don't think that this is viable in the long run. A crew of just 1,000 is not enough to keep the factory ship in good condition. Her systems and components will deteriorate at an accelerated pace with a skeleton crew. How many trainers are there on the factory ship? The Hegemony has informed us that it has assigned around 500 trainers to your factory ship. Right now, there are at least 1,500 more Hexer crew members on the vessel, but they will be departing shortly after our clan takes possession of the factory ship. A crew complement of 2,000 is the most basic threshold to ensure her operation over longer periods of time. Mind you, this does not include the production crews that are responsible for manning the production lines. How many people does it take to run our factory's ship at full capacity? Ophelia briefly paused. 5,000 is a decent number, sir. In fact, she can accommodate double or triple that amount without overburdening the vessel. You can fit a lot of people in a capital ship. With more crew, it becomes possible to establish rotating shifts of personnel. This ensures that she remains at full capacity at every hour of the day while having an abundant amount of manpower at your disposal during active engagements. Capital ships were like several cities stacked on top of each other. Let alone 15,000 people. As long as his clan freed up enough space and beefed up her life support systems, his factory ship could potentially accommodate 150,000 extra passengers. Naturally, there was no way Ves would do something so pointless. His factory ship was not a luxury liner. The importance of crewing the ship started right at the top. The captain of the factory ship was the most essential role to fulfill. Since starship crews were organized in rigid hierarchies, the person at the top of the pyramid possessed an unsurpassed amount of power. Without a huge degree of competence, experience, talent, and technical expertise, it was impossible to command a vast capital ship. Do we have a captain for our factory ship? Ves asked. Not quite, sir, Ophelia carefully answered. The amount of naval officers who are qualified to captain capital ships are very scarce. Most of them are brought up within the militaries and institutions of a state. Even in the private sector, large trading and passenger transport companies are accustomed to invest many decades in bringing up their own capital ship crews. In other words, the Larkinson clan didn't have a captain ready. Suffice to say, Ves wasn't happy with that news. As the arriving fleet finally entered into high orbit over Synax 6, several hours went by as a lot of transports and vessels began to unload their goods and crews onto the arriving vessels. Ves and Gloriana both had to take care of the handover procedures and other administrative necessities. By the time they took their cats and entered a shuttle that would take them to their new flagship, Ves had almost gone crazy due to all of the delays. Finally! He shouted as he settled into his seat. Gloriana placed her palm onto his hand. I know you're excited, but our flagship isn't going anywhere. She's ours now, right? Almost. Ves nodded. Our personnel still needs to inspect the whole interior and exterior of our factory ship in order to make sure the Hexers haven't missed anything. As long as that is in order, we can finalize the handover process. Don't worry. Hexers are always thorough. Not a single tool will be missing from our new home. Home. Gloriana did not use that word casually. Before, she considered the scimitar system and the hexadric hegemony to be her home. The stellar chaser that she took up residence in over the last few years was just a temporary hotel in her eyes. This was different. The brand new factory ship was not just a workplace. She possessed plenty of living space and other amenities. Though she was not an ARC ship, she still offered enough space for shops, restaurants, parks, and even a school. With room for thousands of crew members, the factory ship was more than capable of simulating city life. Aside from the lack of open space and other constraints, it shouldn't be a major problem for the miracle couple and the rest of the expansive crew to distract themselves on the floating city. After a slow and steady approach, the shuttle slowly entered the primary hangar bay of the factory ship. There were actually 2 hangar bays. The primary hangar bay could accommodate 12 mechs and 6 shuttles at a time. This was actually pretty tiny for a capital ship, but Ves had opted to shrink this compartment in order to free up capacity for other functions. The bulk hangar bay was much larger. It could accommodate several transports at a time and played an essential role in keeping up the flow of goods. In an emergency, the cargo hangar bay along with the vast and expansive cargo bays could accommodate several mech companies if necessary. However, it was best not to do so. The primary role of the factory ship was to produce mechs and other products. It was vital to secure enough cargo space. As the shuttle landed in the middle of the primary hangar bay, the hatch slid open. As the security detail exited first, Ves and Gloriana followed suit a moment later. The moment his shoe landed on the deck, Ves felt an invisible shock running through his leg. He had finally stepped foot on his new home. Chapter 2574, Grand Captain Daria Maria Vraken. This was a historical moment. For the very first time, Ves stepped aboard a capital ship that did not belong to other powers. Humanity classified any starfaring vessel that was over 1 kilometer long with this coveted label. To be honest, this was an arbitrary designation. The definition of capital ships had changed throughout the course of history. In the Age of Stars, any ship that was longer than 500 meters used to be considered a capital ship. How times changed. There were plenty of spacers these days who insisted that the definition for capital ships needed another adjustment. Ship lengths ranging from 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers frequently made the rounds. The CFA, which was the foremost authority on starships and human civilization, never gave in to these requests. Ves guessed that the fleeters didn't want to bother with this banal argument. In truth, whether a ship was 1 kilometer or 5 kilometers long, when the vessel exceeded a certain scale, her mass and movement characteristics fundamentally changed. Tiny corvettes and frigates resembled sparrows. Swift, agile, and small, these vessels were capable of performing acrobatics in space. Capital ships were akin to whales, though worse. They were huge, lumbering vessels that took a lot of time to get going and a lot of time and effort to perform even the smallest course correction. When the dimensions of a starship grew, their tonnage grew by a geometric relationship. Of course, the exact growth was highly dependent on the specific ship design and how much height and width the vessel acquired. The sublight propulsion systems couldn't keep up with the rapid increase in mass. Unless a capital ship was specifically built for speed, they were always huge, slow, and plodding. This defined a capital ship in a nutshell. Of course, in exchange for all of those downsides, capital ships offered more space and capacity than any other vessel. For some people and organizations, this was an enormous waste. Many smaller and weaker groups such as Mercenary Corps simply couldn't justify the cost of operating such an extravagant vessel. It was much more economical to operate several bite-sized ships. Ves was different. The Larkinson clan was different. Even though VS acknowledged that it was a lot cheaper to acquire a dozen logistical ships that could accommodate a couple of production lines each, they simply did not possess the might, majesty, and prestige of a single capital ship. His new acquisition also offered several production advantages over smaller alternatives. It was worth it to acquire this factory ship. When VS planted his other feet onto the deck of the primary hangar bay, he took in a deep breath. He smelled and tasted the filtered air circulated by the expansive life support systems of his new flagship. Clean. Fresh. Maybe a bit too clinical. That would probably change over time. Every ship developed a unique air formula. Meow. Meow. Both Lucky and Clixie looked quite nervous to be on such a big ship. The Stellar Chaser and Scarlet Rose were much smaller frigates. They possessed a limited amount of decks and compartments, which made it manageable for the cats to claim their entire interiors as their territory. This wasn't possible anymore. No matter how remarkable the two cats were, they would tire themselves out in no time if they attempted to patrol the entire length and breadth of the capital ship. VS bent down to stroke Lucky and Clixie's backs. Don't be scared. This ship is still ours. You just have to delegate responsibility to others. Meow? Both cats looked thoughtful at what VS said. As VS consoled the cats, a small delegation of senior command officers approached the shuttle. VS looked up to see an authoritative, middle-aged woman saluting to the new owners of the factory ship. Mr. Ves Larkinson, Mrs. Gloriana Woden Larkinson, it is my proud honor to welcome you aboard the HHX 6963. The other Hexer officers saluted as well. Gloriana assumed her formal persona. She gestured towards the lead Hexer. Introduce yourself. I am Grand Captain Dari Maria Vraken, the interim commanding officer of the HHX 6963. The Council of Matriarchs has personally assigned me to captain this ship until your clan is prepared to nominate a competent successor. Both VS and Gloriana did not react well at the introduction. What is a Vraken like you doing here? Gloriana frowned. Her guarded posture caused Clixie to be on guard as well. For her part, the so-called Grand Captain perfectly maintained her professional demeanor. I am one of the best capital ship captains in the hegemony. You can inspect my public record at your leisure. I graduated summa cum laude at the most premier naval institution of our state. I have captained over 3 different capital ships, including a factory ship, over my half-a-century-long career. If you require more reassurances, I can give you a record of my certifications and accolades. Please do, VS requested. The Grand Captain immediately transferred over a document to his comm. When VS inspected it, he became flooded by certifications, awards, and other forms of official recognition. VS tried his best not to get lost in the hundreds of individual entries. The medals and other rewards bestowed by the Hexer government signified that Captain Vraken was a very high performer. She learned more, scored higher, and impressed her superiors at a far greater rate than her peers. When VS took in her diplomas and huge list of certifications, he discovered that the distinguished Hexer captain was proficient in both command and engineering. Though she wasn't an engineer, she understood the basic theory and fundamental mechanics behind pretty much every single ship component. Whether it was thrusters, FTL drives, power reactors, or shield generators, she possessed a decent grasp on how they worked. The combination of all of this technical knowledge granted her a very good awareness on how to push a capital ship like the HHX 6963 to her limits. Combining that with her excellent leadership, management, and administration abilities, the Grand Captain assigned by the Hexers was truly the most impressive naval officer that VS had seen. Perhaps the monstrous officers of the CFA could easily crush Captain Vraken in terms of skills and knowledge, but that was an unfair comparison. It wasn't as if VS could ever get a fleeter to captain any of his vessels. Though VS didn't like to put a Hexer in charge of his flagship, he recognized the necessity of keeping someone like Daria Maria Vraken in such a critical position. It shouldn't be a problem to train or recruit an acceptable replacement before his expeditionary fleet entered the Red Ocean. Naturally, whoever got to replace the extraordinary Hexer captain would never come close to being as good as the interim captain. That was fine. The HHX 6963 did not necessarily require an inhuman captain in order to run her basic operations. Every capital ship was like a very large company. The CEO at the top was merely responsible for issuing broad orders and making other high-level decisions. The middle management and the lower ranks did most of the actual work. Those positions were much more crucial to the Larkinsons. Please follow after me. The Grand Captain bowed and turned around. While it is impossible to tour HHX 6963 in her entirety in a single day, I have prepared a very condensed tour that will bring you up to speed on the most essential decks and compartments of this fine vessel. The newly arrived group followed the commanding officer to the exit. Meanwhile, the other senior officers dispersed and returned to their stations. When Captain Vraken led the clan patriarch and his wife past the fortress-like checkpoint, she approached a number of floater platforms. Please step onto this platform. Your bodyguards can utilize the other platforms. They all did so. The floater platforms automatically hovered above deck and gradually began to accelerate forward at a brisk pace. As you can imagine, navigating through a capital ship can be very time-consuming, the interim captain explained. Moving from one end of the HHX 6963 to the other end can take hours. Sheer distance as well as all of the hatches, checkpoints and other obstacles in the way can all slow you down. For this reason, these expansive hallways are split up into 4 lanes. The outer lanes are meant for foot traffic while the center 2 lanes are devoted to small vehicle traffic. Floater platforms like these as well as cargo bots and other vehicles will frequently travel back and forth. VS had already been on a ship with this kind of hallway setup. The Starlight Megalodon featured broader lanes. It was a shame the derelict CFA battleship lost too much functionality back then to make use of all of that space. This was different. His factory ship became more alive as the newly arrived Larkinson crew members as well as disciplined Hexer trainers began to populate the hallways. Even the center 2 lanes saw traffic as a lot of incoming goods needed to be brought to the right compartment. The interior design of the HHX 6963 was quite basic. The decks were gunmetal gray while the bulkheads and ceilings were coated in a pristine shade of white. A horizontal red stripes ran through every corridor of the factory ship. Frequently, this monotony was broken up by other markings and symbols. Every so often, the bulkhead showed off the emblem of the Larkinson clan and the logo of the Living Mech Corporation. Perhaps the only trace of Hexer construction was the diagonal sides. VS twitched his mouth as he noted the modest but conspicuously angled bulkheads. The angles weren't too sharp, so there wasn't too much wasted space, but VS still felt annoyed that the Hexers hadn't been able to change this design choice. Technical constraints, the Hexer shipwrights claimed. The Estrella Clavier-class factory ship was designed from the ground up with hexagon-sided hallways and hexagon-sided compartments in mind. HHX 6963 is this vessel's official designation, right? VS asked once he stopped studying the hallways. Correct, sir. This vessel does not have an individual ship name. The honor of naming this factory ship is left up to the client. Would you like to name her now? We can complete her registration and modify her exterior to reflect her identity. VS briefly turned to Gloriana, who didn't look too sure. Not yet. We're still thinking about it. There's no hurry. Very well. The floater platform started to ascend up the decks. They were moving upwards. The Grand Captain continued her tour. The HHX 6963 possesses 66 decks in total. In general, the upper decks are dedicated to command, control, living, and other high-level functions. The middle decks are mainly dedicated to engineering, power, life support, production, and other heavy-duty functions. The lower decks mostly consist of cargo bays, supply storage, fuel tanks, and other less important compartments. This was a typical starship arrangement. The higher the deck, the more unlikely it was to find a low-ranking spacer. Much of the sections and compartments that were dedicated to the actual functioning of the ship was concentrated in the middle decks, where they were well protected against external attacks. As for the lower decks, there weren't as many people there as most of it was taken up by cargo bays and other storage compartments. There was a good reason for this arrangement. Due to the relatively low-priority compartments situated in the lower decks, it does not hurt us as much if this side of the HHX 6963 comes under enemy fire. Captain Vraken elaborated. It is for this reason that the keel of this vessel is reinforced with extra plating. Only the bow is better armored. Ves smirked. The prow will become even thicker soon. So far, the front of his factory ship was still a plain red-coated surface. It protruded forward like a short duck beak. While it didn't look ugly, Ves had something a lot better in mind. In these past few months, compartment G13 aboard the Scarlet Rose had not been idle. The Larkinson clan quietly stockpiled a huge amount of briar alloy. Now that his factory ship was finally in his hands, he could finally make use of that splendid alloy. Chapter 2575 Insane Security Check. Commanding a starship was difficult. As long as ships grew beyond the size of where a single spacer could perform all of the necessary functions, it became essential to rely on other people. Back when Ves initially received the Barracuda, he witnessed how the corvette ran smoothly under the control of a small crew of close friends and comrades. This was different. The HHX 6963 was a beast with so much space, sections, compartments, components, and other intricate systems that a crew of 2,000 was only reluctantly able to keep her running. Due to automation and the immense size of many ship components, it didn't take as many people as people thought to run a capital ship. Naturally, relying too much on automation had its own dangers. After his jaunt aboard the Starlight Megalodon, Ves developed a healthy paranoia towards ships that relied too much on automation. This was why he looked rather mixed as Captain Vraken began her tour at the most sensitive locations of the factory ship. As one of the most crucial compartments of the vessel, security was paramount. The bulkheads were reinforced with thick, mech-grade armor. A permanent security detachment manned the checkpoint. Their heavy combat armor and their heavy assault rifles exerted a lot of deterrence towards anyone that strayed towards the heavy blast doors up ahead. Ves and Gloriana showed no concern. Under the Grand Captain's lead, they subjected themselves to an extensive sweep and identity verification check. The security checks were so thorough that the miracle couple even had to solve some randomly generated design problems. This simple test practically closed the door to any infiltrators like Calabast. After all, how could a random spy ever possibly solve a journeyman-level design problem within a very strict time limit? In the absurd chance that someone dispatched a journeyman mech designer who also happened to be trained as an infiltrator, there were other tests to make life difficult. As per your instructions, only you have the right to enter this critical compartment, Captain Vraken informed Ves. No one, not even myself or your spouse, has the right to pass through these blast doors. The only way we can enter is if you bring us inside. Ves nodded in satisfaction as he underwent some other unique tests that he personally had a hand in designing. After traveling through many places, he had witnessed many feats of exceptional tech. Just the capabilities the MTA and CFA had showed off was enough to make him dazzled. While he could never guard against the might of the Big Two, he could still do his best to frustrate the attempts of anyone else from drilling inside this crucial compartment. First, a security guard carefully approached and held up a device. VS placed his hand on it. A small connection established from his finger to his implant. Implant verified. After that, someone brought a scanning device that thoroughly scanned his chest. Organ verified. VS smirked. This was the identity verification procedure that VS had devised with the help of Calabast. It was almost impossible to replicate his Jutland organ. Sure, the CFA did so without effort, but that was because the Fleeters possessed superior cloning tech and had ample access to monoexurite. Other powers had to go through a lot more trouble. In order to clone or cultivate a Jutland organ from scratch, an exobiologist had to replicate the research performed by Dr. Jutland. This was as difficult as trying to replicate V's design philosophy. Even if someone accomplished this near impossible feat, the infiltrator who implanted a perfectly identical Jutland organ also had to carry a highly modified Archimedes Rebel 1002Z cranial codex implant. The original advanced, first-class cranial implant may be a couple of centuries out of date, but it was still a product that was far out of the reach of any second-class power. Only the Big Two and possibly the first-rate superstates were able to reconstruct the original implant. Yet that wasn't enough. The implant had undergone extensive modification. Even if someone was able to reconstruct all of the updates and upgrades, they also had to store an immense cryptographic key in its storage space. Aside from that, the cranial implant itself had bonded to his neurons and brain tissue in a very unique pattern. It was incredibly difficult to replicate the exact layout as each implantation attempt produced different patterns. If anything went wrong, then the carefully cloned or modified body that took immense effort to create had to be scrapped. What a devious set of hurdles! Gloriana gasped as she observed the steps. Thank you? VS grinned. Although I don't expect this method to be infallible, it should stop at least 99% of our possible enemies. Besides, there is a final test that should account for the remaining 1%. He approached a statue that depicted the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan. He placed his hand on top of the head of the statue. The statue was actually a totem that VS had personally made. It not only served as an identity verification device, but also functioned as an alarm against any spiritual intrusions. VS had specifically designed it to guard against Lucky's mischief. While he didn't possess enough B-stone to stop Lucky from phasing through all of the solid barriers, his cat wasn't capable of escaping the surveillance of the golden cat. Meow! Lucky looked glum as he listlessly flipped his tail. Stop moping. I don't want you to sabotage what's inside and possibly ruin my brand new factory ship. Just behave. Meow! VS turned his attention back to the statue. It only took a small amount of effort to excite the life contained within. A powerful glow that made every Larkinson feel secure emanated from the totem. If that wasn't enough, the two luminar crystal eyeballs shone in gold. That was enough to pass the final test. VS retracted his hand, causing the totem to fall asleep. There may be infiltrators who were equivalent to journeyman mech designers. There may be infiltrators who possessed an exact copy of his Jutland organ. There may be infiltrators who carried an exact replica of his Archimedes Rebel implant. It may even be possible that someone found some way to fool the spiritual programming of his totem. Yet VS dared to bet that there shouldn't be anyone in existence who could pass through all 4 checks at once. If some organization was powerful enough to defy his expectations, then what was the point? Anyone powerful enough to go through all of these hurdles might as well blow up his factory's ship directly. The heavily armored guards deferentially stepped aside. "You are welcome to proceed, sir." "Good work, battle criers." Ves smiled. "Don't loosen your vigilance. Even if it's me, never skip any of the procedures." "Understood, sir." Ves had entrusted the responsibility of guarding the interior of his factory's ships to the battle criers. A lot of bonded infantry and security officers took up positions at crucial positions such as the bridge, the engineering bays, the production halls, and so on. In short, the battle criers guarded over almost every critical section of his flagship. He could have entrusted this responsibility to his other troops, such as the avatars of myth or the penitent sisters. However, he preferred to turn to the battle criers due to their dual loyalty guarantees. While the Larkinson network guaranteed at least a basic degree of loyalty from his Larkinsons, it was mainly directed towards the clan as a whole rather than him as a person. While the battle criers were subject to the Golden Cat's influence as well, they maintained a second form of loyalty, and that was their kinner training. Although Ves didn't actually know how the kinners raised such hyper-loyal human products, he was very impressed by what he purchased. In the past couple of months, he purchased a lot of manpower from the kinner tribe. While he hired a bunch of mech pilots and related support personnel, he was more interested in expanding his ground troops. Of all the possible human products the kinner tribe sold, infantry soldiers was one of their most abundant offerings. Ves had bought an entire elite infantry regiment at once. With over 2,000 ready-made and trustworthy infantry soldiers at his command, he assigned them to his factory's ship and some other critical vessels. Of course, he did not put all of his eggs in one basket. He already prepared some contingencies in case the battle criers proved more fallible than he thought. After Ves had passed all of the identity checks, several layers of blast doors finally peeled open. Captain Vraken, Ves, Gloriana, Lucky, and Clixie cautiously entered the highly guarded vault. They looked around. A lot of sophisticated databanks and computing equipment quietly hummed inside the metallic space. Specialized cooling solutions kept the temperature under control. "Welcome to the primary data vault, otherwise known as the brain of the HHX 6963. Daria Maria Vraken solemnly introduced. "It is here that much of the data of the ship is stored. It is also here that a lot of intensive data processing takes place. While these data banks and other hardware are some of the best the hegemony has ever produced, the real prize rests in the center." The group moved forward until they approached a pedestal placed in the middle. Two metal pillars extended from the deck and ceiling. They projected a strong energy field that caused a head-sized metal ball to hover in between. Captain Vraken couldn't maintain her professional and unreadable expression at this moment. A look of sheer reverence briefly broke her mask. "This, Mr. and Mrs. Larkinson, is one of the most valuable components on this vessel. This is the Astra Artificial Intelligence Core. On its own, this modestly sized core already surpasses the capabilities of all of the surrounding data banks and processors. With this powerful core, you can perform the most powerful and intensive calculations without having to wait for an eternity to obtain your results. Compared to regular AI cores, this unit is up to 2,000% more effective." This was an incredibly powerful AI core. With a supercore like this, the HHX 6963 was able to break through powerful ECM measures, calculate precise long-ranged FTL traversals, perform incredibly detailed mech simulations, among many other benefits. In truth, the regular data processing machines in the primary data vault were already sufficient to support the daily operations of the flagship. Ves specially allocated a generous proportion of his budget on acquiring the Astra when he saw the hegemony was willing to put it on offer. Its performance was simply too good to pass up. He knew that ordinary people should never have access to something as powerful as the Astra. If Ves and Gloriana hadn't impressed the Hexers with their impactful mech designs, then the shipyard that built the HHX 6963 would have never been allowed to integrate such a precious component. Where does the Astra come from, exactly? Gloriana puzzlingly asked. The hegemony redeemed it directly from the Common Fleet Alliance, Captain Vraken answered. The invasion of the Sandmen has led to the culling of many Sandman admirals. The CFA has taken in many broken or inert Sandman admiral bodies and converted them into standardized Starship AI cores. How could the CFA let go of something so valuable? The captain smiled and shook her head. You misunderstand the Astra's value. To us, it is immensely powerful. To them, it's a defective product. The CFA only demands the best. The Fleeters have only kept the AI cores made out of the largest and most intact Sandman Admiral cores. As for this unit, it's actually made out of an incomplete fraction, a tiny shard if you will. It is a given that the CFA does not value such a weak AI core. Ves, who intended to make full use of the Astra's amazing processing power, tried his best to suppress his tech envy. The CFA's AI cores were probably at least billions or even trillions times more powerful. We are more than happy to pick up their trash,